Lord of the Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 541 to 560. Chapter 541 Chapter 119 Death. At the entrance to Calderon City in the spirit world. Aemon stood at the entrance, surveying the scene inside. The fog-shrouded city was silent, without a trace of life. His gaze swept inch by inch across the entire city, finally murmuring like a sigh. What should I do? It seems I'm too late. That's normal, Will Osepton's clear voice rang out. It's normal that we can't find him before his accumulated luck runs out. Even if we find him, we won't be able to catch him. Aemon seemed not to care about the content of this statement. He chuckled softly and asked curiously. Is it, we, now? After 2 seconds of silence, Will Osepton's low voice finally sounded. What can I do? She is my mother, now. As a child in my mother's womb, of course I can only trust my mother. There was nothing really wrong with this, but Amon's movements paused for a moment. Then he hesitantly asked, then, who is your father? I don't know, Will Osepton said, full of confusion and bewilderment. Perhaps it's you too. Aemon didn't speak. He scanned the interior of Calderon City once more, and his figure vanished from where he stood. After discussing the Worm of Time charm with Pales, Leonard turned his attention back to Klein's letter, studying it carefully. Evil spirit possession. The origin and main purpose of the evil spirit. I lack sufficient understanding of evil spirits, so I have no clue at all. After thinking for a few minutes, Leonard took out a box of matches, burned the letter, then frowned and muttered. It's a pity Miss Daly isn't here. And she's on her honeymoon. Though he said, honeymoon, it wasn't entirely accurate. Leonard knew that if something truly happened that overwhelmed the Nighthawks, Dunn and Daly probably wouldn't mind postponing or canceling their wedding. Thinking of this possibility, Leonard shook his head, praying for everything to go smoothly as he picked up his pen to write a letter. Ask Ms. Daly, there seem to be Nighthawks skilled in this area here in Gurain City too. Well, it's a pity we're not very familiar, but it shouldn't matter. What needs care is the phrasing. Leonard pondered and weighed the wording of the letter, filling in all the questions he could think of, and pushing the excuse onto Alice before exhaling a breath. After frowning, he decided to ask other Nighthawks in the team who specialized in related fields. He didn't need to worry about excuses or anything else. His past familiarity and current decent relationship with Miss Fate were his best shield. This was Klein's suggestion. Fortunately, Klein received Leonard's reply before going to bed. In the letter, he detailed his gains and also lamented how useful Alice's reputation was. As the one who proposed the suggestion, Klein felt no guilt. He skipped that part to read the specific content, trying to glean more information from it and relay it to Leonard. Alice, who still didn't know she had become a shield, appeared at St. Samuel Cathedral the next morning and saw the case files for the entire incident. The reason every parish that discovered this incident unhesitatingly chose to report it was, without a doubt, that honorific name. Alice's fingertips traced the honorific name she had already seen, then she suddenly looked up and asked. Has anyone among you recited it? Anthony shook his head. Alice didn't speak, just frowned more and more. This was actually natural. Among the official Beyonders, few would be foolish enough to actively recite an honorific name of unknown origin. Even Alice, who had been bold in the past, would not rashly do such a thing now. Even if Cassandra seemed, no matter how one looked at it, to be at most a sequence 2 soothsayer, even if Cassandra seemed to know her and be very familiar with her, even if Cassandra perhaps held no malice towards her. In fact, Alice even had a guess that she herself was unwilling to believe. She suspected that Cassandra and the 2 soothsayer Beyander characteristics behind the Chinese gate of St. Samuel Cathedral were the same, the only difference being that it had stronger autonomy. But the unreality of this matter lay here. Unlike Ouroboros's half-abandoned attitude, or Charlie King's sudden enlightenment at the end, if Cassandra was as in this guess, it could only have maintained this mindset from beginning to end, and, no matter how Alice looked at it, she didn't think Cassandra could possibly shed its Beyander characteristic and retain its consciousness. The result of doing so would be certain death. Moreover, the things it had done before. Rhodes said it was playing the role of a soothsayer. Alice calmly read through the results of the entire incident, gaining an understanding of Selwyn's actions. For some unknown purpose, Selwyn spread news of a witch who can grant wishes, in various forms, with the sole aim of disseminating this message and attracting more people. But those who came knocking never returned. In the places she had passed, the messages had turned into man-eating witch. Could she really eat people? Unable to understand the purpose of Selwyn's behavior, an extremely unreliable guess popped into Alice's mind. This was too outrageous. As soon as Alice thought of it, she immediately rejected the guess, frowning as she put down the file and asked Anthony. Is she still at the last location mentioned here? I don't know, Anthony answered frankly, we haven't sent anyone to check. And the local Nighthawks contacted the police to cordon off that area, prohibiting pedestrians from approaching. Alice's eyes widened in surprise, and she blurted out. She definitely can't still be there. Even a fool would know they've been discovered. Anthony didn't speak. He and Alice stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, then Alice made a decision. I'm going to the scene to take a look. I'll contact the local Nighthawks for you. Anthony didn't hesitate. Alice nodded in agreement. After a pause, she asked curiously. Wait, I remember that initially this matter involved not just our church. What about the Punishers and the machinery hive mind? How did they handle it? As if he had anticipated her question, Anthony replied with a calm expression. The machinery hive mind's intelligence was eventually reported to Backlund. They activated the sealed artifact Rhodes, you should know it. Alice nodded, so Anthony continued to explain. After questioning Rhodes, they reported all the information to the Nighthawks and no longer participated in the investigation. As for the Punishers, Anthony's voice paused before he spoke. Investigation is not the Punishers' forte, they often prefer to solve problems with more direct methods. More direct methods. Alice looked up at Bishop Anthony with a strange expression, recalling the Storm Church's Sequence 8. Are you implying they're brainless? Alice asked calmly, looking around to confirm no one else was present. Anthony flatly denied. No, of course not. Is that what you think? Alice fell silent for a moment, then lowered her head, pretending to be diligently reading the incident details. She sat in silence for more than 10 seconds, and when she felt enough time had passed, she looked up and said, I need to go to the scene. Anthony nodded without hesitation. I will contact the local Nighthawks immediately. Alice didn't refuse, she agreed to it, then said with a serious expression. Before I set off, I have one more question. What? Anthony asked subconsciously. Alice maintained her serious expression and said, I don't know where the address on this is. Anthony opened his mouth and then closed it. Only then did he remember that the church's records contained a detailed description of Miss Fate's personality, which mentioned her strong dislike for studying, and from subsequent interactions, it seemed to be true. So, until now, she's been running all over the world, relying solely on mystical coordinates. Anthony looked at Alice as if he wanted to speak but held back, ultimately saying nothing, only smiling. I will have the local Nighthawks pray to you to provide you with a location. Alice nodded in satisfaction. Although the back and forth transmission of information took time, it wouldn't be too long. When she heard the prayers in her ears, Alice knew they were ready. The scene, as Anthony had described, had been cordoned off by the police and the Nighthawks. Alice had no interest in pleasantries, she didn't even bother with the group of people, directly staring at the two-story building at the center of the cordon and asking, Is it here? Yes, the Nighthawk who had prayed to her replied honestly. Hearing the affirmative answer, Alice no longer hesitated. She raised her leg to walk inside, but her steps suddenly paused, and she looked up as if sensing something. A cloaked woman peered out from the window sill, lowering her head to reveal her face. With just one glance, Alice frowned. Her once clear blue eyes were now bloodshot, indicating poor mental state. The face, which belonged to a demoness and should have been extraordinarily charming, was covered in countless dense knife marks, making her features a bloody mess. Alice could only recognize the owner of this face by intuition. As for her hair, Alice stared at her hair for a brief moment and frowned. It didn't look like hair, instead, serpent-like forms were faintly discernible. Alice several times almost felt that this person had a head of snarling, dancing snakes. She shifted her gaze to the surroundings, finding that no one was staring upwards, everyone had averted their eyes. She then relaxed and looked up at the building again. Selwyn's figure, with her bloody face, seemed to force a smile. Her eyes, which were barely recognizable as such, were fixed on Alice. Alice heard her hoarse voice. "Oh ho 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 ho. Are you the one who has come to help me escape my current predicament?" Question mark. Alice was momentarily bewildered. She couldn't understand why Selwyn would say such a thing. She thought for a moment and decisively replied, "That's right, fate guides me to appear at this moment to rescue you from your current suffering." "No need." Selwyn suddenly shrieked, "No need. Why didn't you come sooner? Why did you have to come now? Why did you have to come when everything is irreversible? Everything is irreversible." Alice still didn't understand. Her expression remained unchanged, and she said in a calm tone, "That is not so. The turning point has already appeared, you just haven't noticed it yet." "Are you trying to say you are the turning point?" Selwyn glared at her fiercely from the window sill. "Cassandra said the same thing back then, and now, I've burned it to death." Huh. Alice's expression control failed. This time, she truly couldn't understand the progression of events. Let alone, Cassandra, being a suspected soothsayer beyond her characteristic, even if it were just an ordinary mystical item, it shouldn't be something that could be burned to death. Only angels possess the power to shatter beyond her characteristics. Selwyn, however, seemed very pleased with this. Amidst Alice's bewildered expression, she raised her head triumphantly and maniacally, letting out a hoarse laugh like a victor. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I know, all you so-called soothsayers were a bunch of damned liars. Sylvia was, Cassandra was, and you can be no exception. Oh, and you, and you." Her laughter suddenly stopped. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed on Alice with a vicious intensity, and she gritted her teeth, speaking in that hoarse voice. "I'm going to kill you." Alice blinked blankly, looking at the sequence 6 Selwyn with a hesitant expression. That questioning look successfully made the emotionally distraught Selwyn even more agitated. She shrieked and scrambled towards the edge of the window sill, shouting as she climbed. "You wait. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you right now. I'm coming down to kill you immediately. I'm going to burn you to death just like I burned Cassandra to death, and send you and your believers to meet the fate you speak of." "My believers?" Alice was even more confused. She felt that Selwyn's words seemed to hide some incredible news, but before she could ask, Selwyn, who had already climbed onto the edge of the window sill, leapt without hesitation. Alice's pupils contracted slightly, then her eyes closed tightly. Her figure flashed without hesitation, disappearing from her spot and reappearing at the far back. Thud. Amidst the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, the image of Selwyn's head hitting the ground dissipated from her mind. She reopened her eyes, not looking at the scene blocked by the figure in front of her, only speaking indifferently. Her head hit the ground, right. This was the countermeasure Alice had made in that brief moment. Although Selwyn seemed to have revealed something incredible, and although Alice very much wanted to know what Selwyn had encountered to undergo such a change, intelligence was not urgent, and obtaining it didn't necessarily require her to be alive. Alice unhesitatingly decided her final outcome, her head hitting the ground as she fell from the second-floor window sill. End of this chapter. Chapter 542 Chapter 120 Sacrifice. "Yes," someone replied. Alice didn't look at the scene on the floor. The sight of brains splattered didn't align with her aesthetic, and she had no interest in appreciating it. As for what Selwyn knew, Alice tilted her head, and as if anticipating something, she extended her hand forward. A book with a dark blue cover appeared in her hand at just the right moment, gently opening. A line of silver text silently emerged. "Do you wish to know what happened, Your Highness?" Alice didn't speak. She stared coldly at the book in her hand for 2 seconds, then raised her hand to close it and walked upstairs. The book seemed unwilling to be ignored in such a way. It reopened, displaying new text. "It's safe upstairs now. You can leave the investigation to others." Alice stopped, frowning as she looked at the book in her hand. She recalled Selwyn's shouts before her death, and with a strange expression, she lowered her head, frowning as she asked. "You wouldn't tell me that you're my believer, would you?" Cassandra denied it without hesitation. "Of course not." Alice breathed a sigh of relief, the strange feeling in her heart fading slightly. Just as she was about to move, a new line of text appeared afterward. "I am an offering, Your Highness." The expression on Alice's face solidified, little by little. The Nighthawks seemed to sense that something was amiss. In the silence, someone asked, "Your Excellency, this book." Alice was silent for 2 seconds, then looked upstairs. After confirming it was safe, she closed her eyes and said, "It's safe upstairs now. You can go up and investigate. As for this book." Alice's words paused. She looked down at the book in her hand and asked, "What should I call you?" "Cassandra." The text on the page disappeared. After a moment, a new line of silver text appeared. "He calls me the Book of Answers." He. Alice's brow twitched. She closed the book again and turned to the others, saying, "The Book of Answers comes from a Beander characteristic of a soothsayer, that is, a sequence 2 level. Its effect, well, I don't know, but what's clear is that it has a certain prophetic ability, possesses extremely high vitality and even intelligence, and can communicate. Also, it can move its position, can carry its holder with it, and it seems to choose protagonists." When she mentioned this, Alice subconsciously glanced at Cassandra lying in her hand. After finding no movement from it, she looked up and continued, "I don't know the specifics. I'll just talk about the protagonists I know. They have 2 things in common. One is that their lives undergo immense changes due to its existence, which could be good or bad. The other is, they trust this book immensely, an abnormally high level of trust." After saying this, Alice exhaled and asked them, "For a report, this should be enough, right?" No one spoke. They exchanged glances, and after a silent exchange, one person asked in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, how do you plan to deal with it?" Alice looked at him and frowned. The person seemed to realize his tone was inappropriate and quickly explained, "It's like this, Your Excellency. According to custom, after discovering a sealed artifact of 0 level, we should first report it to the Holy Cathedral. Moreover, 0 level sealed artifacts are very dangerous." Alice understood. "I haven't been misled," she interrupted directly. "I don't think the goddess would let me be misled either." She thought for a moment and decided to invoke the goddess. This indeed gave her more credibility than herself. The others were visibly relieved. Seeing this, Alice, holding the book, disappeared without hesitation. After placing Cassandra on the desk, Alice also sat down at the desk. Without reaching out, she leaned back in her chair, watching Cassandra, not saying a word. Cassandra had no intention of competing with her in patience. Its pages turned by themselves, and silver text appeared on them. "You don't believe me. Isn't that to be expected?" Alice asked, surprised. "It would be strange if I believed you, wouldn't it? I don't want to end up like your previous 2 masters." "Then you can crush me," Cassandra replied without hesitation. "Crush me, let me revert to a Beander characteristic, and I will be safe." Quote. Alice's brow twitched. She looked at it with an questioning gaze. As if sensing her thoughts, Cassandra said calmly, "The truthfulness of this statement should be verifiable to you. It really is." Alice knew this. When Klein was looking for a way to remove the true creator's corruption, he chose this method. As long as the Beander characteristic was crushed and recondensed, the corruption would be excluded. And this would also cause Cassandra, existing as a mystical item, to completely lose consciousness, which could be called killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for whether she could crush it, didn't she have the goddess? This proposal had no problems from beginning to end. It seemed to genuinely consider Alice's perspective and offered her the safest and most feasible suggestion, yet the problem lay precisely there. "How about this?" Alice tapped the table, deciding to ask something meaningful. What did Selwyn's words mean? "I don't know," Cassandra answered candidly. "I am not Selwyn, I don't understand her thoughts. However, I guess she did that probably because I told her the truth." "What truth?" Alice frowned. Cassandra slowly revealed new silver text. "I didn't tell her before that the potion needed digestion and that Beyonders might lose control. At the same time, I told her that as long as she advanced to sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight, she would turn back into a man." Alice felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Without deep thought, she realized the impact this would have. Selwyn would inevitably desperately want to advance, even before the potion was fully digested. "Oh," Cassandra added, "I also didn't tell her about the existence of the potion formula. I merely guided her to find Beander characteristics." Alice took a deep breath and murmured, "I sort of understand why she was like that." Remembering Selwyn's almost deranged state, Alice was no longer surprised. She thought anyone who experienced such things and then suddenly learned the truth would be unable to accept it. Moreover, Selwyn might have even thought herself some chosen one, with Cassandra as her golden finger. Thinking of this possibility, Alice's mouth twitched for a moment, then she asked, "Why did she say she burned you?" "That was a dream," Cassandra replied. Given her state, confusing dreams with reality is perfectly normal, isn't it? Alice didn't speak. She agreed with that statement. Judging by Selwyn's actions before jumping, it was indeed a normal thing. Having sorted out the cause and effect of the matter, Alice exhaled, then raised an eyebrow and asked. Her surviving into reality, that wasn't a coincidence, was it? Of course, Cassandra continued. She was destined to die before you, to die by your hand, just like me. Alice's heart constricted for a moment. She remembered Selwyn's cry of, "Believer," again, and connecting it with Cassandra saying it was an offering, she asked coldly. "What do you mean? Is she also an offering, like you? How could she be worthy?" Cassandra replied without hesitation. "It really does seem like a fanatic." Alice took a breath, pressed down on the table, and asked, "Do you know me?" All the text on the page disappeared. After more than 10 seconds, new silver text finally emerged. One could say I know, and one could say I don't. I knew the past you. At that time, you, no, they were still like two people. And now, I know you are not the more malicious one among them, but you also don't seem to be the other. But then again, perhaps they are all you. Alice's movements paused slightly. She felt as if she understood Cassandra's words. This was something she had always suspected about the past. At that time, perhaps it wasn't one person who appeared before others, but two people, one who was easily deceived, who could be led astray by Will Osepton, and another, who would use that easily deceived face to lead others astray. If he had a face. This conjecture had never been confirmed. She hadn't even encountered many clues. On one hand, she hadn't actively sought them, and on the other hand, her past traces seemed not to be widely known. If Cassandra was telling the truth, this was undoubtedly strong evidence, and it also aligned with Alice's self-perception. Relatively speaking, she might lean more towards the more easily deceived one, but by now, she was no longer simply one or the other. Just as Songshu told her in her dream, they were inseparable. Alice had actually realized long ago that it was meaningless to dwell on who she was. She was the current Alice, the sum of everything in the past. They, or rather, them, collectively formed her current self. They were all her, and none of them were her. In other words, she was no one. In modern terms, this should be called divine severance. No, perhaps a more philosophical way of saying it would be, the past me is not the current me. Thoughts whirled in her mind, returning to reality, transforming into a long sigh. Alice refocused her attention on Cassandra. She didn't try to discern whether Cassandra's earlier words were true or false. She would ask all her questions before making a decision. Moreover, even if it was false, it wasn't entirely worthless. Alice shook her head and continued to ask. Why did Selwyn say you were my believer, and why? She paused, then frowned, asking with a strange expression. Why do you say you are an offering? Cassandra countered. Your ritual for advancing to soothsayer hasn't been settled yet, has it? If it had a face, Alice felt that Cassandra would probably be wearing a Riddler's smile right now, because when she spoke like that, her expression was usually similar. Alice had to admit that her ritual for advancing to soothsayer indeed hadn't been settled yet. In fact, she hadn't even understood the meaning of that sentence. Consume the potion when the tides of fate converge. This was a ritual whose Riddler level could rival that of a Sequence 0 ritual. No, it couldn't be said that way. Actually, a Sequence 0 ritual was very straightforward. It was about finding the correct opportunity. Although the correct opportunity was a bit hard to find, this one was different. This one was truly incomprehensible. Alice's expression twisted for a moment. She looked down at Cassandra, gritting her teeth and saying, "What, do you have a way?" "I am a soothsayer," Cassandra replied. In all stories, there is the existence of a soothsayer. The soothsayer is that point of convergence. Alice was slightly stunned, suddenly having a bad premonition. She stared intently at Cassandra, and sure enough, a new line of text appeared on it. Fate converges here with me. Kill me, use me as the potion material for your advancement to soothsayer. and you will become the new point of convergence, the new soothsayer. And before meeting you, I have already accumulated enough stories for you. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Alice finally understood why Cassandra had no objection to her killing it. Just as it said, it was an offering, and an offering was meant to die. This was its wish. Alice really wanted to tell herself that these words might be false, that it might be deceiving her just as it had deceived its previous masters, but what was the point of this lie? Alice couldn't figure it out, because the greatest significance of this lie seemed to be to destroy the book, turning it back into a Beander characteristic. This would bring no benefit to Cassandra, unless it really was a fanatic. But my fanatic shouldn't need to deceive me like this, should it? Could it be that it doesn't believe in me? Alice felt her mind was like a muddled mess. She rummaged through her brain, trying her best to stir the mess and regain clarity. But this was destined to fail. The mess in her mind became increasingly chaotic. In a daze, Alice dug out the honorific name that Cassandra had left several times from her memory, crushed it, and stuffed it into the mess. A flash of inspiration. Alice pulled out the crushed powder again, piecing it together little by little. She stared intently at Cassandra, her voice low. What does that honorific name mean? The open book lay quietly on the desk. The occasional breeze didn't even stir the pages. It wasn't until Alice asked her question that silver text slowly appeared on the blank, unwritten parchment in her pages. You finally asked me this question, Your Highness. Alice's brow twitched violently. She stared intently at Cassandra, waiting for new text to appear on it. End of this chapter. Chapter 543 Chapter 121 Light Chaser. In the silence, line after line of silver text gradually appeared. To this day, I still remember the excitement I felt when I concocted the soothsayer potion. Becoming an angel was within reach. If I succeeded, I would become a true mythical creature. With this feeling, I consumed the potion and learned about the soothsayer's abilities. Firstly, upon advancing to soothsayer, I would truly be able to glimpse the river of fate and witness its changes. At the same time, the potion also told me that in the Chayaswalker, in previous stages, I had already understood fate sufficiently and witnessed the destinies of enough people. Now, as a soothsayer, my most urgent task was to observe my own fate and find the turning point in my destiny. So, I made a prophecy about myself. Alice fell into contemplation. Frankly, if she hadn't seen the Snake of Fate's advancement ritual beforehand, and didn't know the soothsayer's abilities, this passage would have had no problems at all. If anything, for a power that first involved authority after advancing to an angel, merely being able to see fate seemed too weak. But reality wasn't a game, it didn't emphasize balance. The overall strength of the earlier sequences of the fate pathway wasn't particularly high either. The soothsayer's abilities, while suspicious, only made people half believe them. Who would have thought that the description of one's abilities in the potion was false? It was unlikely that many people would have thought of this as their first reaction. Therefore, trying to make a prophecy about oneself by following the words in the potion was not a low probability event. So, what would this lead to? Alice recalled the few prophecies she had seen and asked directly, You saw your own death? Of course, Cassandra replied. At first, I didn't believe the prophecy. You should understand that feeling, that mix of disbelief and doubt under immense shock, not wanting to believe, yet worrying that it might actually be true. Alice thought of Eamon and Klein. She paused for a moment, then changed the subject. So, you know, that believing in a prophecy will affect its outcome. Yes, Cassandra replied. Perhaps my despair and struggle pleased it. I was lucky enough to learn the truth about the prophecy. Alice pressed her lips together, but Cassandra hadn't finished speaking. It told me that this was a gift it had prepared for all soothsayers. It gave us the ritual for advancing to sequence 1. As long as we obtained the potion and consumed it in a certain death situation, we could successfully advance to sequence 1 and be resurrected. It said this effectively prevented some of us from being limited by our abilities or lacking the courage to complete the ritual. Alice took a breath. Although Alice remained wary of Cassandra, she had to admit that this passage seemed true. How similar was this rhetoric to that birthday gift? Most importantly, there wasn't much room for deception in this passage. As long as she consumed the sequence 2 potion, she would naturally know whether Cassandra's words were true or false. Deceiving here seemed unnecessary, but if everything it said was true, what exactly was its purpose? Or rather, why did it act this way? Alice frowned. She suddenly remembered Rhodes, who called Klein, master. She lowered her gaze to Cassandra and asked thoughtfully, "Do you know a mirror named Rhodes?" "We are not the same," Cassandra replied without hesitation. "I do not aspire to follow you, I only hope to become a stepping stone on your path to godhood." "That sounds nice, but doesn't that just mean dying?" Alice felt she still hadn't understood this matter. She simply asked directly, "Even if what you said is true, but why?" All the text on the parchment disappeared. Facing a book, Alice couldn't discern its expression, only seeing its answer after a long silence. "I don't want any latecomers to receive such a gift again, I hope you can end all of this. You are the hope I found." Alice froze in place. The words were light, but Alice felt a heavy weight pressing down on her, just as she had felt from son Derek when she entrusted Catalya with the task regarding the City of Silver's food. That was expectation. This expectation was not as direct or heavy as Derek's, because Alice hadn't known Cassandra before. She hadn't personally witnessed its struggle, but she had indeed seen the people of the City of Silver in Moon City and felt that perseverance amidst despair. But this expectation also seemed much heavier than theirs. After all, the City of Silver was awaiting a savior, whether it was her or not, it didn't really matter. But here, perhaps it had to be her. It wasn't that Alice was narcissistic, the reason Cassandra said she was hope was evident, because the Key of Light had chosen her, and the reason the Key of Light had chosen her was also evident, she might not belong to this world. In this matter, she truly was irreplaceable. The atmosphere solidified little by little in the silence, changing from gas to some viscous liquid, then to some Play-Doh-like solid, giving Alice, who no longer needed to breathe, the illusion of being out of breath. It was Cassandra who first broke the silence. "Please kill me." Alice silently looked at Cassandra. After a long while, she let out a sigh, her voice calm as she said, "All right." At this moment, she truly seemed like a deity. To kill was actually to use authority to shatter the Beander characteristic and then allow it to recoalesce. Although, according to the information Alice had gathered, doing this only required an angelic rank, she was still worried about what might happen when dealing with a sequence 2 Beander characteristic. She chose to pray to the goddess. The anomaly occurred at this moment, the ritual strangely received no feedback. Alice, after 2 seconds of stunned silence, was so shocked that she jumped up. There was a big problem. Bringing Cassandra into the church was certainly impossible. She was not a real child, after all, and naturally knew that such a thing would not be good if ordinary believers found out. Her panic lasted only a few breaths before Alice quickly calmed herself down. She began to search her mind for someone with whom to discuss this matter, and the first person she thought of was naturally Klein. But Alice did not contact Klein directly. She first performed a test to confirm whether the goddess could respond to ordinary rituals. This matter ultimately concluded with her obtaining a sleep charm. Staring at the charm and thinking for 2 seconds, Alice contacted Klein, directly conveying the message through their connection. Last time in the Raging Sea, did anything happen when the goddess appeared? This was the last time Alice remembered the goddess appearing, but she had fled quickly then. Afterwards, she hadn't asked for specifics, and Klein hadn't said anything, until today when she suddenly inquired. Klein had just finished talking with Rhodes and was momentarily stunned by the question. He quickly guessed that Alice probably hadn't received a response to a prayer or something, leading to her suspicion. It wasn't hard to guess. He informed Alice that the goddess was controlling the death uniqueness, and briefly explained what had happened last time, suggesting that if she needed to, she could consider praying to the artificial death. It was quite fitting. Alice accepted the suggestion and then asked Klein about the ritual materials and procedures. To prevent Cassandra from doing anything when no one was around, that afternoon, Alice took Cassandra to scour the underground markets of several nearby cities, finding enough materials. After everything was prepared, Alice took a step back and recited the newly learned honorific name in Hermes language. "You are the essence of death. You are the monarch of the deceased. You are the final destination of all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you can destroy this mystical item and let it transform back into a Beander characteristic." After her words fell, the candle flame suddenly expanded, seemingly brightening considerably, but it took on a murky green hue, and the surroundings instantly became chilling. "It's a bit eerie," Alice mumbled softly, picking up the essential oil she had just bought and dripping it onto the candle flame. After doing this, Alice threw Cassandra into it. With a whoosh, the pale flame devoured the dark blue-covered book, obscuring Alice's vision. 2 or 3 seconds later, the flames completely receded. Alice saw glowing dust particles spontaneously condense, little by little, reforming into a book. Alice ended the ritual and retrieved the newly born book. It still had a dark blue cover and parchment pages, but when opened, no silver text appeared. Alice stared at the book for 2 seconds, then slowly lowered her head. She always felt as if an alluring fragrance emanated from the book, making her want to take a bite. Wait a minute. Alice suddenly snapped awake. She realized this was probably truly a Beander characteristic. Without impurities, the Beander characteristic's attraction to her became directly apparent, giving her the urge to eat the book. Alice threw the book onto the ground in horror, then picked it up again and, with a flash, appeared in St. Samuel Cathedral. Archbishop Anthony, sensing something, looked up from his desk and saw a book thrown in front of him. Alice said to him with a serious expression, "You have a way to mask the aggregation of Beander characteristics so that I won't be affected by it and eat it, right?" She didn't go to Klein, just like with the previous sealed artifacts involving angels. Anthony subconsciously glanced at the book, as if realizing something, and looked up to tell her gently, "Yes, but you might have to wait a few days to get it." "That's fine," Alice shook her head decisively. "Even if it stays with you, it's fine. You wouldn't secretly keep my things, right?" "Of course not," Anthony responded with a smile. There were no longer any problems. Alice left with relief. After returning home, she was silent for 2 seconds. Instead of contacting Klein, she contacted Justice Audrey herself. "Miss Justice, are you free for a psychotherapy session now?" In the Hall family study, Audrey's movements paused upon hearing this voice. A jarring wrong note appeared in the otherwise melodious piano music. She stopped playing and looked at her music teacher, her expression normal as she said, "Teacher, I apologize, but I suddenly need to go to the washroom." This was not refused. So, sitting on the toilet, Audrey carefully told Alice that she would only be free in the evening. After a long while, Alice's response sounded, "Okay." After responding to Audrey, Alice opened her eyes, exhaled, and stared blankly out the window. The idea of talking to Audrey wasn't new today. Alice had had similar thoughts more than once but had mostly not acted on them. Of course, Alice didn't think this was too big of a problem. Referring to other angels she knew, Alice believed she was already quite normal among them. She waited quietly until the appointed time, not even eating dinner. Only after receiving Audrey's message did she snap out of her daze and appear before Audrey. "Miss Fate, good evening." Audrey cautiously stood up and bowed. Alice stared at her for 2 seconds, then suddenly said with a sigh, "Call me Alice, while this name can still be called." Audrey hesitated for 2 seconds. With her professional composure as a psychiatrist, she sat down and called out softly, "Alice." Alice nodded quietly. By this point, Audrey had already detected clear anomalies in Alice. She paused for a moment, then suddenly chuckled lightly, "I rarely see you like this. Most of the time, I think you're like a little girl. Only now do you truly seem a bit like Miss Fate. You understand what I mean, right?" She used the pronoun, you. Alice did not reject this subtle attempt to bridge their relationship. On the contrary, she nodded slightly in a daze, "I know." This, however, was worse than a rejection. Audrey frowned for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Why did you suddenly want to talk to me?" "I thought you would go to Mr. Fool." After 2 seconds of silence, Alice turned to Audrey and said, "I once went to Mr. Fool, and he said he wasn't a psychiatrist. If I needed one, he could help me call a psychiatrist." Mentioning Mr. Fool indeed made Miss Fate a bit more lively. Did Mr. Fool actually say such things? This seemed a bit like Mr. World. Her wandering thoughts didn't hinder Audrey's therapy. She exclaimed, "PFF'd, may I ask who the psychiatrist Mr. Fool planned to call was?" "It was you." Alice turned her head and told her calmly. Audrey was momentarily stunned. She stared at Alice's serious face, trying to confirm if she was joking, while Alice's ethereal gaze fixed on her, asking softly, "Do you feel pressured by such trust?" Chapter 544 Chapter 122 Drama. This sentence made Audrey realize something. Her heart stirred, and she said with a smile, "Of course. In fact, I'm very apprehensive." Alice turned to look at her, listening intently. This change was not obvious, but for a spectator, it was enough. Audrey continued in a gentle tone. "You are different from the people I've encountered in the past. My Beyonder abilities probably won't work on you, will they?" Audrey's questioning gaze fell on Alice. After a 2-beat delay, Alice nodded and softly hummed in affirmation. So Audrey sighed and said, "Without Beyonder abilities, I'm just an ordinary person. I can only chat with you, so in that case." She didn't finish, but shook her head and sighed again. Alice stared at her, frowning as she asked, "Then why did you agree to me?" Audrey said to her helplessly, "If you had a better choice, why would you choose me?" Alice paused, then asked, "Aren't you afraid that after we talk today, your condition will be even worse?" So that's what she was worried about. Audrey exhaled, smiling as she said, "But I'm not bad either. And, if you don't try, how will you know it won't work? After all, I've studied so much psychology and given many counseling sessions." Alice was slightly startled. She temporarily withdrew from the anxiety of being expected to perform, and began to review her own past. "I'm not bad either, am I?" After 2 seconds of silence, she turned her head and abruptly asked Audrey, What kind of God do you think I am?" "I don't know," Audrey said honestly, "very powerful, very mysterious." "I don't think I need to say that. But I guess anyone familiar with you would probably think you're like a child." She glanced at Alice, her tone becoming hesitant. Alice remained silent for a moment, then finished her sentence. Probably not. Like. She looked at the somewhat dazed Audrey, and spoke as if recalling a memory. "When I first stepped into the river of fate, how old was I? 6 or 7? 7 or 8. It was like I had a very, very long dream in there, and when I woke up, I had become a god." Audrey's mouth widened in slight surprise. At this point, she gave up trying to control her expression, revealing what could be called an ungraceful look. Alice quietly added the last sentence, "So, I'm probably not like a child." "This is truly." Audrey slowly composed her surprised expression, and exclaimed, "This is truly astonishing, Miss Fate. May I ask a question?" "What?" Alice asked, puzzled. Audrey looked at her with an admiring gaze, asking as if in praise, "Were you an ordinary person when you were born?" "I think so." Alice hesitated slightly. "I think not," Audrey denied with a smile, "although I don't know what exactly your description entails. An ordinary person probably wouldn't have the chance to wake up." Alice was slightly taken aback. She subconsciously replied, "Maybe I was just lucky." Audrey naturally continued her sentence, "Isn't luck enough? Luck brought you here, and perhaps luck can help you do even more." Alice paused. She was no longer particularly troubled by the previous matters, but Audrey's words gave her a strange feeling. Even though she realized Audrey was trying to comfort her, Alice couldn't help but say, quote, "Justice, miss, relying on luck is not a good habit." "I know," Audrey spread her hands, "you vividly demonstrated that yourself." Alice felt that Audrey was scolding her. She glared at Audrey, but in the face of her innocent gaze, she gave in and said in resignation, quote, "I want ice cream." Audrey seriously considered the possibility of mollifying Alice if she had ordered ice cream from the start. Alice received Klein's message on Thursday. Upon hearing that Xing had finally appeared, Alice unhesitatingly bestowed upon Klein the luck she had promised, then began to watch the excitement from afar using the mystical coordinates Klein had given her. This was a wise choice. After the figure in a simple white robe with a silver cross looked up, Alice became even more convinced of this. She would never go down there, not even if she died. This wasn't a matter of whether she feared Adam. Alice also saw the recently dissipated silver river at the scene, and Klein told her that the evil spirit hidden within Xing's body was very likely Medici, a king of angels. This was a bit too terrifying. The battle was imminent. After Alice watched Klein use Ludwell to take away Medici's evil spirit, a bad premonition arose in her heart. She wanted to warn him, but now was not the time. She frowned, waiting for the battle to end. 008 occasionally wrote words on Xing's robe. Alice's attention quickly fell on 008. She wasn't worried that Klein would lose. This was clearly a play directed by Klein, but the moment Adam appeared, Alice knew that Ins Zangwill was going to die today. 008 would probably go to Adam. Indeed, despite the situation changing several times under the influence of 008, in the end, Klein, holding the Doomsday, still appeared before the dying Ins Zangwill. No, he was still breathing. Alice frowned, looking at Ins. Upon seeing Klein, his speed instantly recovered, and he roared. It's really you. You're really still alive. Let's die together. Alice began to seriously consider whether she should go out for a stroll. Klein showed no surprise, nor was he affected. He raised his right hand and, as if with a premonition, pulled the trigger. Bang! Ins Zangwill was knocked to the ground by a powerful impact, the cracks on his head growing wider. That shot was for Ms. Daly, Klein said in a deep voice. Immediately after, amidst Ins Zangwill's futile struggles, shot after shot rang out. This shot is for Leonard. This shot is for Captain. This shot is for Migos. This shot is for that internal guard. This shot is for the destroyed Blackthorn Security Company. This shot is for all Nighthawks. This shot is for myself. Amidst the bang, 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 Klein continuously pulled the trigger, making corresponding changes, firing silver demon hunting bullets, severing Ins Zangwill's other leg, splitting open his forehead, making his roaring voice lower and lower, until he gradually lay on the ground. Finally, Klein flashed before Ins Zangwill, pressing the Doomsday revolver against his face. Just then, on Ins Zangwill's almost shattered head, mysterious and strange patterns protruded, creating a strong impact. He still had the ability to resist. He was waiting for the opponent to get close, to turn the tide with his original mythical creature form. However, Klein's brown eyes just stared at him, reflecting nothing. He pressed the Doomsday revolver harder, then pulled the trigger. Bang! Ins Zangwill's head completely exploded, like a broken watermelon, with fragments and juice splattering everywhere. Amidst the ringing of the Doomsday, Klein raised his left hand, rubbed out his two eyes, and pushed his true eyes, hidden beneath, back into place. His brown eyes were misty, and the corners of his mouth curved up little by little. Facing the now dead Ins Zangwill, he said in a low voice. This shot, I originally wanted Alice to take it herself. Alice's eyes widened. Klein's shot was abrupt, and she almost didn't react, just staring blankly as he pulled a tarot card from his pocket and threw it onto Ins Zangwill's corpse. It was a reversed, the star, card. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away. Looking at the dim quill in front of him, Alice suddenly remembered something. She instantly appeared before him, raised one foot, and stepped on the quill. Adam, who had been half bent, straightened up again, looking at her with peaceful eyes. Alice was inexplicably nervous. She swallowed, repeating what Eamon had told her. Excluding the already out-of-play Ouroboros. Will Osepton and I stand with the future fool, he stands with the future error. This is reasonable, right? Adam looked at her with peaceful eyes. Alice nervously swallowed, feeling an urge to retract her foot and run away. Fortunately, Adam spoke before she gave up. That's right. This is reasonable. Alice quickly retracted her foot, retreating several steps. Adam didn't care at all. He maintained his peaceful, smiling expression, bent down again to pick up the quill. Alice stared at him, and after 2 seconds of hesitation, decided to seize this rare opportunity to ask a question. Do we know each other? I mean, before, you know what I mean. Amidst her questioning, Adam picked up the quill, his gaze falling peacefully on her, and his voice was calm. I know you. But I haven't seen you, and I don't know the answer you're looking for. Alice's expression froze. She pressed her lips together and glared at Adam, yet a stone seemed to fall in her heart. Many things she had only suspected now had definite answers. She should be grateful to Adam. After all, he had given her the answer she had always sought. But facing the person who ultimately revealed the truth, Alice felt a surge of resentment for a moment, and anger that wished Adam were dead. No, this wasn't right. This isn't me. Alice detached her emotions from her body, becoming rational and calm. This was something every demigod of the fate pathway could do, and she was no exception. Adam, as if oblivious to what had just happened, glanced at the tarot card, then smiled and said to both of them. All gifts of fate have already been marked with a price in the dark, haven't they? After speaking, he turned around and disappeared step by step into the ruined square, leaving behind a chanting sentence. Under the witness of the spectator, Klein Moretti completed a magnificent play, directing a magical murder. He used this to complete a perfect ritual and will attempt to advance when this play concludes. Watching Adam's back disappear, Alice turned her head, asking Klein as if lost in thought. "You said, what does an answer unknown even to the omniscient and omnipotent represent?" Klein was slightly startled. Alice showed a smile, both sad and relieved, and softly said, "Try to advance. I'll be watching you." Klein didn't speak. He vaguely realized that not speaking at this moment might be best. He just took out the potion ingredients one by one and mixed the potion in a small metal bottle. Then, he raised the potion and drank it all. Alice quietly watched this scene. She watched Klein cry out in agony, his expression twisted with pain, and transparent worms emerging from his body. Worms. Alice instantly became lively again. She took half a step back in horror, then remembered that it was Klein in front of her. She hesitated, stepped forward, and seriously considered what would happen if she reached out to touch the emerging worms. "He's advancing, that's probably not good." Alice hesitated, pressing her left hand with her right, then her right hand with her left, then her left hand with her right, then. She crossed her left and right hands forward. Finally, just before she was about to touch the worms, they retracted, turning back into skin. Klein reopened his eyes, stood straight, and his gaze fell on her hands. Alice was silent for 2 seconds, then withdrew her hands and tapped her chest 4 times, drawing the symbol of the scarlet moon, and said with a solemn expression, "Congratulations on becoming a demigod." Klein tapped her on the head. Alice shrieked, clutching her head. Leonard, who was trying to get up from the ground, fell back in horror, successfully distracting both of them. The atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. Leonard looked at them both, wanting to speak but hesitating. After 2 seconds of silence, Alice turned to Klein and asked, "Have you decided whose female companion you want to be? Quote. Can't I be a man?" Klein tried to bargain. Leonard looked at Klein, then at Alice, his expression full of confusion and unspoken words. He finally couldn't help but ask, "What are you two talking about?" Just as Klein was about to speak, Alice interjected, "It's like this, Klein wants to be your female companion. Don't hit me anymore." Halfway through her sentence, she shrieked and jumped away, clutching her head. Klein withdrew his hand and calmly said to Leonard, "Ignore her. She previously suggested that I attend Captain's wedding as your female companion, so Captain would know who I am at a glance." Leonard listened, his mouth wide open in surprise. As he stood up from the ground, he earnestly argued, "I think that's very difficult. You know, my handsome face can still attract a lot of girls' attention. Simply attending as my female companion probably wouldn't make Captain think." "I understand." Alice clapped her hands, looking at Leonard excitedly, "You should find a male companion." End of chapter. Chapter 545. Chapter 123. The truth settled. This discussion finally ended with Klein, unable to bear the increasingly distant topic, telling Alice to shut up. Only then did Klein have a chance to look at Leonard. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, as if making small talk, "Are you with the Red Gloves now?" "Yes." Leonard responded dryly, feeling the atmosphere inexplicably tense. Klein looked at him, and after a moment of silence, said, "If you plan to leave the Red Gloves, this is a good opportunity. No one will investigate you. Quote. I'm used to it." Leonard avoided his gaze. "I'm used to being in the church." Klein then took off his silk top hat and bowed in farewell. Holding his hat, he turned and walked towards Ins Zangwill's body, taking a card from it, a card depicting a chariot and a red priest. The face of that red priest was clearly Rosal Gustav. Alice quietly raised her hand and waved twice at Leonard, then jogged to catch up with Klein, deciding not to speak for now. Leonard's lips moved slightly, then he suddenly spoke. Aren't you returning to the church?" Klein did not turn around, putting on his silk top hat and walking towards another exit of the square. After a few steps, he paused, and with his back to Leonard, replied, "I can't go back. Can't go back." Leonard stared blankly at Klein's retreating figure, but Alice stopped, turned and said to Leonard, I guess he doesn't want to hear old acquaintances call him, Your Excellency, someday. After saying this, Alice left the still stunned Leonard and caught up with Klein. The conversation eventually took place above the gray fog, with Klein speaking before Alice. What did Adam mean? What did you mean? What answer are you talking about? You've guessed a little, haven't you? I think I asked you. Alice sighed softly. I think. I really don't belong to this world. Klein was slightly startled, frowning as he looked at Alice, but Alice had already lowered her head, her eyes vacant as they fell on the table, her voice hoarse. It's not like you, from a civilization before the first epoch, but truly from another world. As for that book, compared to the prophecy of the Key of Light, I'd rather believe that it's a product of that world. I transmigrated into the world of a book. After saying this, she raised her head, took a deep breath, and forced a smile that was uglier than crying, saying to Klein, "This is the only answer I can think of. Otherwise, I really can't figure out why the omniscient and omnipotent creator wouldn't know my origin. If the answer isn't in this world at all, it's much easier to explain, isn't it?" Klein opened his mouth and then closed it, repeating this several times before he softly said, ... I should be the one making that face, right? Compared to transmigrating into a book, knowing that the world you live in is actually just a book, and everything is fake, that's even scarier, isn't it? No, Alice denied his words, this is the world of that book, but it's not necessarily the world within the book. I mean, it's not necessarily fake. What do you mean? Klein was confused. Alice glanced at him and stated an obvious fact. If this entire world is a book from my former world, then my Beander status should naturally be higher than any existence here. I absolutely couldn't have been forced to this point by the Key of Light. Her expression as she looked at Klein was serious and earnest. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before asking, "Do you still remember how old you were when you transmigrated?" Alice replied doubtfully, "First or second grade, anyway, just started elementary school." "So, is there a possibility," Klein chose his words carefully, "perhaps you are relatively..." Seeing Alice's expression, Klein swallowed his unspoken words. After watching Klein fall silent, Alice said to him expressionlessly, "You'd best pray it's not like that. If it really is, then it means you're actually a paper person, and I wouldn't feel any mental burden about you and Eamon having children together." Klein swallowed, no longer speaking. However, Alice suddenly looked at Klein with some curiosity. "Why do you seem not to, well, you know what I mean." Klein gave a bitter laugh and said, "Because it doesn't change anything. Even if this is a real world, to some existences, I'm no different from the paper person you mentioned, you know who I mean. And, I remember we discussed this issue before. This is already a brand new story, isn't it?" Alice was silent for 2 seconds, then actively changed the topic. "Let's talk about something else. One thing I'm sure of, Adam might know about me, even though I'm by the goddess's side, but he hasn't truly met me. Also, there's something very strange." She frowned before continuing to speak to Klein. Although the fact of transmigration is indeed somewhat shocking, as you said, whether it's real or fake doesn't actually affect me that much. I do care a bit, but I shouldn't care to the point of taking out my anger on others because of it. And just now, when Adam answered me, I wished he would die." Klein indeed looked at her with a surprised expression, his face strange. "Adam hasn't offended you, has he?" Alice glanced at him, then said expressionlessly, "Not even as many times as you've offended me." Klein turned his head to survey his surroundings, beginning to appreciate the gray fog he was already so familiar with. Alice didn't pursue the issue with Klein. She had only wanted someone to talk to, and in fact, she had a guess about this matter. She suspected that the Key of Light or the Lord of the Mysteries had a grudge against God Almighty. The reason for, was that Alice still suspected that the Key of Light might have been a marionette or avatar of the Lord of the Mysteries in the past. Shaking her head, Alice decided to talk to Klein about him. What are the abilities of a bizarro sorcerer? At the mention of this, Klein's expression showed a momentary strangeness. He looked at Alice, and after a moment of silence, spoke somewhat reluctantly. I'm starting to feel like this sequence is a circus now, too." He truthfully mentioned the changes in his abilities, and as Alice listened, her expression also became strange. She hesitated and asked, "Have you considered starting a circus?" "No," Klein firmly denied this, "I will continue to be Dwayne Dantes." After a pause, he added. However, regarding the acting method, I plan to try the paranormal circus you suggested earlier. Alice looked at Klein, wanting to speak but hesitating, but Klein, as if afraid she would say something, changed the subject. By the way, are you interested in taking a look inside that light door? Alice was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at the stairs she descended each time. After a few seconds, she turned back to Klein and asked. Can you go up now? I haven't tried. Klein shook his head, but I should be able to, based on my attempts with the previous few sequences, I think I should be able to now. Alice jumped up from her seat, giving her answer with her actions. There were 6 steps in total. Alice followed Klein up the last step, leapt, and landed on the clouds formed by the gray fog. Then, she stomped her foot in place and asked Klein. Speaking of which, do you know what this gray fog is made of? I don't know. Klein shook his head, looking forward. Alice also turned her head to look. She was not unfamiliar with the object before her. It was a brilliant light door tinged with a bit of greenish black, composed of countless layers of overlapping light orbs. The main body of each light orb was a pile of twisted worms huddled together, some transparent, some translucent. This was exactly what she had seen on Klein. Standing on the last step, piercing through the blurry concealment, Alice finally saw the scene above the light door. From there, black threads hung down, suspending one almost completely transparent cocoon after another. Those cocoons swayed gently, each enveloping different soul bodies, some with dark skin, some of Asian descent, some white, some wearing jeans, some holding mobile phones, some in brightly colored clothes, some with beautiful features, all with the breath of life, yet with their eyes tightly closed. Among them, 3 cocoons had already broken open, empty inside, swaying in the wind. Alice was stunned for only a moment before realizing where this was. She reacted extremely quickly, looking at Klein, seeing him raising his head to gaze at everything, silent. A bad premonition rose in her heart. Alice bit her lip, stepped sideways, and grabbed Klein, drawing his attention back. His scattered gaze fell on her, and Alice almost instantly detected his dazed state. She subconsciously gripped him tighter, but Klein's gaze on her gradually solidified, and he spoke gently. Don't worry. Alice began to feel grateful that they were above the gray fog, otherwise she would have burst into tears on the spot. Biting her lip, Alice took a step forward, closer to Klein, but her hand gripping his arm loosened. She looked at Klein, whose emotions were unreadable, took a deep breath, and asked. Which one is you? Klein paused for a moment before pointing out the light cocoon that belonged to him. Alice turned her head to examine the light cocoon. Inside was a young man with deep brown eyes and short black hair, of Asian descent, with unremarkable features. He looked rather refined, but had obvious eye bags and the beginnings of a double chin. Alice looked him up and down for a moment, then turned back to compare him with the current Klein. Klein's appearance above the gray fog was different from those masks. He had the appearance of Klein Moretti, but the scholarly aura on him had long faded, replaced by a majestic presence combined with the gray fog. His suit-clad body showed no signs of excess fat, instead exuding a sense of power. He was slightly taller than Alice remembered from his Tingen days, and if compared to Joe Mingrui in the light cocoon. Alice shook her head and commented, a Beander's physique is still better. Klein was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but say. I know you're trying to comfort me, but Alice. I really feel like punching you. Alice blinked her innocent eyes. Klein looked at her, sighed, shook his head, and turned to walk down the steps, saying. You don't need to worry too much about me. I've heard you talk about things from before the first epoch, and I've long known roughly where I've been sleeping until now. Now, I've just seen the dormitory with my own eyes. After a pause, he looked back at Alice, tilting his head to ask her. I'll go talk to Miss Justice, okay? Alice was silent for a moment, then jumped down the steps and suggested to Klein. You can tell Miss Justice that I tried her psychological counseling and thought it was good, strongly recommending you to go. That way, you can ask her if there's a discount for referrals. Even if not, she can give me a discount next time I go to her. Klein listened quietly to her statement, then asked. That's a good idea, but do you remember? I've been to Miss Justice before. Have you been to see her recently? Why didn't you tell me? Maybe she could give you a discount if you mentioned me. Alice's brow twitched, and she spoke with some guilt. I was just talking to her. Klein continued to stare at her fixedly. After more than 10 seconds, Alice finally couldn't help but speak up. Let's put it this way, I'm just a little unaccustomed to the feeling of being a god. That feeling, of truly being wholeheartedly regarded as the sole hope. Worried that I won't do well, worried that I'll betray that trust and expectation. After a pause, Alice stopped speaking. She looked at Klein, walked closer to him step by step, stood in front of him, and asked. After you come back from talking to Miss Justice, the one talking to me will still be Klein, not the fool, right? I promise. Klein pledged. That's good. Alice showed a relieved expression, otherwise, I'd have to worry that you'd one day strike me with the sea god's scepter. I still plan to see your mythical creature form and touch that worm when you come back or become an angel. Klein's expression froze. He looked at Alice, trying to discern whether she was being sincere this time or just comforting him. Alice blinked her innocent eyes, then pitifully called out to him. Mr. Fool, you wouldn't refuse my small request, would you? I am the fool now, Klein sneered, get lost. Alice continued to pitifully approach Klein, but after Klein raised his head and glared at her expressionlessly, she quickly scurried away. End of chapter. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 546 Chapter 124 Chaos Walker. Returning to the real world, Alice collapsed onto her bed, staring at the ceiling and muttering to herself, Klein is also sequence 4 now. Tomorrow I'll go to Ian's place to get the painting back. After all, Selwyn's matter has been over for several days now. After returning from Captain's wedding, I'll prepare to advance to sequence 3. Speaking of which, how should a Chaoswalker act? Oh, right, and Klein's marionette. Alice frowned and sat up from the bed again. Having seen Amon's avatar and Klein's marionette, Alice naturally knew that the destinies of existences like avatars and marionettes would intertwine with their masters. The required conditions were probably deep parasitism and complete control. Leonard could serve as a counterexample. For Alice now, if she observed carefully, she could find Pales, whose destiny was obscured by Leonard. The two of them were not one. But Klein's marionette, in terms of destiny, had undoubtedly overlapped with Klein. After seeing Klein use Ludwell to absorb Medici, Alice realized the potential consequences. The evil spirit of a king of angels could not be without any perception of destiny. He would definitely detect the connection between the marionette's destiny and its master, thereby finding the master of the marionette. Klein, you've attracted a king of angels to yourself. Alice closed her eyes in pain, then opened them again, hesitating for a moment before deciding to wait until Klein had seen his psychiatrist before stimulating him. Upon seeing Alice again, Ian was, as expected, terrified. Alice was not in the mood to tease a child this time. After only the two of them were left in billiard room number 3, she said to Ian, "Give me back that painting." Ian breathed a sigh of relief, immediately showing a smile and saying to Alice, "Please wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away." Then, Alice watched Ian set up a stool and climb up to take down the painting. She looked at the wobbly stool and was tempted for a moment, then looked at the painting in Ian's hand, and finally decided not to let him fall. Ian, unaware that he had narrowly escaped disaster, handed Alice her painting, eagerly saying, "After I got the painting from you, I hung it in this billiard room, and everyone who came here saw this painting." Alice looked at his enthusiastic expression, pondered for 2 seconds, then took the painting, stood up, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Well done. Next time I need help with something, I'll call you again." Ian's body instantly stiffened. Alice looked at his somewhat pale face and, pretending not to know anything, asked him, "What's wrong? You look a bit unwell, are you not feeling well?" Ian forced a smile, one uglier than crying, and replied to her, "No, I'm just too excited." "That's good." Alice smiled and waved goodbye to him. When July 1st arrived, Klein had not yet returned from the southern continent. Of course, this was irrelevant. He traveled to the wedding via travel, but not in his original appearance. He worried that Benson and Melissa would see their loved one resurrected. Klein ultimately did not appear as anyone's male or female companion. He took his nameless invitation, wrote his name on it, and blended in with the ordinary guests. It took Alice some time to find Klein. She looked at Klein with a strange expression for a while, then began to glare one by one at the guests who were looking at her with strange eyes. This outfit of a white robe without shoes seemed a bit too trendy in Tingen. Halfway through glaring, Alice suddenly felt someone watching her. She confusedly searched for the source of the gaze and finally found the captain in the ceremony area. That gaze met hers from afar, then slowly shifted downwards, finally landing on the ice cream in her hand. Alice also looked down at the ice cream in her hand, slowly blinking. How many was this now? She showed an innocent smile towards the ceremony area, but Dunn only stared at her for a few seconds before shifting his gaze and conversing with a clergyman she didn't know who was beside him. Alice kept her eyes on the two of them, and time passed silently. The wedding began under her gaze. The ceremony went smoothly, without any hitches. Watching Ms. Daly and Captain Dunn say, "I do," with the officiant's blessing, Alice felt a sense of trance. She searched through the crowd, then simply contacted Klein through spirituality. "Do you think Emperor Rosal invented this wedding?" Klein, hidden in the crowd, fell into contemplation. The subsequent events were largely similar to the weddings Alice remembered. Alice patiently waited until the end of the banquet, and after the guests dispersed, she approached Klein and asked him, as he looked at her with a puzzled expression, "Have you retrieved your marionette?" Klein shook his head in confusion. Alice met his gaze and carefully told him, "The marionette's destiny is linked to its master's destiny. Enzo, whom you left behind, is fine. Once you actively released control, he was just a corpse. But Ludwell, putting Medici's evil spirit into Ludwell's body was indeed a brilliant idea, but, are you prepared to be sought out by a king of angels?" Klein's expression froze as Alice spoke. He stiffened and asked hesitantly, "Is it that serious?" Alice nodded solemnly. Based on the principle that if Alice took this matter seriously, it must be significant, Klein frowned. Alice glanced at him, suddenly remembering Scharf who had been left behind, and slapped her head, saying, "Oh, right, I prepared a gift for your advancement to Sequence 4. "What?" Klein subconsciously tensed. He didn't have a good impression of Alice's gifts, and looked at her with wariness. Seeing his expression, Alice immediately covered her heart with both hands. Looking heartbroken, Klein only glanced at her before his mouth twitched, and he raised his hand to hit her. Alice returned to normal before Klein's hand came down and replied, "I prepared a marionette for you, an artisan." Klein was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, "You're not talking about that artisan who had problems before, are you?" "It's him," Alice nodded, "but Ms. Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man seem to be planning to investigate something through him. I'll ask them first. If they still need him, I'll have them get you another marionette." Klein opened his mouth then closed it, instead asking, "Why would you want me to turn that artisan into a marionette?" Alice looked back and replied self-righteously, "He looked at me with a very disgusting gaze, you know what I mean." After a moment of silence, Klein said with a strange expression, "All right, I think I know. About the new marionette, you know what I'm going to say, right?" "I know." Alice rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, anyway, few pirates are good people." "That's true." Klein glanced at Alice, exhaled, and sighed, "Will Medici really come after me?" "Don't worry." Alice patted his shoulder, with what seemed like both sympathy and comfort. "Eamon was a special case. As for Medici, I don't think you're qualified enough for Medici to target you." Klein showed an incredulous expression. Alice glanced at him, thought for a moment, and added, "But he might use you. Well, in any case, you should still be careful. If he really tries to trouble you, don't forget that you also have someone backing you up." Okay. Klein nodded with a complex feeling. Sequence 3, in the study, Alice pushed a beaker containing the potion, her eyes dark and unreadable. Although the potion still held an inexplicable attraction for her, Alice was finally able to maintain some rationality in front of it, carefully observing the potion before her despite the interference of its strong allure. The Chaoswalker potion looked like a bowl of colored quicksand, or, Alice preferred a more apt word, she felt that what was in the beaker resembled oil paints. But unlike normal oil paints, in this potion, different colors did not blend together but rather each occupied its own territory. They couldn't be called clearly distinct, as the boundaries between different colors were already blurred and intertwined, yet they each held their own ground, dividing one potion into many pieces of different colors. Alice tried, Even if she stirred it with something or shook the beaker, these colors wouldn't mix, which made her somewhat confused. Why was the potion called Chaoswalker, yet its appearance was so clear? Alice tilted her head, frowned slightly, then stopped thinking, picked up the potion, and drank it in one gulp. Fortunately, although the potion's taste was indeed not good, it didn't have the stimulating, greasy, and bitter taste of oil paints that would make one feel nauseous upon tasting or even smelling it. It was still within the range of what could be swallowed. The cold, sticky potion entered her mouth, like a soft snake, quickly sliding down her throat and disappearing into her body. Alice felt her spirituality instantly elevated. She seemed to have returned to that shimmering river, which she knew was the river of fate. Before she could react, a huge wave surged towards her. Alice felt herself suddenly enveloped by something, and then, in the hazy light and shadow, she glimpsed two selves. One was a scene from her dream. She was only a few years old, lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by people gently calling her, Huan, longing for her to wake up. The other was in the study. Alice saw herself collapsed in a chair, with faint white scales appearing on her body. She gazed with admiration and longing at the unconscious little girl, only 7 or 8 years old. Did she long to go home? Actually, no. Did she miss that past world? Actually, no. Alice had almost never identified herself as Shen Yinghuan, and thus she equally lacked a sense of belonging to both worlds. She did not long to go home like Klein, but she also wasn't particularly attached to the present. If possible, she wished everything had never happened, that she didn't have to care about anything, or do anything. Perhaps this could also be considered homesickness. Alice's attention lingered on her sleeping self. The flowing river water enveloped her soul, bringing a suffocating sensation deep into her soul, and the powerlessness and drowsiness that arose from that suffocation. Alice knew what this was. She was facing a choice. She could choose to simply fall asleep like this, and perhaps she would never wake up again, enjoying an ordinary but carefree life in her dreams. Of course, she could also choose to face the truth that was close at hand, to see the true face of the Key of Light. She was already very close to godhood. Remembering the Tarot Club, remembering the City of Silver, remembering the Moon City, and finally remembering Cassandra, Alice finally made up her mind, hardened her heart, and shifted her gaze, reaching out to grasp that invisible connection. The faint white scales on her body became clearer and clearer, and Alice's fingertips moved closer and closer to her body. The constantly fluctuating river water swayed her, but a force held her firmly between the two selves. Finally, Alice heard something snap. The other light and shadow quickly shattered, leaving only herself in background. Next, a huge suction force came from her body, and Alice instantly fell into it. She opened her eyes, the white scales on her body silently receded, and the knowledge from the potion surged into her mind. Alice didn't sort through the knowledge. She allowed the massive amount of information to pour in, and only when the fluctuations in her spirituality finally subsided did she open her eyes, slowly exhale, and look out the window. She stood up, walked to the window, extended one hand, spread it in the sunlight, watched the light pass through her fingers, casting shadows on the ground and walls, felt the warmth of the sun, and Alice whispered to herself, "I am just Alice." Alice, who descended upon Tingan City and knew nothing of the entire world. She pursed her lips, one hand silently clenching the windowsill, until several minutes later, Alice slowly raised her hand, then released it. A piece of the windowsill had been broken off by her, crushed into powder. As she opened her hand, the powder trickled down from her hand, falling to the ground, forming a pile of debris. Alice looked at the gap, closed her eyes in pain, and then, a silver river appeared, connecting end to end, enveloping her and the windowsill. The powder on the ground rose again like raindrops, falling back into her hand. Then, her hand clenched again and was placed back on the windowsill. Alice then exhaled, released her hand, and was satisfied to see the windowsill still in its original state. She brought her other hand back as well, took a few steps back, closed her eyes, and then said, "It seems being an angel is still better, at least in situations like this. I don't have to worry about compensation." End of this chapter. Chapter 547 Chapter 125 River Water. After lamenting about life, Alice began to sort through the knowledge within the potion. Although she had already learned from Cassandra that the biggest problem likely lay with the soothsayer, Alice still reviewed the ability descriptions for comparison. The Chaoswalker's main abilities were only one domain and one displacement. Alice scanned it and found that the precautions were also deleted. Note 1. This was nothing unexpected. Alice realized there was nothing else worth noting, so she stopped thinking about these things. Having obtained more than one soothsayer Beander characteristic, Alice was only 2 steps away from sequence 2. One was to digest the Chaoswalker potion, and the other was to obtain a portion of the River of Fate's water. As for the river water, Alice reached out, rolled up her sleeve, and fell into thought as she looked at her arm. Alice had once been troubled by the location of the River of Fate. She suspected that the spirit world probably contained a River of Fate. It might be the main body, but it was more likely a projection or something similar. Regardless, the river water she needed for her advancement from the spirit world should be sufficient. She had also been bothered by how to obtain the river water, but this problem was actually easy to solve. The unknown hide she brought back from Rejoice seemed to Alice to be a good container. However, after repeatedly using Restart and Fate Cycle, and repeatedly coming into contact with the River of Fate during advancements, Alice gradually developed another hypothesis. Could the blood of the Snake of Fate be considered river water in some sense? As one of the few anomalies among Beyonders, Alice had the right to speak on this point, especially when using abilities belonging to the Snake of Fate and even the Soothsayer. Alice had a clearer perception. The angels of the Fate pathway seemed to already be a part of the River of Fate. Moreover, Alice actually had more compelling evidence for this point. One must know that a Beyander's flesh and blood can, to a certain extent, replace supplementary materials. Since the Soothsayer potion's supplementary material is the River of Fate's water, then the mythical creature blood of the Fate pathway most likely also, to a certain extent, equates to the River of Fate's water. Alice tried so hard to prove this point for only one reason. Will Osepton's blood was still on Saphira Castle. However, it was still necessary to confirm this. Alice tilted her head, deciding to ask her Rhodes later. Anyway, there's no rush. No, if I need to get river water, there's a bit of a rush. In short, I'll ask later. For now, let's study the acting method. No, wait, why am I rushing to deal with this now? Klein still has so long until he advances to Angel. I have plenty of time to procrastinate. Alice, who had just sat up, lay back down again. She lay there until the next Tarot Club meeting. Listening to Miss Justice's familiar greeting, Alice politely responded while noticing that there was an extra person at the Tarot Club. It was a woman, who even looked like a young girl. Through the gray fog, Alice could see her undeveloped features and messy, rough shoulder-length yellow hair. She was only 1.5 meters tall and carried an aura Alice disliked, reminding Alice of Admiral Emlyn. Alice frowned, discreetly retracting her gaze, but then couldn't help but sneak another peek. Will she grow taller? Perhaps her gaze was too conspicuous and unrestrained. At the end of Miss Justice Audrey's greeting, the other party finally turned her gaze to her. Alice blinked, then, as if nothing had happened, shifted her gaze to Klein. Perhaps feeling the time was right, Klein also happened to introduce. This is Judgment. Alice then turned her head back to look at Judgment Zio, and asked curiously. Will you grow taller? I mean, you don't look very old. Are you an adult? Miss Justice Audrey, who had already deduced Judgment's identity, chose to remain silent after a moment of contemplation. Magician first turned to look at Judgment Zio after hearing Alice's question. She had already briefed her friend about the Tarot Club and wasn't worried that her friend wouldn't recognize Miss Fate, but Magician Furs was very concerned about her friend's mental health. Though Furs suspected that Miss Fate was already trying her best to remain polite. Judgment Zio was clearly not pleased with the question, but she didn't jump up on the spot like Moon Emlyn. She merely responded calmly. I am already an adult. Ah. Alice looked her over again, exclaiming in surprise, if I didn't know your sequence wasn't high, I would have almost thought you also became an angel at a young age. Judgment Zio didn't feel like talking much. The fool did not interrupt the small talk. Miss Justice Audrey took a look and, not suppressing her curiosity, asked Alice. Miss Fate, do you mean that angels won't grow taller? Of course not, Alice replied without hesitation. Angels will grow in even age, but usually, angels will have their own ways to prolong their lifespan or change their growth cycle. After a pause, she turned to Audrey and added. For example, if I wanted to, I could fix my body's age to what it is now, or even revert to a fetus. However, even without such means, an angel's life cycle would be greatly extended. At least, by the lifespan scale of mortals, it would be very difficult to witness our growth. I see. Audrey nodded thoughtfully, not asking any more questions. Alice turned to look at Hermit Catlia. A few seconds later, Catlia voluntarily stood up and bowed towards the head of the bronze long table. My apologies, Mr. Fool. I still haven't received a new diary this week. Why not yet? Alice turned to look at Hermit Catlia, frowning. Are you sure Bernadette is all right? Although I am not certain of the Queen's current situation, the Queen is still safe. Hermit Catlia turned back and bowed to Alice. Alice didn't press further. Catlia then sat down at the Fool's signal, and the Tarot Club's trading session officially began. Miss Justice Audrey was the first to speak. After looking around, she deliberated and said, I don't have anything I want. Hermit Catlia, Sun Derek, Moon Emlyn, and Magician Furs were all prepared and on the verge of advancing, so they had no needs at this time. Hanged Man Alger, who was still in the digestion process, was also in the same situation. The Star Leonard did have needs, but he had already made a request at the last Tarot Club. As for Alice, you can't expect her to request the River of Fate's water or the Snake of Fate's Beander characteristic here, can you? Just then, Magician Furs glanced at the silent Zio beside her and proactively looked across, saying, Mr. Hanged Man, I have a material I'd like to entrust to that artisan to forge into a mystical item. Alice recalled Sharf, who was still with Hermit Catlia. She looked at Hanged Man Alger, who shook his head and said, that artisan has been controlled by some members of the Rose School of Thought who believe in the primordial moon. This is what I know, and the follow-up has been handed over to Miss Hermit for handling. Hermit Catlia slightly turned her body and cast her gaze towards the magician. This issue is a bit complicated. I suggest you wait another 1 to 2 weeks. I cannot promise anything, but I can say that by then, someone should be able to help you create a mystical item. Miss Hermit, Alice raised her hand, is that artisan not available to me? Hermit Catlia pondered for 2 seconds before asking, what do you intend to do? Alice tapped the table and replied, you can understand it as me wanting to turn him into a mystical item. Hermit Catlia was silent for a moment, then replied expressionlessly. My apologies, Miss Fate, I need to confirm some things, so it might not be convenient for now. Alice shook her head indifferently, saying, it's all right, I thought of that possibility. I wasn't planning on taking him anyway. You can choose another one. For the specific requirements, you can discuss it with World later. Hermit Catlia agreed to Alice's words, then looked at World. Klein briefly thought, then controlled World to reply. I need to consider it. If you need help dealing with that artisan, you can find me. Hermit Catlia nodded slightly. All right, if I can't handle it then, I will ask Mr. Fool to seek your help. No one else spoke after that, and the Tarot Club entered the free communication segment. Before Hanged Man Alger could ask, Sun Derek proactively raised his hand and said, I have returned to the City of Silver. The chief told me that after a period of time, they will begin preliminary explorations of the Giant Court. Does he mean for me to quickly advance to Priest of Light? You're going in? Alice asked in surprise. Yes. Sun Derek, as if just remembering, looked at Alice with expectant eyes. Miss Fate, about the Giant Court. I don't know. Alice spread her hands. I went around it at the time, I didn't go through it at all. After a pause, she turned to Leonard, whose expression was barely concealing his astonishment, and kindly reminded him. The Giant Court is in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Leonard's expression became even more shocked. Alice looked at him and said, how about that? Impressive, right? I've even been to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Ah. Leonard's eyes gradually became blank. Alice, however, had no intention of continuing the topic. She smiled smugly and then ignored him. Seeing this, Hanged Man Alger nodded and said, that's right. Exploring the Giant Court is a dangerous endeavor. He hopes you can quickly grow to a level where you can contend with that Shepherd Elder. Sun Derek nodded, half understanding. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. He then spoke about his experiences in North City, which left the Star Leonard and Judgment Zio and other members stunned, not understanding how such a strange state and atmosphere had come about. Alice, however, listened with an increasingly strange expression. She turned to look at Klein, exchanging glances with him through the gray fog. At this moment, Judgment Zio glanced at World and proactively spoke, extending goodwill. MI9 has recently been investigating Gehrman Sparrow's origins. Upon hearing the name Gehrman Sparrow, all members on both sides of the bronze long table turned their gazes to World, who was seated at the very bottom. No one spoke, no one interrupted, and even Alice quieted down, awaiting Klein's statement. World's voice was hoarse as he retorted, "What clues has MI9 uncovered?" Judgment Zio showed no shame in betraying MI9, and candidly replied. "They have confirmed that the identity of Gehrman Sparrow is fabricated, and its origin is in Backland." "That actually seems correct." Alice blinked, looking at World, and heard him chuckle softly, saying, "Don't worry about this. He's very confident in his fake identity." Alice turned to Judgment Zio, thoughtfully, and asked curiously, "Are there any bounty missions? Where do I accept them? How much is the bounty?" Judgment Zio didn't speak, but instead looked towards World. World glanced at Alice, his eyes cold. After a few breaths, Alice, sensing the hint, lowered her head and began to play dead. At this moment, Miss Justice Audrey deliberated for a moment before asking, "Mr. World, will you return to Backland later? Will you still use the identity of Dwayne Dantes?" As a qualified psychiatrist, she naturally wouldn't inform the other Tarot Club members about World's psychological issues. She merely wanted to confirm if he would still go to the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation, which would allow her to have close contact in the real world for a better follow-up consultation. She mentioned Dwayne Dantes without concealment because the original members of the gathering all knew about it, and Mr. the Star was clearly familiar with Mr. World, while Zio had been informed by Furs beforehand. Hearing Miss Justice's words, Leonard almost couldn't believe his ears, and for a moment, he felt a bit dazed. Klein Moretti was also Dwayne Dantes. Alice noticed Leonard's abnormality. She looked sideways, remembering Pales on her, and asked thoughtfully, "By the way, he should be able to tell. How did that one introduce Dwayne Dantes to you?" Maybe me too. Did he say anything to you?" Leonard's expression suddenly stiffened. He directly ignored the first half of Alice's sentence, looking at her face hidden by the gray fog, and recalled Pales's remark, "the illegitimate daughter of Night and the Fool." End of chapter. Chapter 548. Chapter 126. Adam. From Leonard's perspective, saying such things to Alice was one thing. Despite his perception of Alice differing greatly from his memories, he still retained a basic trust in her. For example, Leonard didn't think Alice would kill him for blasphemy over such a joke. But the fool. Even if Leonard had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare utter such blasphemous remarks in front of the fool. Moreover, he was still a believer of the Evernight goddess. Merely hearing such words from others would make him pray to the goddess. The unusual expressions made many realize that there was likely something problematic about the answer to this question. They pondered who the he in Alice's mouth was, while awaiting the continuation of the conversation. As the one who had asked the question, Alice frowned, recalled her question, and asked thoughtfully, "Did he say something unpleasant?" About whom?" Leonard met her eyes, which sparkled with curiosity, swallowed, and cautiously replied, "About you." It wasn't too surprising an answer. Alice shook her head, not angry, and pressed on. "What exactly did he say? Can't you tell me?" Leonard stared stiffly at Alice, not daring to speak. Alice looked back at him in confusion, stroked her chin, and asked thoughtfully, "You're not worried about what I'd do to you if I heard it, are you?" Miss Fate, isn't it normal for him to have such worries? Justice Audrey looked at Alice, then at the Star Leonard, about to speak, but her expression suddenly froze. "Mr. Star used you." Miss Fate clearly knows Mr. Star in reality, and this relationship also involves an angel, and seemingly Mr. World. I originally thought that the angel and Mr. World were the main reasons Miss Fate knew Mr. Star. Now it seems, perhaps Miss Fate and Mr. Star were already very familiar. No. To everyone's surprise, Leonard denied it. Although those words were a bit. "I don't dare to say it, but it's not because of you." "Then who is it because of?" Alice asked directly. Let me put it this way. Are you afraid to say it here, or just afraid to say it at all?" She glanced at Klein with a half-smile. It seemed that if it wasn't about her, and it involved her, then there were only two possibilities that would make Leonard afraid to speak. Klein, of course, had also anticipated this. His mouth twitched, but he had a guess about the version of the rumor. He was somewhat aware of the rumors about the world acting as a babysitter. Going up a level, it was nothing more than guessing that Alice was the illegitimate daughter of Evernighter the Fool. Klein glanced at Alice, already having an answer in his heart, but then heard Leonard reply with difficulty. Both. Wait a minute, what does both mean? Klein's expression turned a little grim. He recalled the love story between him and Eamon that Alice had presented, and had a bad premonition. It turned out that a certain angel from the Zoroaster family might have found a third answer to whether Miss Fate was the illegitimate daughter of Evernighter the Fool. If Klein were truly the fool, this guess would at least have little impact on him personally, but the problem was, he wasn't. He was a favored one of the Evernight goddess. Klein seriously considered the possibility of praising the goddess right now. Both. Alice murmured, her expression dazed. As expected of someone who can go against the blasphemer. She had clearly guessed the answer too. The members of the Tarot Club exchanged glances. Upon hearing Alice's words, those who hadn't yet figured out the answer realized that the words wouldn't be pleasant. The hanged man Alger, who suspected the star Leonard came from the night church, had a clearer guess, and thus his expression was the most grim among those present. The scene was silent. Alice looked at Leonard and said, deliberating, "You, never mind. When he speaks, don't interrupt him." Leonard nodded vigorously. Alice withdrew her gaze, glanced at Klein, signaling him to quickly find a new topic. Klein, receiving the hint, recalled the previous conversation and first controlled the world to explain to the two who had missed the previous meeting. Dunn Smith is a public identity. I share this identity with Mr. Fool's other favored ones. This was primarily an explanation for Leonard. After a brief pause, he withdrew his gaze and then answered Justice Audrey's question. We have no intention of abandoning Dunn Smith's identity yet. After a pause, he looked around and slowly said, at that time, there might be some matters that require your assistance. He was planning something in Backland. Audrey immediately understood Mr. World's meaning, feeling both inexplicably excited and a little worried. Moon Emlyn was the second member to grasp the world's underlying meaning, and this stemmed from his instinct to dislike trouble. Will it be very troublesome? He frowned, thinking, but didn't speak. As the other members gradually understood, the hanged man Alger took a deep look at the world Gehrman Sparrow, then said, I recently received intelligence that Ince Zangwill, the renegade archbishop of the Night Church, was killed in Seberang. Before that, he had already become a demigod, and the sealed artifact, 008, he stole has fallen into unknown hands. The only certainty is that the Night Church handled the aftermath. The hanged man's information is very well informed. It's only been a few days. The church should have strict confidentiality. However, perhaps people from other factions also arrived at that square at the time. The star Leonard was stunned for a moment, not responding. Justice Audrey and the others all looked at the world. They all recalled the world's previous missing person request, and their faces instantly showed expressions of shock. Did Mr. World really kill a demigod? Alice chuckled and continued the hanged man Alger's words. Adam, 008, is now in Adam's hands. Adam. Except for the star Leonard and Judgment Zio, the other members suddenly recalled information related to Adam. Because of concerns about his characteristic of knowing whatever is spoken, Magician Furs referred to Adam as the one whose name cannot even be mentioned when speaking to Judgment Zio. The members of the Tarot Club were all startled. Before they could ponder deeply, at the head of the bronze long table, the Fool also spoke accordingly. The era has changed because of this. Adam is closer to divinity. He should say, he finally reclaimed everything he lost. No, wait, why does that sound familiar? Alice blinked, and an AI-synthesized voice popped into her head. In my previous life, I was the creator of the City of Silver, but I wrongly trusted a villain and was betrayed by my closest subordinate. Reborn, I became my son. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Alice slapped her head. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, she calmly looked at Leonard, curving her lips into a smile and saying, Adam is the child of the ancient sun god, Amon's brother. I think I don't need to repeat who Amon is to you. He was the angel of imagination among the past 8 kings of angels, and 008 is his final puzzle piece to divinity. As for what a king of angels is, the one inside you should know. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, no longer caring about Alice's inexplicable behavior just now. Alice smiled faintly and looked at the son Derek, telling him with an unclear meaning. After the ancient sun god died, as his child, Adam took up his legacy. The son Derek blinked blankly, not understanding the hint. After calming down, Justice Audrey suddenly realized something and asked the world. Mr. World, have you already become a demigod? The world Gehrman Sparrow did not answer directly, but chuckled. In the future, if there are matters involving demigods, you can entrust them to me. Every member present understood his unspoken meaning. He was already a genuine Sequence 4 demigod, and one with the power to kill opponents of the same level. At this moment, Hermit Catlia was strangely calm. She tried hard to recall the deeds of Gehrman Sparrow that she had witnessed and heard about, confirming that he was only at Sequence 6 before the War of God's Ruins, and could only contend with Sequence 5 with the help of that glove. And Gehrman Sparrow sought the mermaid in the War of God's Ruins but did not hunt any, which could indicate it was for a ritual. This meant he was indeed advancing to Sequence 5 at the time, and his subsequent actions also confirmed this point. But now, only about 3 months after Gehrman Sparrow entered the War of God's Ruins, he had advanced to Sequence 4, becoming a half-god, half-human existence. This completely overturned Catlia's understanding. Her eyes were slightly dazed as she looked at Alice, and a strange thought suddenly arose in her mind. Such speed doesn't seem like a Beander who advances step by step, rather, it's somewhat like a true god reclaiming his authority. This was just a trigger. Catlia's past suspicions about the world resurfaced at this moment. She recalled her previous guess. She had once suspected whether the world was, to some extent, equivalent to Mr. Fool. As she became more familiar with the world, this guess had originally faded, as the world did indeed seek potions and had indeed prepared rituals for advancement. A resurrected ancient god should never need these things. Therefore, Catlia had not thought of this matter for a long time. Today, this idea resurfaced. As for those things that couldn't be explained, she wasn't even a demigod yet, let alone a true god, so it was normal not to know some things. But Hermit Catlia still chose not to think further. She quickly suppressed her thoughts. After being taught a lesson, she realized that if the fool didn't admit it, then the world couldn't be. After admonishing herself again, Catlia completely calmed down and let out a breath. Mr. World is so amazing. He became a demigod so quickly. The son Derek felt genuine joy, and his admiration for Mr. World grew stronger, wishing he could also become a demigod at such a rapid pace. Justice Audrey was both surprised and delighted, and then gained a deeper understanding of the world Gehrman Sparrow's abnormal mental state, realizing that this was the combined effect of immense stimulation in the potion. Most of the others were filled with shock and bewilderment, only the hanged man Alger thought more deeply. As a favored one of Mr. Fool, Gehrman Sparrow's involvement in the matter of Adam, a king of angels, and 008, clearly wouldn't be accidental. Although the world had revealed that his ritual required killing a demigod, choosing the holder of 008 was clearly not a coincidence. This was most likely a matter jointly planned by Angel of Imagination Adam and Mr. Fool, two mythical figures who existed before the cataclysm, one for resurrection, the other for further advancement, secretly came together. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Alger had another idea. Since Adam got 008 and opened the door to the godhood, what about Mr. Fool? What benefits did he gain from this matter? Subconsciously, the hanged man Alger turned his body, slightly bowed his head, and looked towards the head of the bronze long table. He dared not look directly, only paying attention to the edges. Almost instantly, the hanged man Alger noticed that Mr. Fool was somewhat different from before. In the past, Mr. Fool, while possessing both loftiness and profoundness, making him unfathomable and giving a sense of looking down upon everything, was limited to that. Unlike now, even though he did nothing, he seemed to be integrated with the entire space, yet distinctly occupying the highest position, directly manifesting as the master of this place. With a glance, Alger saw the third blasphemy card, becoming even more certain of his guess. Indeed, Mr. Fool collaborated with Angel of Imagination Adam, planning the matter of Ince Zangwill. One obtained 008 and moved closer to divinity, while the other gained numerous benefits, including the blasphemy card, and recovered most of his power. The era has changed because of this. At this moment, the hanged man Alger had a deeper understanding of the words Mr. Fool had just spoken. The other members of the Tarot Club undoubtedly noticed him turning his head and looking towards Mr. Fool. After a brief moment of surprise, they, quickly or slowly, all gained some understanding, realizing the connection between this matter and the Fool. Alice gently shook her head. She watched the hanged man Alger brainstorm and then look at Klein hidden in the gray fog, followed by the others who also looked over. Their expressions varied. She then asked them, very puzzled, "Why does none of you care what benefits I gained from this? I was involved in the whole thing from start to finish." End of chapter. Chapter 549. Chapter 127. Destiny. Gained benefits, is it fun? Such thoughts emerged in the minds of the Tarot Club members, but no one dared to speak. The world, as if he hadn't heard, said, "Although, War Angel, Medici has long since fallen, he hasn't completely perished. His lingering spirit, combined with the remnant souls of the ancestors of the Sauron and Einhorn families, transformed into a malevolent spirit. He appeared when Ince Zangwill died." This time, it was Alice's turn to be shocked. She did know that the evil spirit inside Ince Zangwill came from Medici, but this was the first time she had heard that Medici had merged with Sauron and Einhorn. She looked at the world in surprise and saw the puppet nod. Good heavens. Alice wasn't great at history, but out of her understanding of Beander characteristic aggregation, she immediately asked, were those two also of the Red Priest pathway? Klein nodded, and Alice hissed, whose idea was this, putting three enemies together? She didn't think high-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway would have a good relationship. Moreover, the relationship between these individuals was probably similar to hers and Will Oseptins, Amun and Pale's Zoroasters. Perhaps now the Fool and Zeratwul could be added. Alice shook her head speechlessly and said to the world with encouragement, "Keep it up, my dear, pray. The sequence 9 of the Red Priest is called Hunter." Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he controlled the world, whose expression remained unchanged, and said, "I have nothing more to say." The scene was silent for a moment. Moon Emlyn straightened his back slightly and looked forward, saying, "A very important figure from my clan is about to arrive in Backland and has specifically asked to see me." He paused, and seeing no response from the other members, he cleared his throat and said, "How should I deal with him?" "Oh wow," the pronoun caught Alice's attention, "an angel from your sanguine." Moon Emlyn nodded proudly. After a few seconds of thought, Hanged Man Alger turned his head to look at Moon and spoke cautiously. "Mr. Fool just said that times have changed. Although the important figures of your sanguine may not know the full story, at their level, they should have some inkling and be preparing to respond. That important figure asking to see you is both a test and an observation. You just need to act as you normally would, but there might be some subsequent trials and tasks." "Just as I thought, the second step of trials and tasks has arrived. I wonder what enlightenment the ancestor will give." Moon Emlyn nodded lightly and said to Hanged Man, "Thank you." Alice stared at Moon Emlyn thoughtfully, recalling the number of Tarot Club members who could be associated with angels or the spirit world, and suddenly smiled. "Since that's the case, please help me confirm one thing when you return. Ask the people around you if anyone knows the whereabouts of the River of Fate." An angel of the Fate pathway asking others about the whereabouts of the River of Fate was undoubtedly an absurd thing to hear. The Tarot Club members looked at her in surprise, and Justice Audrey even asked directly, "Miss Fate, don't you know the whereabouts of the River of Fate?" "How should I put it?" Alice spread her hands. "My relationship with the River of Fate is extremely intimate. Perhaps I have stepped into it more than once, and I have slept in it for at least 1,000 years. The star Leonard's face showed undisguised surprise. Only now did he recall Pales's question, how could the child of Evernight and the Fool be of the Fate pathway? But Leonard's line of thought was incorrect. He thought of the part of the Evernight goddess's honorific name that contained misfortune, while the Fool's honorific name contained luck. Could it be that misfortune and luck appearing together on her attracted the gaze of fate? Alice didn't quite understand these wild thoughts. Under everyone's inquisitive or surprised gazes, she added her concluding remark. "But I never knew the location of the River of Fate. I suspect it's probably in the spirit world, but I truly don't know where it is. Because every single time, fate itself came to me." Undoubtedly, this time, fate did not refer to herself. Alice actually leaned towards referring to the Key of Light, but the Tarot Club members subconsciously assumed it referred to true fate, and collectively gasped. It sounded like fate had long chosen a true god for its pathway, and then poured all its efforts into elevating her to godhood. Of course, on the surface, this conclusion wasn't problematic either. The Tarot Club members silently digested this astonishing fact, but Alice casually stated her purpose. Anyway, please help me ask around, and also ask about ways to preserve the water of the River of Fate. If there's actual river water, that would be even better. I need to collect some river water. After a moment of silence, Hermit Catlia asked, "You don't seem to have mentioned how much river water you need." "Because I don't know how much I need." Alice spread her hands. "Maybe just having some will do. And I think the water of the River of Fate might not be what you imagine." Alice's expression grew increasingly strange as she spoke. She recalled the shimmering long river she had seen and meaningfully told Hermit Catlia. The River of Fate might not contain water, but light. Light. Hermit Catlia was only stunned for a moment before she remembered the light she had seen on Alice with her Eye of Secrets the first time she impulsively used it. She looked over with a mix of surprise and shock, but Alice only blinked innocently at her. Hermit Catlia silently averted her gaze, her brows furrowing little by little. Chosen by fate, she lowered her eyes and said calmly, "I will go back and ask around and look for information." The others also expressed their intentions, and then the Tarot Club fell silent once more. No one proactively asked Alice about the reward. They knew very well what they would get, nothing more than a bit of luck. As for Leonard, he hadn't even thought about a reward. After all, it wasn't asking for anything, just asking him to inquire about a question. Seeing no one else speak, Magician Furs, who had been enduring until now, finally opened her mouth and said, "Mr. Moon, the information you provided about the abandoned castle was very problematic. There were indeed 2 ancient vengeful spirits there, but there was also a door in the ground. Behind that door, a powerful corrupted force was sealed. Anyone who entered the area where the ancient vengeful spirits were would be corroded by it." This, Moon Emlyn frowned slightly. He wasn't angry, instead, he felt that Miss Magician's statement was not wrong. Since the person who provided the information knew there were 2 ancient vengeful spirits there was no reason to overlook that door. As a well-mannered and noble sanguine, Emlyn never wished for others to suffer loss or harm due to his mistakes or oversights. He was quite concerned about this. He thought for a moment and solemnly said, "I will investigate the source of the information and give you an explanation." Magician Furs, having returned safely, wasn't too concerned about it. She hummed in acknowledgement, indicating she would await the result. As for Mr. Fool's saving grace, since it happened once, or even twice, every month, she had already lost count and only thought of doing whatever Mr. Fool commanded in the future. After listening to their conversation, Justice Audrey asked with some concern and curiosity, "Do you know what caused the corrupted power?" Magician Furs shook her head. "I don't know." Seeing that Mr. Fool did not offer any hints, and currently having no Rosal's diary to exchange for the answer of what that blasphemy card was, Audrey withdrew her gaze and focused on listening to the other members' exchanges. After a while, the learning portion was complete, and the Tarot Club drew to a close. All the members stood up and bowed to the head of the bronze long table before taking their leave. After everyone had vanished from above the gray fog, Klein asked Alice, "Why do you need the water from the River of Fate? And what did you mean by, 'it's light,' just now?" Alice, who had expected his questions, did not hide anything and explained, "That's an auxiliary material for the soothsayer potion. As for why it's light." Alice looked up at Klein, spread her hands, and said, "Like I said, I've really seen the River of Fate many times, and the river I saw wasn't water at all, it was a long river made of shimmering light." Klein froze, frowning as he said, "If what you're saying is true, then the water of this river wouldn't be able to be contained." Alice met Klein's eyes, understood his unspoken words, and sighed helplessly. "Yes, so I'm going to ask around first. If it really doesn't work, I still have a backup plan." "What?" Klein asked subconsciously. Alice gave a brilliant smile and answered his question. "All Beyonders of the Fate pathway are trying to get close to and understand fate, until they themselves become fate or control fate. I think, by the time they become angels, Beyonders of the Fate pathway might already be considered a part of the River of Fate. So, Their blood can probably be considered the water of the river of fate. Klein was stunned for only a moment before the answer came to him, and he blurted out. Will Osepton's blood? Exactly, Alice laughed. The blood of a mythical creature, a snake of fate, containing authority. I think this can, to some extent, replace the water of the river of fate. After a pause, she looked at Klein and asked again. Do you have any good suggestions for who I should ask? After 2 seconds of deliberation, Klein gave Alice an answer. Perhaps you can ask the Seven Lights. After all, if, as you say, the river of fate exists in the spirit world, then the Seven Lights, who live in the spirit world, might have an answer. However, you can confirm it with Erodes first. Oh, by the way, I have something to ask you about Erodes. Klein looked at Alice as if remembering something and asked seriously. Erodes told me that it saw a pillar and dominance on me. Do you know what that means? Alice's expression froze instantly. Did she know? She actually did know. Lord of the Mysteries, wasn't he one of the 3 pillars? Alice reached out to pinch her brow, sincerely suggesting. Perhaps you can ask me this question after you become an angel. However, if you're really curious now, perhaps you can ask Erodes what it saw on the ancient sun god. Maybe you've already thought about questions concerning him. I mean, why are there only 3 broken cocoons of light above Saphira Castle, even though 5 confirmed transmigrators exist? Klein nodded in silence, hesitating as he said, those 3 cocoons of light are Rosal, you, and the goddess, Alice stated with certainty. Klein frowned and looked at Alice, who spread her hands and said. You already know I don't come from Saphira Castle. I also don't know why the goddess and Rosal came from the same place as you but chose different fates. As for the ancient sun god, don't worry, he at least isn't like me, directly from another world, he at least came from that past civilization. As for anything more, I can't tell you. All right, Klein agreed to the matter, pinching his brow. Then let's continue with your business. How confident are you that Will Osepton's blood can replace the water of the river of fate? 0, Alice answered honestly. Klein glared at her. Alice spread her hands and said. At least for you, my confidence is indeed 0, because ultimately, my reasoning only looks brilliant. If you look closely, you'll find that I'm just guessing, and there's nothing reliable in it. But for me, as long as the possibility exists, it's 100%. But you said the possibility is 0, Klein tried to argue with her. 0 doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Alice said righteously. Anyway, this option appeared, so it definitely has a possibility, and to correct myself, it's just that my confidence is 0, and that's for you. If you ask me, I think my idea is definitely correct. Klein looked at her in surprise and exclaimed, I somewhat understand why I reacted that way when I picked up the blasphemy card of the Wheel of Fortune. Alice looked at him in confusion, but Klein didn't continue, instead bringing up the topic again. Are you really sure Medici will come for me? Alice glanced at Klein and laughed. I guess that day won't be too far off. You don't have to yearn for him so much. If you truly miss this man among men, I can try to see you in reality. Chapter 550 Chapter 128 Water dissolves in water. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Klein twitched the corner of his mouth and asked sincerely. Are you saying that to make me reject this proposal? I didn't think that much, Alice shook her head. Although I believe Medici's goal is definitely not you, to be honest, facing a king of angels is still very dangerous, even if it's a wraith. I did want to give you a warning, but I was worried that my act of peeking at him would be sensed, and it might attract him over. Then he might really make a move on you. After a pause, Alice seemed to remember something and reminded. Oh, right, Medici and Aemon have a very good relationship. At least it used to be good. As for now, I don't know what's going on with the true creator and Adam. They both seem to be the ancient sun god, but the Twilight Hermit Order, or rather Adam, seems to be hostile towards the true creator. If there are no surprises, they should be fighting among themselves, perhaps like. Never mind, maybe we wouldn't call it a fight, anyway. I also don't know whose side Medici is on now, or if he simply started his own faction. In any case, don't get involved in this, and if you do, don't let him find out. As for Aemon, everyone knows that your relationship with Aemon can't be good, so just do whatever you want. Yes, everyone knows that Aemon and I can't have a good relationship. So, if I told her that Eamon and I were really together, would it scare her? Klein, who had recently been studying the acting method of a bizarro sorcerer, noted this down while also thinking about the acting method. The thought was fleeting, and Klein quickly abandoned that direction, believing it might not qualify as genuine fright. This is more like fooling. Klein looked at Alice and responded subtly, I understand. The crimson light dissipated, and before him was the real world. Pales, who had been waiting for a long time, opened his mouth and asked. You're back. Awake. Leonard was first delighted, then relieved, and exclaimed in surprise. You're all right, old man. Pales snorted and didn't answer. Leonard didn't mind and began telling Pales about his gains from the Tarot Club. They discussed everything from the identity of Dwayne Dantes to the King of Angels Adam, and then to the War Angel Medici. After exchanging information, Leonard finally brought up his discovery. Oh, right, old man. You said, is it possible that Alice is really the, of those two? He hesitated, and Pales slowly finished his sentence, illegitimate daughter. Hearing this speculation again, Leonard still shivered uncomfortably, instinctively raising his hand to draw a scarlet moon symbol, then feeling something was wrong and lowering his hand. Pales watched the entire scene, then let out a, hey, before saying. What made you think that too? Leonard swallowed and carefully began. The goddess has the title of Empress of Misfortune. And that fool, his honorific name includes, the yellow and black king who holds good luck. Alice's fate. He swallowed again, ultimately not saying the last words, his breathing even becoming much softer, fearing someone might hear the commotion here. Pales listened to him finish and remained silent for a long time. Leonard gradually grew flustered in the silence, finally unable to bear it and cried out. Old man, you truly are a genius. Pales responded in a tone devoid of emotion. Leonard paused, then subconsciously asked, was I right? After a moment of silence, Pales said. I never understood why you didn't like to use your brain before, but now it seems. It's better if you don't use your brain. Quote. Leonard felt like he had been scolded. Pales ignored him and continued on his own. According to you, could the river of fate be her umbilical cord, or placenta? You know, I've never seen anyone so favored by fate to this extent. Leonard gave an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, old man, do you know where the river of fate is? What are you looking for that for? Pales countered. Leonard explained, it's not me looking, she's looking for the river of fate. Quote. She doesn't know where the river of fate is either. Pales asked, surprised. I guess so. Leonard replied uncertainly. She said she's stepped into the river of fate many times, and even slept in it for thousands of years, but she just doesn't know exactly where the river of fate is. Pales chuckled and said, that actually aligns with some rumors. The fate pathway is a very special pathway, especially their high sequences. There are no living soothsayers in this world, the snake of fate dislikes meeting people, and the remaining misfortune mage and chaos walker. One is plagued by misfortune, and the other is pursued by chaos, both too busy to care for themselves. Someone once speculated that the reason for this phenomenon is that fate had already chosen an avatar, and this avatar was unwilling to accept this fate. As a result, fate vented its anger on other beyonders. Huh, Leonard exclaimed in surprise. Hard to believe, isn't it? Pales chuckled leisurely. It's just a baseless joke. I was once curious and looked for the origin of this rumor, but unfortunately, I couldn't find it. No, I wanted to ask. Leonard swallowed, is this chosen avatar, Alice? I don't know, Pales said frankly. Perhaps you should ask the source of the rumor. As for the river of fate. Pales paused for a moment before saying with an inexplicable tone. To be honest, I'm also very curious. The river of fate is a symbol of fate. Similar images include a giant serpent with its head and tail connected, a slowly rotating multi-segmented wheel, etc. Many Beyonders have seen these phenomena during the changing of fate, and I am no exception. But Beyonders of the fate pathway exclusively prefer this river. They believe that their advancement is a process of gradually approaching and merging with the river of fate, and never mention other symbols. But if you ask them where the river of fate actually is, none of these charlatans can answer. They will only tell you a bunch of nonsense like, it will appear when it's supposed to, or, it will only appear before the right person. Now it seems, Miss Fate is no exception, is she? The crimson light dissipated. Magician Furs opened her eyes and found that Judgment Zio also happened to open her eyes. Zio, how was it? She asked with concern. Zio shook her head and said, didn't I already tell you the basic situation? But, I really didn't expect Dwayne Dantes to be Gehrman Sparrow. Upon mentioning this, Furs's expression also became strained. They fell silent, and after more than 10 seconds, Zio spoke first. Are you going to write a letter? About the River of Fate. This was also one of the things Furs had just confessed. Furs nodded. Zio looked at her deeply, then said, next time something like this happens again, I still hope we can face it together. Furs gave an awkward smile. Zio didn't say much and left on her own accord. Before long, Furs also got up, found paper and pen, and began writing a letter to her teacher, asking if there was a river of fate in the spirit world. Hermit Catalia opened her eyes. She was in the captain's cabin of the future. She frowned, gazed out the window, and murmured, River of Fate, Spirit World. This was a concept she was not entirely unfamiliar with. Sequence 3 of the Hermit pathway is called a clairvoyant. Queen Mystic Bernadette was a clairvoyant preparing for advancement, and she possessed eyes that could peer into the River of Fate. But Catalia had never heard of the River of Fate's location, nor had she seen it with her own eyes. No, perhaps she really had seen it. Catalia closed her eyes and recalled the light that had burned her eyes. She pinched her ajna and took up a pen to write a letter to Queen Mystic, asking for advice on related matters. River of Fate. Son Derek opened his eyes in reality, and before him was empty darkness. He was undergoing the routine isolation after each return to the City of Silver. Of course, he had never heard of the River of Fate. Beyonders not of the Fate pathway only truly come into contact with this symbol of fate at high sequences. Due to the difficulty of achieving the rituals, there were not many high sequences in the City of Silver, and most of them were beyonders of the warrior pathway. Even if they weren't, Derek's impression was that the City of Silver didn't seem to have anyone skilled in matters related to fate. It seems I haven't found it in the records either. Son Derek frowned, resolving to look through them again after he was released. Moon Emlyn sat up as soon as he opened his eyes. He smiled triumphantly, straightened his body, and muttered to himself. Soon I will be able to meet that esteemed individual. If all goes well then, perhaps I can take the opportunity to ask about the River of Fate. I can also ask others. As long as I can find out, no, Miss Fate shouldn't hold on to that debt anymore. Really. I can't win an argument, why does she get angry? Our sanguine angels are much more stable. River of Fate. Hanged Man Alger opened his eyes, frowning. Throughout the entire Tarot Club meeting, he was probably the only one who had absolutely no information regarding this commission. News about the River of Fate and its waters had undoubtedly far exceeded his sequence. Whether among pirates or within the church, he found it difficult to obtain relevant information. I could try to inquire with beyonders of the fate pathway, he muttered to himself. But those charlatans, either what they say is completely incomprehensible, or they don't even know themselves. Hanged Man Alger frowned in annoyance and walked out of the captain's cabin. After leaving above the gray fog, Alice pondered for a moment, then picked up a pen and drew the symbol for summoning erodes. As the last stroke fell, the mirror in the room transformed into flowing water. In the deep, dim light, points of flowing silver light converged into one Loan character after another. Great Miss Fate, you summoned me, is there a test? I have something to ask you. Alice directed her gaze at the mirror, where is the River of Fate? She asked directly, and Erodes answered just as directly. I am happy to answer your question and offer my loyalty to you, but Miss Fate, I do not know the exact location of the River of Fate. I only know that its projection has appeared in the spirit world, and also it will appear before the right person at the right time. Quote. Alice looked at the mirror with a look as if it were insane. The shimmering light projected by Erodes trembled for a moment before new words appeared. If you wish to know more, you can consult the 7 lights of the spirit world. However, if it is you, I think as long as you step into the spirit world with the intention of finding the River of Fate, you will naturally find its location. You are already an inseparable part of fate. Alice narrowed her eyes and suddenly smiled, asking curiously. Your master told me that you said you saw pillars, dominance on him. Perhaps you don't know what that means, or perhaps you know but didn't tell him. It's not important, anyway, this isn't something he can hear now. I just want to ask you. Rhodes, what did you see on me? Rhodes fell silent, the silver light on the mirror vanished without a trace. If the mirror still didn't reflect her face, Alice would have almost thought Rhodes had disappeared. Perhaps I've turned into a vampire. No, that's not right. It doesn't reflect the scene behind me either. We can't all have turned into vampires, can we? All sorts of chaotic thoughts rose in Alice's mind, but she quickly suppressed them, because a scene appeared before her. It was a shimmering river, just as Alice had seen it every time, with waves rising and falling, countless tributaries converging into a main channel, then the main channel dispersing into tributaries, then reconverging, then dispersing. There was no beginning and no end in the mirror. Alice frowned slightly, knowing clearly that it was the river of fate. This answer was not unexpected. She shook her head, about to speak, but then suddenly paused. The scene had changed. Alice stared intently at the mirror, only to see that within the mirror, water of unknown origin abruptly appeared at the edge of the scene, and then the river seemed to move towards that mass of water of unknown origin, and that mass of water also spontaneously approached the river until it fell into it. But something seemed to be wrapped around that mass of water. After falling into the river, that mass of water did not merge with it, and it remained distinctly separate from the other river water, being tossed around, and gradually sinking into it bit by bit through the washing, settling at the bottom of the river. This scene made Alice narrow her eyes little by little. She gazed at the mirror, and the scene on it dissipated at this moment, turning into silver text. I saw that you were in it. Dissolved. Chapter 551 Chapter 129 Big Shot. Alice couldn't describe her current mood. She felt cold again after a long time, as if she were in a block of ice, her breath and heartbeat congealed in the chill. Truly, what an interesting dissolution, her fists clenched and then relaxed. Alice stared blankly at Rhodes, muttering, "But, why am I also river water? Why would I be river water?" The mirror surface trembled, and silver light coalesced into new text. Is this a question? Alice suddenly calmed down. In an instant, she emptied herself of all emotions, her mind becoming cool and clear. She looked at Rhodes and spoke calmly. It is not. The silver light disappeared, and Alice inexplicably felt Rhodes sigh in relief. Her thoughts flowed more smoothly after settling down. Alice recalled the image Rhodes had shown her, realizing that she probably should indeed take a trip to the river of fate, even if not to retrieve its water. She gathered her thoughts and spoke in a soft, slow voice, asking a redundant question. What is the water of the river of fate? Rhodes paused for a while, seemingly not understanding the intention of the question, but it still provided an answer based on its understanding. It is fate. This answer made Alice pause for a moment before realizing that her mind might have wandered when she asked the question. That's stating the obvious. Alice shook her head, frowning as she said to Rhodes, "If I intend to inquire about the river of fate from the seven lights, what should I do?" This was a question that relaxed Rhodes, and it answered very fluidly. I think you can directly go to the spirit world to find the seven lights. However, if you plan to hold a ritual, this is the content of the ritual. Do you wish to use a mystical communion ritual or a spirit medium ritual? Alice recalled the differences between these two rituals in her mind. Although both could be used for communication and acquiring knowledge, in a mystical communion ritual, the supplicant also had to open their heart and spirit to make contact with the targeted existence, thereby gaining a certain amount of knowledge, power, help, or spiritual experience. This would also open her own thoughts and secrets to that existence. As for a spirit medium ritual, there were two types: direct communication and requesting the other party to descend. Direct communication manifested as speaking across space, while a descent required preparing a vessel in advance. If there was no vessel, the requested entity would directly descend upon the supplicant. This also fell into two situations. 1. The possessed person completely loses consciousness and is controlled by the corresponding existence to answer others' questions. 2. The possessed person remains conscious and can control certain parts of their body, thus engaging in a Q&A with the descending entity. The simplest example is one speaks with their mouth, and the other manipulates a hand to write. Alice had always felt that in the first situation, the possessed person was merely a more polite way of saying they were a vessel for the descent. In any case, she certainly wouldn't want to be possessed, nor did she like mystical communion rituals, so she said directly. Spirit medium ritual. Rhodes immediately displayed the process of the spirit medium ritual, which was simply the familiar ritual with a changed prayer. In addition, Rhodes also mentioned the appropriate attitude when facing the 7 lights. It told Alice that the 7 lights were very pleased to be called Master, or Teacher. Alice remembered this part, she had read it in Observations of the Spirit World. But looking at the 3-part honorific name, Alice was slightly silent. After writing down the text, she asked, "Will the 7 lights be very fierce? I mean, they won't be those kinds of strict teachers, right?" Rhodes replied, "The 7 lights are quite gentle and friendly towards humans." At this moment, Alice became alert. She immediately said, "But I am not human." The silver light on the mirror extinguished, turning into a lightless black. Alice blinked at the dark, heavy mirror and reached out to pat the mirror, just like tapping a malfunctioning appliance. Thus, Rhodes recovered through the wisdom brought by this experience. It displayed new text. "Do you have any more questions?" Alice blinked, and following the principle of not disappointing Rhodes, she asked again. "If I plan to go to the spirit world to see the 7 lights, how should I find them?" Rhodes answered very directly this time. "The 7 lights shroud the upper part of the spirit world. No matter which direction you are in the spirit world, you can see them covering the heights. Furthermore, the spirit world itself is woven from various pieces of information, some from the past, some from the present, and some foretelling certain futures. When you are in the spirit world and have the thought of visiting, the 7 lights, who control the spirit world to a certain extent, will naturally perceive it. It can be like that." Alice blinked, and just as she was about to say something, Rhodes displayed new text. "Miss Fate, could you please convey a greeting from the humble and insignificant Rhodes to the great master?" Alice was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Yes. Now scram." Rhodes immediately said, "Since you demand it, then I shall leave." Alice watched in surprise as the mirror returned to its original state. After a moment of blankness, she muttered to herself, "So fast. Is it really that urgent?" She wasn't surprised that Rhodes didn't want to deal with her, but Rhodes's eagerness to run away displeased Alice somewhat. She narrowed her eyes, deciding to badmouth Rhodes to Klein another day. Afterward, Alice pondered the image Rhodes had displayed. She recalled that very distant memory, not the ice cream that accidentally fell, but what happened after that, the scene after she rushed forward. Those surging, enchanting ripples of light. Alice had always known what that was. It was undoubtedly the river of fate. For some unknown reason, she had stepped into the river of fate. Alice had thought at the time that this was the beginning of everything. But the image Rhodes displayed undoubtedly told her that at the very beginning of everything, she was already the river water, a part of fate. How could that be? Alice frowned. She didn't want to admit it, but this thought kept rising. She could even find a complete explanation for this. She was a part of the fate of another world. Or perhaps she brought a part of the fate of another world. Whichever it was, it sounded perfectly reasonable. "I have to go to the river of fate," Alice muttered to herself. "However, I placed a commission at the Tarot Club. Maybe I should wait until I get the results of the commission. I can also go see the 7 lights. Oh, right, Rini Tinakare lives in the spirit world, maybe I can ask her." Dinner time, at Councillor Mori Maherty's house. Hazel Matched looked at the dishes laid out by the waiter, and suddenly covered her mouth and nose with her hand, showing an uncomfortable expression. Ms. Liana immediately noticed her abnormality. The mother quickly asked her daughter, "Hazel, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "My stomach is probably a bit upset," she spoke with a pale face. Ms. Liana frowned at her daughter and said softly, "You seem to be constantly unwell lately, and I've noticed that your appetite hasn't been good for a long time. You've lost a lot of weight." Hazel forced a smile and said softly, "I've seen the family doctor, they couldn't find anything, and the medicine they prescribed didn't work." As she spoke, Hazel lowered her head. She wasn't lying, she had indeed seen the family doctor, and the family doctor had indeed found nothing, only prescribing some simple herbs for stomach nourishment and digestion, which had no effect. However, Hazel had some suspicions about her condition. Audrey's treatment of her was steadily progressing. Although Hazel was completely unaware of it and had not yet recovered her memories, she hadn't forgotten that she was a Beander. She believed that there might be some Beander-specific ailments that ordinary doctors couldn't detect or treat. But the problem was precisely there, she didn't know how to find other Beanders. Ms. Liana was aware of Hazel's visits to the family doctor. She nodded, but still looked at Hazel with some concern. Your personality has changed quite a bit recently. Your father and I have noticed it, and we are very happy. We had planned to send you to school to try it out, but who knew your health? Hazel forced a smile and said, Mother, you know I'm not faking illness to avoid school. Of course I know, Ms. Liana sighed. I'm just very worried about your health. Hazel, I'll take you to the hospital these next 2 days. Your father and I have a friend who is an excellent surgeon. Perhaps we can ask him or his colleagues or classmates to take a look at you. Hazel nodded, not refusing. Tuesday, Backland, inside the Odra villa. Casimir Odra walked into the living room and called out to Emmeline, whose expression was gloomy. Emmeline, that important figure wants to see him. All right. Emmeline composed himself, held the lower part of his vest, and slowly stood up. Before this, he had been questioning about the problematic ancient castle. After descending the stairs to the underground area, he finally couldn't hold back and asked in a low voice, Baron Casimir, who exactly is the important figure? How should I address him? Casimir, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, no longer concealed it and replied with great respect in his tone. Duke Olmer. Duke Olmer. Emmeline subconsciously straightened his back, casting his gaze towards the lamp stand on the nearby wall, seemingly wanting to check his appearance in the reflection on the metal surface. This was one of the 3 great dukes currently in charge of the Sanguine, an ancient powerhouse who existed before the Cataclysm, titled Full Moon, over 3,000 years old, and had once followed the ancestor Lilith. Undoubtedly, this was synonymous with the history and glory of the Sanguine. Passing through layers of secret doors, Emmeline and Casimir arrived in an iron-gray hall. The ground and walls here were covered with green grass, flowers, and grains, and numerous insects crawled among the dense plants, making Emmeline feel as if he had left the city and come to the suburbs, sensing the flourishing vitality of life. At first glance, such a scene didn't seem particularly strange, but upon closer inspection, many places were extremely peculiar. There were mouth-like slits on the green grass, from which fibers flew out, catching insects. Flowers picked their own nectar with branches and leaves as hands. Wheat and other grain kernels were heavy, occasionally emitting wailing cries from within. The insects were of many types, all different from normal, some with snake heads, some with bird faces. These things became more lush towards the center of the hall, where they intertwined to form a vibrant tomb. Casimir faced the tomb and bowed respectfully. Duke, Emmeline White has arrived. Good afternoon, Duke. Emmeline was not as arrogant as usual, even a little flustered. From within the tomb, a rich voice, whose age could not be discerned, chuckled. A very outstanding young Sanguine. Casimir, you may withdraw. Yes, Duke. Casimir bowed in response and left the iron-gray yet fresh and dewy hall. Emmeline stood there, hearing the rich voice from within the tomb ask. This morning, Nibs said that you obtained a Beander characteristic of an artificial vampire corresponding to the Viscount sequence. Yes, but it has been contaminated and needs to be purified first. Emmeline had not mentioned removing the spiritual pollution from the Beander characteristic before because he believed it would be an easy task for the Sanguine. At least Baron Casimir had confirmed it was possible. Duke Olmer of the Sanguine, Ed. Very good, I will personally purify that characteristic. Next, the Duke said some rather formal words of praise, which Emmeline didn't really hear. He subtly raised his chin, then respectfully responded. I am always ready. Not bad. Olmer's rich voice came from the tomb. Your next mission is to find important members of the Rose School of Thought hidden in Backland. In this regard, clues are scarce, and many situations require your own investigation. Rose School of Thought. Did they have a feud with a Sanguine? They seem to have accepted some followers of the primordial moon. Emmeline had actually learned a lot about the Rose School of Thought at the Tarot Club, but he deliberately concealed it, not showing too much. Besides accepting followers of the primordial moon, they also possess a holy relic of our Sanguine. This was left by the ancestor, and we must retrieve it. Olmer's tone became more serious. The ancestor's legacy, a Sanguine holy relic, Emmeline spoke without hesitation. Duke, I will do my best to find important members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. Ulmer's voice softened. Very good, go to Casimir later to get some intelligence and find a starting point. Emmeline was already somewhat impatient, but he still restrained himself and asked cautiously. Duke, I recently obtained a potion formula, and one of the ingredients on it puzzles me greatly. Have you heard of the water of the River of Fate? End of this chapter. Chapter 552 Chapter 130 Reaction. The room suddenly fell silent. Emmeline realized from the quiet atmosphere that he had probably said something wrong. He looked at the tomb in front of him, not daring to speak or move. After an unknown amount of time, the voice finally echoed from within the tomb. Oh, what kind of potion requires the water from the River of Fate? How would I know? I'm not even sure if this is for a potion. Emmeline was extremely nervous. He began to regret not discussing it with Mr. Hanged Man before asking, but the act had to continue. So, Emmeline replied, I don't know. Duke Ulmer from within the tomb then retorted, you don't know. Emmeline grew even more nervous. He stammered for a long time, unable to utter a single word, but Duke Ulmer, for some unknown reason, answered his question. The River of Fate is a symbol of fate, appearing as an illusory river of light. Its water is likely a part of fate. I haven't heard of it before, but based on this deduction, I can probably think of some ways to obtain it. It's just that. The voice paused, then added. The River of Fate, however, is not so easy to find. It is said to be located in the spirit world, but it has no fixed location. Contacting the River of Fate is not difficult, but this river, legend says it is a river between reality and illusion. Duke Ulmer's voice stopped again here. Emmeline, who had been listening intently, waited for a moment. When he heard no further sound, he subconsciously pressed on. Between reality and illusion. After a moment of silence, Duke Ulmer continued. The spirit world is hard to say, but for some demigods with abilities related to fate, seeing the River of Fate is not uncommon. But most of the time, they can see it, yet cannot touch it, cannot approach it. They can only see it. Even if they see it pass through their body, they won't feel anything. Only very occasionally. I had an old friend. Before I fell into a certain slumber, he told me he saw the River of Fate engulf him. At first, he felt a sense of suffocation, but then he felt nothing at all. Those images were like illusions. He believed this was a revelation of fate, but he couldn't decipher the content of the revelation, or perhaps he did decipher it but dared not believe it. In any case, he was very worried at the time, and facts proved his worry was justified, because not long after I fell asleep, he died. Died. Emmeline's voice rose several octaves. Duke Ulmer used the pronoun he, which meant this unfortunate deceased was at least an angel, and the fall of an angel, to the current Emmeline, was already a momentous event. His shocked emotions did not elicit any concern from Duke Ulmer. The Duke seemed to be suddenly recalling the past, and with some emotion, continued. Yes, he died. Today, you asked a question, and I remembered this matter. I wonder if he was truly engulfed by the River of Fate, or if he merely received a revelation. Emmeline couldn't answer. He didn't dare to answer that question. The sanguine's already pale skin appeared especially so at this moment, his face devoid of any color, his eyes filled with terror. Duke Ulmer seemed to have finished his lament, sighing. All right, you should depart. Emmeline knew this was a dismissal, that he should leave just like that. At this moment, he remembered that he hadn't finished asking about the ancient castle that Magician Furs had gone to. He had no choice but to speak. Your Grace, I still have one more question. ... After Emmeline left, Casimir Audra entered, bowing towards the tomb. Your Grace. Duke Ulmer's voice from within the tomb was cold. He went to the abandoned ancient castle in the center of Dreyer Forest. Casimir merely paused before replying. I don't know. But Ernest Boyar sold him the information about that ancient castle. The room fell silent again. After more than 10 seconds, Duke Ulmer spoke. Ounds. What did he say? Casimir then recounted the previous transaction and the conversation that took place in the living room, describing the argument between Ounds and Emmeline. After hearing all of this, Duke Ulmer commented sharply. It sounds like he and the person who got the information from him aren't very smart, or perhaps they don't like to use their brains. Casimir did not take up the remark, lowering his head. Duke Ulmer didn't care either, muttering to himself. River of Fate, Fate, the yellow and black king who holds good luck. Could it be that the monsters who escaped from the life school of thought also believe in this fool? If that's the case, this fool might truly become our friend. Casimir looked up in surprise. He wasn't an autistic person like Emlyn. As sanguine with long lifespans, they were always known for their erudition. Casimir was not unfamiliar with the secret organization called the Life School of Thought, and he also knew about their internal strife. The Life School of Thought was invaded by the hedonist faction within the Rose School of Thought. Members of the other faction were scattered during the pursuit, and their faction's speaker had not appeared for a long time. Not long ago, news of the death of a saint, a faction leader, also came. This made the remaining members fear for their lives, all worried about becoming the next. Except for a very few who still held out, most chose to find other ways out, such as joining another faction, or reporting their former comrades. Of course, those who did such things were not the majority. The true majority were those who hid their identities and joined other forces to seek asylum. But no matter what they chose, the Life School of Thought had in fact become a subsidiary organization of the Rose School of Thought. And the relationship between the Rose School of Thought and the Sanguine, it's better not to mention it. Duke Olmer did not remain silent for long. He said to Casimir, "It is undeniable that Emlyn has established contact with the fool. Continue to probe his standing with the fool and try to confirm the fool's attitude towards us. Furthermore, while fighting against the primordial moon believers within the Rose School of Thought, also try to find the defected members of the Life School of Thought and confirm whether any of them have chosen to believe in the fool. Also, try to investigate who has visited the ancient castle in the center of Dreyer Forest." Casimir acknowledged each request, then exited the room. A new puppet, Klein frowned in thought. As a bizarro sorcerer, not having a puppet was indeed somewhat pathetic, but when considering the need for a puppet, Klein found himself unable to think of one. At Sequence 4, his lack of defensive capabilities had been solved by a puppet that could freely change appearance and swap places with its master. No one could distinguish between a bizarro sorcerer's puppet and its true body. He seemed to have no need in this regard. In terms of mobility, travel undoubtedly solved all difficulties. He likewise had no need for abilities in this area. If he had to say, Klein believed his problem was still the same old story. He still seemed to lack effective offensive means. Of course, spirit body threads didn't count. After advancing to a demigod, some of the Beander items he originally possessed became somewhat redundant. Klein was planning to find an opportunity to sell them off and simultaneously search for new replacements. He had originally intended to make up for this through items, the main reason being that puppets and mystical items are different. To obtain a Beander puppet, one must first capture someone alive. This was much harder than killing someone for their Beander characteristic. However, his trading partners were Hermit Catlia and Mr. Hanged Man Alger, and even if Queen Mystic Bernadette might be behind them, Klein didn't feel this was an appropriate request. Moreover, the target to be supplemented was just an artisan. Even if there was some premium due to the pathway, it shouldn't be on par with a demigod, right? Thinking carefully, a winner is actually the most suitable, Klein sighed. Otherwise, what I lack most seems to be a valet, a valet. Klein's voice paused, and his expression became strange. He thought of Dunnits, who could bend and stretch, and after a moment of silence, he thoughtfully said, "Perhaps, a reaper." This was precisely sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway, and also the sequence Anderson belonged to at the time. After obtaining the Red Priest card, Klein had matched Anderson's abilities. Beyonders of this sequence can discover an opponent's weaknesses from a mystical perspective, that is, areas of weak defense, and provide corresponding precision, thereby causing damage that exceeds normal expectations. Furthermore, no matter where they strike the target, it is equivalent to a weak point attack. And if they truly hit a genuine weak point, then for enemies with not too strong defenses, it can be a one-hit kill. For targets skilled in defense, it can be resolved within 3 strikes, including a guardian, provided the intervals between the 3 hits are not too long, preferably not exceeding 5 seconds. For Klein, who lacked effective offensive means, this was undoubtedly a very useful ability. But the problem was, he had a mystical item with a similar effect. The Death Knell revolver. It's pretty much an upgrade to Death Knell, Klein muttered to himself, but a winner puppet is probably only a downgrade to Alice. Between an upgrade and a downgrade, Klein ultimately decided to choose the upgrade, after a day of rest, Alice decided to summon Rini Tinacare. It was simple. She summoned the messenger lady exclusive to Gehrman Sparrow. The figure carrying 4 heads arrived from the spirit world into reality, paused briefly upon seeing Alice, then all 4 pairs of eyes began searching for letters. "I have something to ask you," Alice interrupted her search. "I remember you live in the spirit world, right?" All 4 heads opened their mouths in unison, saying, "Yes." Alice looked at the eerie scene before her, silent for a moment before rubbing her forehead and saying, "He chose Bizarro Sorcerer, and he really chose correctly. It's just that you don't look like a member of a spiritual circus, you're more suited for a haunted house." Reynard's face showed visible confusion. She spoke. "What is this meaning?" The intermittent speech made Alice feel a sense of weariness welling up within her. She decided not to chat with Reynard and got straight to the point. "It's not important. I called you here to ask you, since you live in the spirit world year-round, have you ever heard of the River of Fate, or seen it?" Reynard was stunned, asking the same question as everyone else. "You don't also know where the River of Fate is, do you?" Alice gave Reynard a strained, insincere smile, clearly indicating that she didn't want to bring up the matter. She was really getting tired of being asked. Reynard wisely stopped asking questions and recalled seriously. "I have not seen the River of Fate in the spirit world, but I can sense the River of Fate." Alice immediately realized that this was probably another dead end. Seemingly sensing her dissatisfaction, Reynard quickly added, "Perhaps I could help you inquire in the spirit world. If I let you inquire for me, I might as well go directly to the 7 lights," Alice pouted, and said dejectedly. "No need, do you charge an appearance fee? No, do you charge a house call fee?" Quote. Reynard stood bewildered, trying to understand the somewhat new vocabulary Alice used. Seeing this, Alice thought for a moment, pulled a gold coin from her person, hesitated, then held it out. Reynard was silent for a moment at the sight of the gold coin. Then, under Alice's questioning gaze, one of her hands, holding 2 heads, rose and moved closer to Alice's hand. This bizarre scene made Alice quickly retract her hand. In Reynard's bewildered gaze, Alice said with a serious expression, "I've decided to change the way I give compensation. First, you have to do it with me. Come on, 3, 2, 1, ah." She opened her mouth wide. Reynard was stunned for a moment, then also opened her mouth wide, all 4 heads opening together. Alice gazed at the 4 wide-open, golden red heads, pondered for 2 seconds, then raised her hand and tossed the gleaming gold coin into the first mouth. Reynard subconsciously closed her mouth, catching the gold coin. A few breaths later, a strong wind swept through the room. Alice noticed the atmosphere in the room instantly turn cold, books and papers were blown away, even the table showed a tendency to shift, and in front of her, Reynard spoke syllable by syllable. Lice. As soon as Alice saw this scene, she began to consider whether she should run away or admit her mistake, but immediately after, looking at Reynard's anxious last head, she couldn't help but say, "You can add my surname too." Chapter 553 Chapter 131 Diagnosis. These words were like a basin of cold water extinguishing Reynard's anger. She realized that getting angry with Miss Fate was probably meaningless. She wasn't someone who could be communicated with through normal means. Talking to her was less effective than directly finding someone who could control her and having a chat. So, Reynard gazed deeply at Alice, and her figure began to fade, about to disappear from where she stood. Alice, after a moment of daze, quickly unfurled a silver river before Reynard could completely vanish. In the river, which connected end to end, items blown by the strong wind returned to their original positions. Alice, facing Reynard, who had reappeared, offered an apologetic smile, blinking her eyes as she said, "I was just tidying up, it would be more troublesome to restore everything after you leave." At night, on a passenger ship traveling from the southern continent to Dissy. Encountering the Black Emperor on the return journey was undoubtedly bad news, but as a newly promoted Bizarro sorcerer, Klein felt it was a good opportunity for acting method. In the past few days, Klein had already started looking for opportunities to try the acting method, mainly to scare people. For example, now, he had created a puppet in the image of a cardboard cutout, slightly thicker than paper. When this puppet stood on the Black Emperor, Klein couldn't help but mutter to himself. Actually, it doesn't really look like a standee. Rini Tinekar appeared at this moment. Her figure, carrying 4 heads, materialized in the cabin, and the air in the room instantly turned cold. Klein looked towards the source of the chill, only to see one of her heads open its mouth and spit out a gold coin. Klein was a bit bewildered. He glanced at Reynard, then at the gold coin rolling on the floor, failing to understand the intention behind this action. Reynard, as if being kind, explained to him, "Your daughter threw this gold coin into my mouth." Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't have a good solution for this. So, he offered Reynard a reliable suggestion. "I think, at least normally, she listens more to the Evernight goddess." Reynard stared at him coldly, without a word. Klein realized this suggestion wasn't very well received. He gave another awkward smile, tactfully saying, "I'm very sorry, but I think her attitude towards you is already quite respectful, at least within the scope of angels and even true gods." As he said this, Klein recalled the images of Aemon in Alice's mind, and her longing to touch demonic wolf fur. "At least she didn't treat you like a big doll. Could it be that she doesn't like playing with dolls?" Klein looked at Rini Tinekar's appearance and thought that Alice might just not like grotesque-style dolls. The grotesque-style big doll seemed to read something from his eyes, and her tone, which could not be described as praise or sarcasm, said, "Truly, Miss Fate." Klein's expression became even more awkward. Fortunately, Rini Tinekar seemed to only intend to bully this poor father or mother to vent her anger. After dropping that remark, she disappeared silently. Looking at the spot where Reynard's figure faded, Klein rubbed his throbbing temple. After the puppet left, he went above the gray fog. Always nauseous. Poor appetite. In the office, Alan listened to Ms. Liana's description, scrutinizing Hazel matched, his expression thoughtful. "It sounds like a gastrointestinal issue. Are there any other symptoms?" Hazel hesitated for a moment, then chose to be honest with the doctor. "I've been a bit listless lately, and somewhat drowsy." Alan nodded. He didn't have many thoughts, as he was just a professional doctor. He stood up and said to Ms. Liana, whose expression was worried, "I'll take you to see my colleague." "Okay." Ms. Liana, preoccupied, pulled Hazel to her feet and followed Alan. Alan quickly led them into an office. The name on the sign at the door was Jonathan Green, and Hazel saw that he was an internist. She obediently sat down and repeated exactly what she had told Dr. Alan to Dr. Jonathan. The doctor listened to the entire account, frowned, and scrutinized her up and down. Seeing her nervous gaze, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I might need to run some tests to be sure." Ms. Liana nodded understandingly, but Dr. Jonathan's next words made her frown. "Judging by her age, your daughter shouldn't be married yet." "Of course not," Ms. Liana replied without hesitation. Jonathan nodded, then asked, "Does she have a boyfriend she's currently seeing?" Ms. Liana's reply wasn't as quick this time. She directly asked, "What does that have to do with the diagnosis?" "I noticed that both you and your daughter are very nervous." Jonathan smiled. "This examination requires the patient to be relaxed, so I'm just chatting with you." Ms. Liana breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and answered the previous question. "No, Hazel doesn't care for those young men, she prefers mature gentlemen. Her father and I have always been troubled by this." "Prefers mature gentlemen." Jonathan's movements paused for a moment. He glanced at Hazel and asked, with a slightly serious tone, "Madam, could I trouble you to step out for a moment?" Ms. Liana frowned and looked at Alan. Alan also looked inquiringly at his colleague and friend, but Jonathan merely smiled at Alan and said, "If you're worried, you can stay. May I ask what kind of examination you intend to perform?" Ms. Liana asked the male doctor, her tone rather cold. Jonathan pondered for 2 seconds, then turned to Alan and said, "How about this, Alan, go call Sandy." "Sandy?" Ms. Liana's eyes showed a moment of confusion. Alan's movements paused. He knew that the Sandy Jonathan referred to was a female doctor specializing in gynecology. Jonathan probably sensed Ms. Liana's unease and found a female doctor to accompany them, but, some things, nurses could also do, and there weren't only Sandy among the female doctors in the hospital. Jonathan specifically asked for her. Could it be? Alan frowned and looked at Hazel. Gynecological issues, drowsiness, nausea. Alan, whose wife had been pregnant with 3 children and successfully given birth to 2, frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and left the room. He soon returned with the doctor named Sandy. Immediately after, Jonathan called Sandy aside and whispered a few words. When she turned back, Sandy advised Ms. Liana. "Madam, please step out for a moment, I need to perform some examinations on this young lady." After a brief pause, Sandy turned to Alan and Jonathan, saying unceremoniously, "You two leave as well." Liana finally couldn't hold back. She urgently asked, "Doctor, what exactly is my daughter's illness? I need to examine her before I can confirm." Sandy replied with ease, "But please don't worry, it's nothing serious." Liana opened her mouth as if to speak but then stopped. However, Alan, sensing something, walked up to her and whispered a piece of advice. "Let's go out first." Since all 3 doctors present had said so, Ms. Liana, no matter how uneasy she was, still followed them out, her expression full of worry and unease. Watching the 3 leave and close the door, Sandy finally looked at the young girl, smiling with a gentle voice. "Don't worry, I just have a few questions I want to ask you alone. Some things might be inconvenient to discuss with your mother present. Your name is Hazel, right?" Hazel nodded. Sandy smiled and said, "That's a lovely name, I imagine your parents must love you very much." Hazel gave a very short, quick, Why so nervous?" Sandy shook her head with a chuckle. "I heard you don't like young men, preferring refined gentlemen. So, have you met any gentlemen lately who caught your eye?" Hazel's movements paused for a moment, and Don Dantes' face appeared in her mind. This subtle change was noticed by Sandy, who smiled and continued the conversation. "It seems you have. Do you mind telling me about it?" Hazel, however, didn't take the bait. She asked rather sharply, "What does this have to do with the topics you said were inconvenient to discuss with my mother present?" "Nothing." Sandy spread her hands. "I'm just a little curious. I always feel that listening to the stories of young girls this age makes me feel younger." Hazel paused, then, after a moment of silence, said, "He's not young, old enough to be my father." This was undoubtedly a shocking opening. Sandy reached out and pinched her brow, concealing her slightly stiff expression. Hazel didn't notice this abnormality. She recalled and recounted, "I've seen him a few times at banquets. He's a very mysterious gentleman, who experienced many things in his youth and carries many secrets. He seems to have had many adventures, and I've heard many of his adventure stories. They're wonderful, truly wonderful. Sometimes, listening to them makes me want to go see for myself." The subject of these words was undoubtedly Don Dantes. Hazel selectively shared some details, giving a very positive assessment. Sandy's expression grew stiffer the more she listened, until Hazel finished speaking, then she asked with a smile. "It seems you two talked about quite a lot. Was it really only at banquets? I would have thought such rich content would require at least a few letters, or even a few dates, to discuss. Now it seems I really am getting old, and my ideas are conservative." The word, date, finally made Hazel realize something was amiss. She frowned and directly retorted, "We're not that kind of relationship, we're just friends who've met a few times." "Really?" Sandy asked with a smile. Hazel said without hesitation, "Of course. How could I possibly?" She paused, not uttering the rest of her sentence, because it wasn't suitable for ordinary people to know. So she rephrased, "In short, I'm not pursuing love." "I understand," Sandy sighed, "you're pursuing a great adventure, pursuing the unknown mystery, is that right?" Hazel looked at Sandy in surprise. Since she had hit the nail on the head, she didn't refute, but nodded with a hint of pride, as if in response to Sandy. This was even worse. Sandy, prejudiced, thought along a certain terrifying line of thought. She lowered her eyes and asked with a smile, "In that case, have you two explored any unknown mysteries together? Have you done anything that deepened your relationship? For example, some shared secrets, or more intimate, spiritual and physical exchanges?" Hazel's slow nerves finally received the signal from Sandy. It took her a while to realize that the other party suspected she had some kind of private intimate relationship with Don Dantes, and perhaps even more intimate things had happened. Lowen was not a country that shunned such matters like the plague, and Backland was a relatively open area within it, but the atmosphere was certainly not as open as Trier, the capital of Intis. Such speculation, for an unmarried young lady, was undoubtedly extremely offensive. We are not that kind of relationship. Hazel retorted angrily, and those things never happened. We have never met privately. Her angry attitude did not seem feigned. Sandy frowned and looked at Hazel with a hint of suspicion, whispering. But, never mind. Since you've understood, then, how long has it been since your last period? Hazel was stunned for a moment. After a brief recollection, she said without hesitation. According to my schedule, it should be in the last few days. That doesn't prove anything, and besides, those things really didn't happen between us. Never? Sandy asked with a serious expression. Never, Hazel said firmly. Sandy frowned. She scrutinized Hazel up and down, then carefully asked. What about other people? Quote. Hazel frowned again. She glared angrily at Sandy, about to retort. Seeing this, Sandy naturally got her answer. She raised her hand to stop Hazel from speaking and said in a deep voice. I apologize for my and my colleagues' speculation, but I hope you understand that the symptoms you described are very similar to early pregnancy, and young girls your age, you understand. We were just worried that you might harm yourselves out of ignorance, so we couldn't help but overthink things. This explanation was very polite. Hazel was not an unreasonable girl, and she also calmed her anger, saying stiffly. I know. Sandy exhaled, saying sincerely, it seems you're probably not ill, these are just normal phenomena. I'll prescribe some herbal medicine for you to regulate later. Hazel nodded, and soon the three people outside the door were called back in. Sandy smiled and explained to Ms. Liana. There's nothing wrong, just some normal phenomena. I'll prescribe some herbal medicine for her to regulate, and she'll be fine. For the next few days, make sure she gets enough rest, eat small, frequent meals, and preferably easily digestible foods. End of chapter. Chapter 554. Chapter 132. Midnight Fright. Sandy's words immediately put Liana at ease. After listening to Sandy's instructions, she hurried forward to express her gratitude, only pulling her hand back when Sandy reminded her that she still had to write the prescription. When Jonathan first heard the result, he was surprised for a moment, but then he shook his head and relaxed, not thinking much of it. Only Alan didn't cheer up, his brows slightly furrowed. He could probably guess what questions Sandy had asked after Ms. Liana left, and he also knew that Sandy's diagnosis meant that, at least recently, nothing had happened to Hazel. But Alan hadn't forgotten the fellow residing in his wife's belly. He hadn't wanted to think about it, but the timing of Hazel's discomfort coincided with Vilma's stillbirth, and with Sandy's final diagnosis, Alan became even more suspicious. Could it really be? No, it definitely couldn't be, it must just be a coincidence. Alan, who had only recently returned to a peaceful life, didn't want to get involved in another incident of the same level. He could only constantly persuade himself, telling himself that there were other possibilities, though his expression grew increasingly grim. Ms. Liana noticed this abnormality. In the pause while Sandy was writing the prescription, she asked Alan. What's wrong, Alan? You don't look so good. Guilt surged with this caring inquiry. For a moment, Alan had the thought of going to find Alice, but it was only for a moment. Let's wait and see. If the medicine doesn't work for Hazel, I'll go see. Alan made up his mind internally, but on his face, he just smiled and said. Because of Vilma's matter, I haven't looked good for a while. I've only just started to feel a bit better recently. It was undeniable, Liana also remembered Vilma's matter. But since the outcome was good, she comforted Alan again. After receiving the medicine and prescription, Liana took Hazel and left. Alan didn't see them off. He watched Liana and Hazel's figures disappear around the corner, then silently returned to his office. Hazel didn't think the medicine would help her at all. She didn't speak out to discourage Ms. Liana. Recently, due to the influence of her subconscious, her personality had softened a lot, at least no longer looking down on the lives of ordinary people as she had before. Of course, Hazel received her mother's good intentions. She didn't refute, but only grew more anxious in her heart. Where in Backland was there a Beander doctor? She frowned, following her mother back distractedly. It wasn't entirely without clues. After all, when it came to Beander, people's first reactions, besides wild Beanders and secret organizations, were official Beanders, which meant the churches. Hazel hadn't dismissed the possibility of seeking help from a church, she was just still deliberating and hesitating. After all, although Hazel couldn't remember how she became a Beander, she imagined it wasn't through any legitimate means. Subconsciously, Hazel felt her existence might be illegal. Moreover, perhaps this matter wasn't that urgent. In the Rosed Island Sea area, on the future. The grayish-white mist receded from her eyes. Hermit Catlia opened her eyes and frowned. Hunter, she murmured, Reaper. While she was pondering, she suddenly looked at the table as if sensing something. A letter had appeared there at some point. Catlia paused briefly, then her eyes lit up. She realized this was likely a letter from Bernadette. With a feeling of joy, Catlia tore open the letter, unfolded the paper, and eagerly read the first line of text below the salutation. That is indeed Sharf's descendant. That artisan is truly a direct descendant of Emperor Rosal. He can no longer be allowed to mix with the primordial moon's believers. He must be brought onto the future. Catlia nodded almost imperceptibly as she thought. After making her decision, she remembered the artisan Sharf's troublesome personality and character, and felt she had the obligation and responsibility to discipline him. Otherwise, he might provoke an existence like Miss Fate at any time. Thinking of this, Catlia felt a headache coming on. After a brief consideration, she spread out a letter and wrote a reply to Bernadette, describing the matter. Afterward, she walked to the captain's cabin window and cast her gaze outside. After some searching, her gaze fell upon Frank Lee, who was leaning against the gunwale, chewing on mushrooms. Frank, Catlia called out in her usual tone. Frank, with his sleeves rolled up, immediately snapped out of his contemplation. Captain, is there something you need? Catlia said solemnly. I will give you an experiment assistant later. Frank was stunned for a moment, then showed a pure smile. Okay. Seeing the smile on Frank's face, Catlia suddenly doubted her decision. That night, Alice shot up from her bed, startled by a touch of spirituality. Someone entered the room. Who? She blinked, and when a dangerous warning came from the depths of her spirituality, her courage grew. Alice extended her spirituality to envelop the entire house and finally found an anomaly in the center of the living room. On the sofa, sat a lifeless, two-finger-thick shadow of a person. Alice's pupils contracted violently for a moment, instinctively wanting to withdraw her spirituality, but the figure looked towards her room and revealed a smile. Then, Alice watched as the figure rapidly changed, becoming a dead mouse lying on the ground. Alice got up from the bed in confusion, pushed open the door, walked out of the bedroom, and into the living room. Wrapping her hand in paper, she picked up the dead mouse. It was quite fat. Alice's expression was strange for a moment, then her gaze searched the room, confirming the changes in the room. Her gaze froze when it landed on the coffee table. Although Alice's coffee table was usually cluttered with various things, some things would never appear on it, such as a monocle. And now, on her coffee table, there was a monocle. Amen. No, impossible. Alice blinked, and the bizarro sorcerer's ability suddenly came to mind. She shook the dead mouse, still held by its tail, in her hand. After a moment of silence, her spirituality spread outside the house. Across the street, Klein bowed and tipped his hat like a magician finishing a performance. Was he sick? Alice gnashed her teeth in anger, while outside the window, Klein, who was bowing, slipped and became a comical clown who accidentally fell. But he showed no anger at all, sitting on the ground and muttering to himself. Sure enough, if the target is an angel, the digestion feedback is much greater than for ordinary people. As he spoke, his figure gradually faded and disappeared from where he was. Alice gritted her teeth fiercely twice, still not appeased, and chased after him, appearing in Klein's bedroom. She wanted to question him aggressively, but her movements suddenly stopped, and she said with a strange expression. Someone fell onto your balcony. Question mark. Klein's mouth twitched. He used his spiritual perception to observe. The person went from the balcony directly to the master bedroom door, raised a hand and tapped the door twice without a sound. Klein frowned, straightened his clothes, and sat in the armchair, then looked at Alice. Only after Alice's figure disappeared did Klein slowly say, "Please come in." The master bedroom door opened silently, but no cold wind blew in, only swirling in the corridor. The visitor was a man about the same age and height as Dwayne Dantes, with black hair and brown eyes, and deep features, a typical Loan appearance. He wore a silk top hat, had a rather long, thin face, and a somewhat gloomy aura, but not the kind that was unpleasantly sullen. Rather, it was the kind that directly embodied the nighttime ambiance of a graveyard in the countryside. At that moment, Klein saw countless spiritual bodies crowding around this middle-aged gentleman, making his surroundings dark and layered, as if a world was hidden within. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was a demigod. I just returned to Backland, and a demigod is already knocking on my door. Besides the Night Church's Backland Archbishop, the identity of Dwayne Dantes hasn't revealed any problems. Midnight ice cream doesn't count. Klein looked at the doorway with a headache, his face expressionless, showing neither anger nor surprise. The demigod took 2 steps, then suddenly let his right hand hang straight down in front of him, causing his waist and back to bend, like a bow drawn to its limit. He bowed solemnly in a peculiar posture, his attitude extremely respectful, and at the same time, the cold wind pulled, and the door closed without a sound. Klein almost froze, unsure how to react. Then his thoughts stirred, and he vaguely had a guess. Just then, the demigod maintained his posture and spoke in a deep voice. Numinous Episcopates Patrick Brain, by Divine Oracle, has come to visit your excellency. Divine Oracle. Alice, whose figure was hidden, twitched her brow, realizing this was something the goddess had orchestrated. Klein half sighed, half smiled, placing his right hand on his chest, but without any additional gestures. What is the god's oracle? Brian slowly straightened his body, looking at the gray-haired gentleman sitting in the armchair, and responded with a hint of fanaticism. We succeeded. The god has finally awakened. She commanded me to obey your orders and accept your arrangements from today onwards. Alice turned to look at the moon outside the window, remaining silent. Klein's emotions were complex, but the expression on his face remained unchanged. He only stood up and said devoutly, I obey the divine oracle. The god's will is my will. After stating his position, he sat down again, looked at the demigod standing straight, and pointed to the sofa opposite. Please sit. By the way, introduce yourself. That's basic courtesy, isn't it? Patrick Brain sat on the sofa, thought for a moment, and said, I am Alonus. I once went to East Balam to do business. Because I contracted a disease there and almost died, I was rescued by a numinous episcopate member. In a ritual, I received the god's grace and lived, so I secretly changed my faith. My faction is always slandered by other numinous episcopate members, who believe we blaspheme and try to create a new death, but that is not the case. We firmly believe that the god did not fall at the end of the 4th epoch, but merely fell into a deep slumber, needing to be awakened by specific methods to gradually recover. Facts prove we are right, and you are the witness. Alice's expression became even stranger. She really wanted to appear and interject something into this conversation, but as soon as she remembered that Patrick had come here by the goddess's divine oracle, she didn't dare to move. Klein didn't know what Alice was thinking. He just asked, what about the other high-ranking members of your faction? Patrick Brain said with reverence on his face. When I joined the numinous episcopate, the god had already awakened a little. This is all thanks to the saints of the past, who sacrificed themselves in countless rituals. Currently, we have 3 saints and 1 angel. They are all in East Balam, and I am responsible for all matters in Backland. Sacrificed themselves. Alice's expression twisted for a moment, remembering Cassandra. Klein continued to ask, what is that angel's name? Where is she currently? Has she received a divine oracle? Patrick Brain said frankly, the god commanded me not to tell others, nor to inquire about related matters from others. Our leader is named Hater, which is both a surname and a given name. She was once the archpriest of the church. Later, she received the god's grace and became an angel. She has always been dedicated to awakening the sleeping god. In a certain ritual, she suffered severe erosion and is currently unable to leave her mausoleum, otherwise, she would directly lose control. She is considered my teacher. Cannot tell others, nor inquire. Alice looked at this person with a strange expression and began to speak in Klein's mind. You know, the reason these secret organizations and cults can recruit people is because anti-fraud propaganda isn't popular here, right? It's not impossible. No, now is not the time to think about this. Klein quickly pulled his thoughts back and continued to ask. Are she and the other 2 demigods Balam people, pure-blooded? Yes, Patrick Brain nodded. Alice, who didn't get a response, pouted and quietly listened to Klein continue his questioning. What sequence are you currently? Patrick Brain didn't hide it. I am an undying. Oh. The sequence name caught Alice's attention. She had learned about the characteristics of an undying from Klein, knowing that this sequence would restart a new life every 60 years. As expected, Klein asked again, is this your first restart? This wasn't the word Klein originally intended to use, using it this way was purely because of Alice. This was knowledge that came with the potion. The death pathway didn't seem to have a true god or king of angels who enjoyed tricking their juniors, or a living uniqueness. Patrick easily understood Klein's words and replied, I am not yet 50, and I have been an undying for less than 10 years. End of chapter. Chapter 555 Chapter 133 Whirlpool. Then he didn't become a demigod until he was 40, Alice calculated the man's age, sizing him up and down. Klein then asked, when did you convert to my lord? Here, Lord, refers to the Lord of the Underworld. Brian recalled for 2 or 3 seconds and said, at that time, I had just celebrated my 30th birthday. Huh, he only embarked on the Beander pathway at 30 and became a demigod at 40. Although this speed was nothing compared to Klein's, being comparable to Klein in itself explained the issue. As for herself, Alice didn't think the fate pathway's advancement route had any reference value. Recalling Brian's origins, Alice lowered her head, realizing that Brian might be related to the artificial death. This also explains why he received the oracle. It sounded like the goddess could probably only contact him. Klein had already continued to ask, what is your current public identity? I am a businessman. I run 2 garment factories in Backland, publicly worship the Evernight goddess, and am a supporter of the new party, Patrick Brain introduced, Alice, who knew what was truly beneath the shell of the artificial death, was genuinely stunned. Her mouth agape in surprise, she was utterly amazed by this. What a devout believer. Klein's feelings were similar to Alice's, but his face showed no abnormality as he said, how many numinous episcopate members do you have under you, and what are they doing? Brian, who was well prepared, answered fluently, 2 teams, 12 Beyonders. Some of them work in my garment factories, and some work in watch shops. Each has a formal profession. Under normal circumstances, they cautiously spread the God's faith among those around them. Progress in this area is very slow and not the main objective. The total number of believers does not exceed 100. Most of the time, they are collecting clues about various items left by the God, as well as different materials needed for the awakening ritual. Once we have clues, we will carry out corresponding actions, and after the materials are prepared, we will experiment with different awakening rituals to find the most effective one. I am the host of the actions and the core element of the ritual. Klein asked about other situations and received detailed answers. Alice quickly became distracted during this question and answer session until Klein spoke the concluding remarks. According to the God's oracle, from now on, you will obey my commands. Alice gathered her thoughts, focused on the solemn-faced Klein, blinked twice, and waited for Klein's next words. He had no intention of playing the role of the dependence too perfectly. Alice watched him make a series of commands after pondering, and finally couldn't help but ask him, did you often receive such tasks that don't explain anything clearly and rely entirely on you to guess? Klein, formerly a corporate drone, chose to remain silent on this topic. He pressed his right hand to his chest and began to preach with exceptional piety. God says, only by understanding what you believe can you truly believe. God says, for the lost, one must first strengthen their body and arm their mind, for the kingdom he promises has no barbarism or ignorance. Alice began to ponder which God had said this. Patrick Brain did not question Dwayne Dante's words, nor was he surprised why these 2 sentences were not recorded in the Numinous Episcopate's holy book, because the other party was the God's dependents, the God's designated representative. He nodded sincerely and said, I will keep the God's teachings in mind. May every spirit live eternally in the God's kingdom. As he spoke, he raised both hands, thumbs together, pressing them to the center of his forehead. This was precisely the prayer posture currently adopted by the Numinous Episcopate. In the corresponding mystical theories, this represented the core of the underworld within every gatekeeper, symbolizing the position of death. Klein responded to this prayer, and after giving a few more instructions, he revealed Gehrman Sparrow's identity through the messenger. Brian, After a moment of realization, exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness Death Consul." Alice looked at him in surprise, realizing for the first time that faith and intellect could coexist, at least with basic thinking ability. After they chatted for a while longer, Patrick Brain excused himself. By this point, Alice had almost forgotten why she had come. She ruffled her hair, and just as she was about to say something, Klein spoke first. "Oh, right, Alice, when I was in the southern continent, I discovered a custom that I now think might be very suitable for you." Alice curiously stopped her actions, waiting for him to continue. Klein then said naturally, "During the Balam Empire era, a special custom was preserved in the territories directly under the imperial family. For them, the death of a loved one did not mean the complete end of their relationship. Before burial, they would take a bone from the deceased's body and place it in their home as decoration, to signify that the departed are still with the living. Which bone to choose is determined by the priest officiating the funeral through a ritual. The best and most symbolic is the skull. Some families even make the skull into a wine cup, used only when entertaining the most distinguished guests. When I was in Seberang, I met a person who tried to entertain me with a wine cup made from his grandfather's skull." Upon hearing this, Alice couldn't help but show a sympathetic expression, but Klein didn't seem to mind much. He shook his head and smiled. "If I remember correctly, your restart should preserve your original body, right? Have you ever considered making the skull of your original body into a wine cup after a restart?" Alice's expression twisted. She sincerely told Klein, "You really are more human than I am. I couldn't have thought of such a brilliant idea." Klein, however, didn't care. He glanced at Alice and asked with a smile, "Aren't you interested in this suggestion?" Alice paused. "Although it sounds really strange, it seems quite commemorative." This suggestion was entirely proposed by Klein based on his understanding of Alice, so Alice's answer did not surprise him. He simply rolled his eyes at Alice, then said, "Go back. It's the middle of the night, I need to sleep. I hope you do too." Alice then remembered why she had appeared here in the middle of the night. She slammed the table and glared at Klein, saying, "Why did you scare me?" From the feedback of the potion's digestion, "I don't think you were too scared." Klein shook his head. "It seems this method isn't that effective for you. Can you tell me where my plan's flaw is?" Alice choked. She suddenly realized that after experiencing the hundredfold effectiveness of high-sequence feedback, Klein seemed to have gone bad. "Klein," she cursed angrily. Klein nodded and hummed in response. Alice's eyes widened. She really wanted to beat Klein up, but a restrained punch wouldn't vent her anger and might even make her more furious. And to use full strength, even a demigod is very fragile before an angel. She was experiencing for the first time Klein's feeling of being so angry that her teeth itched but being utterly helpless. After glaring fiercely at Klein, she simply began to explain to him, "It's not that I wasn't scared, but, if my spirituality intuition doesn't tell me there's danger, I won't be too afraid. You were already very successful in scaring me. Also, if you plan to scare angels to gain acting progress, you need to be careful about two things. First, don't scare angels who are in a bad state. If you accidentally scare someone into losing control, that would be a huge problem. Second, you'd better think clearly before you scare." At this point, Alice stopped speaking, glared fiercely, and then continued, "HMPH, if you get beaten up outside for scaring people, I won't care about you." Klein suppressed his smile and said, "Don't worry, I was just trying it out. I won't really keep scaring only you. Mainly, the effect wouldn't be as good if I scared her again, and doing it too many times might desensitize her. Then she might see Eamon the way she sees me, and that would be a huge problem, and she's right, I really didn't consider the influence of spirituality intuition. Perhaps next time, I should pick a target with poorer spirituality intuition. Wait a minute. I remember her warning me that Medici was coming for me, right? The Red Priest." Judging from Dunnett's and Anderson's performance, the spirituality intuition of this pathway is very poor. Klein began to stir. Alice looked at Klein suspiciously, and after receiving an unchanging smile, she glared at him fiercely and left. Back home, Alice, who had no need for sleep, naturally felt no drowsiness. She had no immediate plans to continue sleeping. Standing by the window, she gazed thoughtfully at the red moon in the sky. Adam successfully obtained 008. Although Alice lacked understanding of Adam's current situation, she knew that it was most likely the last, Theander characteristic that Adam was missing. As for Patrick Brain from the numinous episcopate, no matter how he came into existence, his appearance at least indicated that the goddess had initially grasped the death uniqueness, and that she had indeed received a response when praying to the artificial death. Additionally, there were the vengeful spirits that had emerged from underground, even though Alice knew they were just vengeful spirits and not the former Red Angel. As angels, their existence was inherently special, and the most obvious characteristic was, an angel would inevitably influence the area they were in. Backland appeared calm, yet Alice could subtly sense that the destinies above the city were intertwined, forming a massive gravitational vortex that continuously pulled everyone towards its center. In other words, something was likely to happen in Backland. Perhaps not just Backland. After all, Adam was going to become a god, and the birth of a new god would likely bring about worldwide changes. Alice rubbed her head with a headache, sighed deeply, and a subtle sense of weariness colored her expression. As an angel of the fate pathway, in a sense, an embodiment of the uniqueness, Alice was actually aware of the influence she would bring. This was also why she had broken down here today. The influence of fate is not concrete, its core is change. And whether it's calm or stormy, or normal, subtle waves, all can be explained by change. In other words, wherever she was, whether something happened or what happened was a normal phenomenon. But Alice was certain of one thing: once something was about to happen, she would inevitably be at the center of the vortex, and every single event would be inextricably linked to her. Even if she didn't intend it. Just like now, Alice felt that she finally understood the meaning of that ambiguous phrase in the ritual requirements. She could now vaguely sense the converging destinies, the gradually forming vortex. Even without Cassandra, she probably only needed to wait, and when everything erupted, the ritual would naturally complete itself. And what would ultimately erupt, without needing to think, Alice was certain it would be a war spanning the entire world. Speaking of which, does this count as me piggybacking on Adam's ritual? Alice stroked her chin, deep in thought. She and Klein had previously speculated about Adam's ritual, and their final judgment was that the Visionaries' ascension ritual probably involved bringing about the era he envisioned. And the era Adam envisioned, they both believed, was a world war. No, it's not quite the same. Alice suddenly frowned. She realized that things couldn't be generalized from this. This was a world with gods, and the trends of the era were usually related to gods. So, the trend of the era Adam envisioned should be the birth of a new god or the fall of an old god. Alice blurted out. In the dead of night, Alice suddenly noticed a sharp fear flash by. She almost instinctively turned her head, but there was nothing behind her, only the hairs standing on end and the cold sweat sliding down her body spoke of the spirituality intuition that had just flashed. Alice's face paled. Although no one appeared and no one said anything to her, she had already guessed what this was. It was undoubtedly Adam's warning. She had truly guessed correctly, and therefore Adam was warning her not to do anything. To be honest, I wouldn't dare to do anything either, Alice muttered softly. Since 008 eventually fell into your hands, it means that Ins Zangwil's defection is also inextricably linked to you. At least the step of bringing out 008 is inextricably linked to you. The goddess and you probably reached an agreement. She shook her head, sighing to herself. An agreement between a current true god and a past true god, or even an above the sequences. How can I be qualified to interfere? However, you should be quite generous, right? You shouldn't mind if I piggyback on your ritual, should you? It shouldn't affect your ascension ritual. The surroundings remained silent. No one responded to her soliloquy, but at this moment, no response was already an answer. Alice laughed happily. Chapter 556 Chapter 134 Follow the Flow of Destiny. I think we're about to find him, a clear voice said, causing the young man with the monocle to stop and gently adjust his glasses before saying, "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" "A feeling," the voice said bluntly, "just a feeling. In fact, I seem to have started having this feeling a few days ago." "A few days ago, huh?" The young man smiled faintly, not responding. These two were Will Osepton and Eamon. After a period of feigned sincerity, Eamon truly began to demonstrate his sincerity to Will Osepton. He genuinely started looking for Ouroboros. Of course, it was useless. Even after Ouroboros went through countless hardships to kill the former god of luck, the sequence 1 characteristic was picked up by Will-Osepton at the time. For thousands of years since, he had never found Will-Osepton, nor could he change Ouroboros' luck. And now, with the positions of hunter and hunted reversed, this luck finally came into play. Aemon and Will-Osepton couldn't find Ouroboros. Most of the time, Ouroboros stayed with the true creator. Aemon didn't dare to confront him directly. As for the times Ouroboros occasionally went out, sometimes it was genuinely due to receiving information, sometimes it was an omen of fate, sometimes it was an induction of the ripples of fate. In short, they followed various sources of information to search for Ouroboros, but always just missed him. Clearly, fate still acknowledged his luck. After walking a few more steps, Aemon chuckled, sighing as he said, "Sometimes I really feel that you two are like gifts carefully chosen by fate. He picks and chooses between the two of you, not knowing who to send out. Now it seems, you are the chosen one." Will-Osepton retorted, "Are you a delivery man?" Aemon pinched his monocle, his smile playful and smug. "What, did I hit a nerve? Should I apologize to you?" No one paid him any mind. "Come in." Inside the dim herbal shop, the fat apothecary Dayquil, hearing the knock, said listlessly. After the dice of probability was taken by Alice, and after the news of Miss Fate devouring the Life School of Thought's sealed artifact of grade 0 spread across the sea, he finally recalled the letter his teacher had left him. When he went to that convenience store and learned that the dice he wanted to buy had already been purchased, he realized that the clue his teacher left for him had been taken in advance. Dayquil was terrified by this. Being cautious, he didn't have the courage to contact his companions, so he kept hiding, running his herbal shop in various places, staying in one spot for a while before moving on. Dayquil, who had been hiding for several months, thought he might just continue like this. Who knew, today's guest was an acquaintance of his. Roy King, his teacher, a winner. Dayquil stared at the person who walked in, taking more than 10 seconds to react, then he leapt up, exclaiming with pleasant surprise, "Teacher. You're." The winner, who had spent several months successfully escaping from prison, glanced at his student and sighed, "Although I've known you weren't smart for a long time, I didn't you ever consider that I might be an imposter?" Dayquil's joy instantly vanished. He hesitated, stopping his actions, and his gaze towards Roy King turned wary. Roy King shook his head, walked into the shop, and closed the door, saying, "After I was arrested, after some time, probably around February, the intensity of my supervision gradually decreased. Half a month ago, I used accumulated luck to escape during a shift change. I immediately went to look for Counselor Rejoice and learned of his death." Death. Dayquil, who hadn't contacted the organization for several months, widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, Roy King looked at him deeply. "Besides that, I also heard that there's a Miss Fate at sea, and he swallowed a grade 0 sealed artifact belonging to us. Dayquil, do you know what's going on?" Dayquil gave an awkward smile. Roy King knew the answer from his expression. His face darkened, and he continued to ask, "Has anyone else contacted you? Or have you contacted anyone?" Dayquil's expression became even more awkward. "This really is," Roy King was momentarily speechless. "I originally thought that His Highness was watching all this, and fate would resolve it, so there was no need to worry about you but I didn't expect that His Highness now seems a bit." His Highness. Dayquil's expression showed a hint of confusion. Even though he had been with the Life School of Thought for a long time, Dayquil was quite unfamiliar with its high-ranking members. He vaguely guessed that the high-ranking members of the Life School of Thought were in a civil war, but he didn't know who the warring parties actually were. Of course, Dayquil didn't think he was to blame for this. It all fell on his teacher, who practiced a hands-off approach, the very person in front of him. His teacher, Roy King, was a person who greatly trusted fate. After giving him the Sequence 8 potion formula, he never paid attention to him again. Even if he asked one day, the other party would only tell him to seek the guidance of fate. He seemed to have fully grasped the true meaning of a winner. So Dayquil expected some explanation from his teacher, but Roy King had no interest in explaining. He just sat in the herbal shop, glanced at the owl on his shoulder, and asked him, "Are you already Sequence 8? How is your potion digestion coming along?" Dayquil was a little unaccustomed to the change in topic. He nodded and said with some nervousness, "It's already digested, but..." This is your sequence 7 potion formula, Roy King interrupted the conversation directly. I could have provided you with some potion ingredients or a complete potion, but unfortunately, after being controlled by the Loan military, my things were also confiscated. Only the formula I memorized is still in my head. You don't blame me? Dayquil asked subconsciously. Why would I blame you? Roy King shook his head. Since even Counselor Rejoice paid the price of his life in the process of obstruction, and His Highness also lost contact as a result, that means. He paused, then looked up, his expression devout, saying, the direction of fate is irreversible. I have already seen our fate. We will be swept along by the current of fate towards Miss Fate. All who attempt to resist will be drowned by the current of fate. Dayquil looked at Roy King in a daze, his expression hesitant, saying, so, we should go find Miss Fate. Exactly, Roy King showed an expression that suggested his student was teachable. We should conform to the current of fate, approach Miss Fate, and assist him when he needs it. Dayquil finally understood Roy King's meaning. He blurted out, you're betraying them. We are conforming to the current of fate. Roy King's expression was focused and devout, without the slightest change. This is unchangeable. Compliance is the best choice for us. All we can do is comply. Dayquil opened and closed his mouth several times, then finally said with an admiring expression, you're right. Unfortunately, the owl on his shoulder seemed to deliberately undermine him. Having been silent all this time, it finally spoke at this moment, uttering a remark that made both of them extremely awkward. Why are you like this now? Before, in situations like this, you would always complain out loud. Is it because this is your teacher that you only complain secretly in your heart? Quickly, speak your mind. Shut up, you dead bird. Dayquil gave the owl a fierce look. These words spoiled everything. As soon as the owl heard them, it became agitated, squawking and flapping its wings, help. Someone's going to kill a bird because they can't win an argument. Roy King glanced at the bird and praised, it seems your bird is very spiritual. Dayquil showed another awkward smile, remaining silent. Roy King didn't dwell on it. He proactively changed the subject and asked Dayquil, have you met Miss Fate? Do you know how to contact him? Dayquil paused, then simply told the truth. I have met him, but not in the way you think. When I saw him, he just came to my herbal shop very normally. Oh, right. He initially asked me how to contact the Life School of Thought. I was especially scared at the time, so I refused him and then ran away. Very good, Roy King nodded. Perhaps you should have chosen Monster back then. It seems it really suits you. You've mastered something many people haven't. I mean, you've learned to follow your inner choice. Dayquil hesitated to speak, but Roy King shook his head and said, seeing that you are walking on the path guided by fate, I feel relieved. I too must go find my own path. With that, Roy King left the herbal shop. Dayquil rushed out of the herbal shop after a moment of stupefaction. He watched Roy King's retreating figure, then murmured to himself, no wonder teacher is a winner. After unilaterally obtaining Adam's consent, Alice had a good night's sleep. The next day, Alice began to ponder what she should do now. The news about the River of Fate was not actually that urgent. Alice thought about it and decided there was no need to rush at this moment. Perhaps she could consider the Chaoswalker acting method while searching for information. Literally, Chaoswalker means, one who walks in chaos. The meaning is concise, and the keywords are clear, first, chaos, and second, walking. What kind of chaos does chaos refer to? Or the chaos of what? What are its specific manifestations? How does walking happen? Is it walking in the literal sense, or does it have a deeper meaning? For example, witnessing, for example, thinking of the influence brought by the fate pathway angels, thinking of Cassandra's actions, thinking of the soothsayer's abilities, and then thinking of the sequence 2 advancement ritual. Alice murmured, what does it mean to walk in chaos, to be a bystander, a passerby, or, to bring chaos, and then pass by like a stranger? Alice frowned, sitting in place. She didn't have many personal thoughts, but she genuinely didn't expect the latter acting method. That didn't sound like a good thing at all. Even if Alice didn't care much, she knew that doing so was not the same as playing a prank. Moreover, she wasn't entirely uncaring, at least for now. Alice couldn't bring herself to do such things to the people of the City of Silver and Moon City, to the Nighthawks, or to the members of the Tarot Club. Because these people had been seen by her. Such a thought gave Alice a bit of inspiration. She patted her head, realizing that a chaoswalker probably not only had to traverse chaos but also perhaps witness something. Leaning back in her chair, Alice mumbled to herself again, besides that, I might also be able to refer to the acting method of other sequences called something walker. In that case, can chaos be referenced? I seem to remember that the Black Emperor pathway has a sequence that includes chaos. Alice, who was good at finding reference answers, secretly noted this down, then decided to do something she hadn't done in a long time. She was going to divine. After confirming clues for the chaoswalker acting method as the divination purpose, Alice closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. In her dream, Alice saw a familiar, shimmering river of fate. The river surged from an unknown distance, its undulating points of light forming waves that crashed down, transforming tributaries into a single broad riverbed. Then, the river surged with new waves, falling onto the next section of tributaries, while the original riverbed, as the light faded, transformed back into several tributaries. This process repeated. Alice didn't know how long she stood there watching, she only saw that in the very end, she lifted her foot and stepped into the river water. Before she lifted her second foot, the dream dissolved before her eyes. Alice was stunned for a moment, sat up, and frowned, saying, my acting method clues are in the river of fate. This was undoubtedly an extremely absurd answer. Alice looked as if she had seen a ghost. She sat up straight and muttered, the absurdity of this is like the requirement for the advancement ritual being transmigrator. It can't be true, right? Who could fulfill such an absurd requirement? No, that's not right. I only divined for my clues. Maybe it's just that this way is the most convenient. At least the most convenient for me. But this isn't right either. Can't I find clues elsewhere? Why is there only this one hint? No, I have to try it. Anyway, Klein's sequence 2 is still far off. Chapter 557 Chapter 135 Do you believe in Buddhism? Without further ado, after calming herself down slightly in the church, Alice decided to go out for a walk immediately. She could think of few things related to the word chaos. Although a war was brewing in the shadows, before the war even began, Alice's first thought was the East Borough. After the Great Smog, Alice had entered the East Borough only a handful of times, and those were merely passing through. Stepping into it again, she felt an indescribable sense of disorientation. After the Great Smog incident, the low and high-ranking officials finally realized that the suffering here was a breeding ground for the advent of an evil god, and they tried to make some improvements to the East Borough. Coupled with environmental governance, the deathly aura of the East Borough finally faded considerably. It's just, Alice frowned slightly. She observed the fate of Backland's East Borough and walked towards the most turbid and chaotic direction. She didn't use her Beander abilities, simply walking step by step. As she did, the environment visibly deteriorated, and the smiles on people's faces gradually faded. As she was about to approach the ultimate core, Alice silently stopped and looked in one direction. A man wearing the most common blue-gray worker's uniform in this area walked out of a house, and a disheveled woman chased after him, shouting as she ran. Money! Money! The man walked very fast. The woman stumbled forward, grabbed his waist from behind, and cried out with a trembling voice. Money! It was shrill, desperate, and made people stop in their tracks. The man, however, showed no reaction. He didn't show any emotion, tearing away the arms around his waist, shaking off the woman, and kicking her while roaring. Get lost! That kick was fierce, but the woman didn't care. Instead, she took the opportunity to hug the man's leg, looking up and pleading. Please, my child and I haven't eaten for days. Alice wasn't sure if she should pity the woman. She realized this might be a story of a free ride, and although Alice had never seen such a thing before, in her past or present, similar stories were not lacking in the diverse literary works of modern society. She knew that in certain specific environments, this was not uncommon. This level of incident could make her stop and watch, but it wasn't worth her giving her already scarce compassion. Until the child rushed out. Mommy! As the man drew back his foot for a second kick, a girl of about 10 years old rushed out and stood in front of her mother, closing her eyes without hesitation. Pity wasn't worth it, but this genuine emotion might be. As Alice considered, she found that the man also stopped his foot. Did he also soften his heart? Was he moved? Alice blinked. The man retracted his foot, revealing a smile full of lust. He sized up the 10-year-old girl, then rubbed his hands and said, "Hey, you should have said so earlier, your daughter is so pretty." As he spoke, one hand reached out, rubbing, to touch the girl's face. Insane. Alice's eyes widened, and she recalled Sharf's disgusting gaze. The anger she hadn't vented on Sharf finally transferred to the man in front of her. The man, who had reached out his hand, suddenly began to breathe rapidly, and a look of terror appeared on his face. He clutched his chest, his face contorted in a suffocating expression, and he whimpered, "Ah, save me." As he spoke, his face gradually turned purplish-blue and unsightly, and his body collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. His last sounds also gradually disappeared. The embracing mother and daughter finally had time to hug and cry. Alice stroked her chin, beginning to wonder if she should just leave or make an appearance. Or should I just go? This thought only flashed for a moment before being abandoned, because she saw the mother and daughter, after checking and confirming each other's health, tremble as they embraced each other, softly praising. Praise the goddess. Alice suddenly realized she had once again overlooked something. This was a world where true gods existed. Unlike the false divine right of kings in her memory, here, the divine right was truly granted by gods. And for Backland's East Borough, under the rule of the gods, to have become what it was today, the gods might not have interfered, but they must have tacitly allowed it. The feeling was like some heavy filter had suddenly shattered. She sighed softly. "Goddess, you're not innocent either, quite similar to me, huh? I should say, at least in terms of morality, everyone might not be much better than me." This fact made Alice feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. She could finally accept others' praise and thanks with a clear conscience. After all, everyone was in the same boat, maybe even worse than her. Why shouldn't she be praised for doing good deeds? Alice nodded confidently, muttering with emotion. "Since that's the case, as long as I don't make any fundamental errors, I'm on the same level as everyone else. However, why does it have to be this way?" From Chayaswalker, 2. Soothsayer, also seems to have this feeling. Is the faith that blossoms in disaster more devout? Is there no faith born to make the world better? Never mind, it has nothing to do with me. I can't let them keep thanking me. Alice decided to go out and claim the credit first. She no longer concealed her presence, chuckling softly as if sighing. "Mortals, though ignorance might be a blessing, if you thank the wrong person, I will get angry, you know." The mother and daughter turned their heads in fright. Alice stood a little more formally, stepped towards them, and bent down, saying, "You should praise, you should thank, you should, sigh, maybe I really should have a bishop. This makes me seem so cheap. Pretend you didn't hear what I just said. I mean, you should thank me." The mother and daughter looked bewildered. The mother seemed to have caught some key points from Alice's jumbled words. She asked with uncertainty, "You can call me." Alice confidently raised her chin, but her voice suddenly paused. She liked to tell people she was Miss Fate, but if it was a god, Alice blinked, subtly adding the final title. "Goddess of Fate. Goddess of Fate," the mother murmured softly, a strange light flashing in her eyes. "So, is this a punishment from fate?" "No, I just happened to find him displeasing." Alice blinked, deciding to choose a suitable explanation for her randomness from the vast religions of her previous life. "Exactly." She smiled slightly, her expression compassionate. "Good people will eventually receive good outcomes, and evil people will eventually receive bad outcomes. Perhaps those evil people will fare better in the short term, but that is only because the time has not yet come." She translated the most common and popular Buddhist saying. "So that's it, fate, haha, so this is fate." The mother knelt on the ground, looking up. "Praise be to you, great goddess of fate, from now on I will recite your honorific name every day and pray for your blessings. ... Help, she's not going to come up and hug my leg, is she?" Alice remembered the scene from earlier and awkwardly ran away. Seeing her disappear, the mother's eyes grew even more excited. She prostrated herself on the ground, and also pressed down her still dazed daughter beside her, repeatedly saying, "A miracle, this is a miracle, praise be to you." ... Insane. Alice, who could feel the faith, blocked this scene, deciding that out of sight was out of mind. Enjoying the quiet once more, Alice recalled her earlier sentiments. She finally understood Cassandra's actions. People in suffering, when suddenly saved, are indeed prone to developing faith. Even though she had neither a control experiment nor a repeated experiment, PFF'd, dirty thoughts. Alice coldly chased the knowledge out of her mind, then couldn't help but frown, muttering to herself. So, it can't be true, can it? First create chaos, then become a soothsayer, to save everyone, the acting method and rituals for 2 sequences all completed in one go. It can't be true, can it? That's 2. Hey, speaking of which, the apex of this pathway is actually called key of light. Light. If the light of key of light is like this, then it's too ironic. No, it's precisely like this that it fits her, its performance. To personally drag people into the abyss, then save them, appearing as a savior, and finally revealing the most desperate truth. Hey, isn't that what it loves to do the most? Song Shu, hey. Alice clenched her fist, deciding not to wander around today, and to study the doctrines while her inspiration was still fresh. Even though that Buddhist phrase was something Alice had said offhand at the time, copying Buddhism actually seemed like a good idea. Besides Alice's plagiarized original phrase, good begets good, evil begets evil, it's not that it doesn't happen, but that the time has not yet come. What also impressed Alice and fit the fate pathway was the theory of reincarnation. Buddhism believes that life is not a one-time event, but that after death, one is reborn into the 6 paths of reincarnation based on karma, including the Deva realm, Asura realm, human realm, animal realm, hungry ghost realm, and hell realm. See, isn't that becoming a god, restarting as an animal, becoming a vengeful spirit, and being sealed? Equally familiar to Alice was the Buddhist concept of nirvana. Buddhists seek liberation from the cycle of birth and death, reaching a state free from suffering. Isn't that an archangel? There's also the concept of causality. Buddhism believes that all actions have consequences, good deeds bring good results, and evil deeds bring bad results. Karma not only affects current life but also future lives, and this view precisely corresponds to the equivalent exchange in the fate pathway. Of course, here we must also mention the point of Buddhism most suitable for Alice, although this point is not exclusive to Buddhism, that is, the so-called affinity. Fate is full of randomness, just as Alice told Klein. Even if the probability is 0 or 100, the outcome is not actually predetermined, but sometimes the probability is just some random number in the middle, yet the outcome seems predetermined, giving people a sense of powerlessness. Well, Alice admits she actually hasn't encountered either extreme situation. No, the former might have been encountered. But in any case, such a special characteristic, coupled with Alice's changeable personality, she had a deep self-awareness of this, meant that what would happen to those who believed in the goddess of fate she had just casually made up would be unpredictable. And Buddhism, which also emphasizes affinity, undoubtedly provided the best explanation for this. So, Klein. Alice knocked on Klein's door from a distance. Do you believe in Buddhism? That night, above the gray fog, Klein looked at Alice sitting before him and asked helplessly, "Tell me, what do you want again?" "This time it's serious." Alice sat up straight. "But you have to tell me first if you believe in Buddhism." "Why are you asking that?" Klein frowned. "I don't." Alice was disappointed again. "It's like this, I have an idea for the doctrine, I'm going to copy Buddhist doctrines." Klein was momentarily stunned. Alice, in high spirits, eagerly grabbed Klein and told him her ideas. Klein listened thoughtfully and then remarked, "What you said actually makes some sense." Right, Alice said triumphantly. "However, I can only remember a part of Buddhist doctrines, and I can't remember all those philosophical-sounding phrases." "I'll take care of that," Klein volunteered. "I have no problem with that." Alice widened her eyes at him, and out of curiosity, couldn't help but ask, "What exactly did you do before?" Klein smiled confidently, feigning humility as he replied, "I am but a humble keyboard warrior." This sentence was spoken in Chinese. To fit the context, Klein even stood up, made a gesture of stroking a beard and nodding in greeting, which made Alice cover her face, looking as if she couldn't bear to watch. Having achieved his goal, Klein stopped his antics. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Alice, "Do you need it urgently? Oh, by the way, do you still need your new honorific name?" "I think it's unlikely." Alice's mouth twitched. I was originally worried that Will Osepton would use that honorific name to do something after he was born, but you know the current situation. Klein's mouth also twitched, and he reminded her, I remember Eamon can steal things. Be careful, he steals Will Osepton's time, making Will Osepton born overnight and coming to trouble you. Then that means my opportunity to become a god has arrived, Alice said with a blank face. Now it's your turn to be anxious, Klein. I hope you advance to Archangel quickly. After all, my advancement is just a matter of drinking a potion, at most it's. Her voice abruptly stopped. At most, what? Klein's brow twitched, and he frowned, looking at her. Alice blinked, swallowing the words, outer deity's revival, that were on the tip of her tongue, and said without changing her expression. At most, I'll be a bit disheveled when I restart. After all, the potion hasn't been fully digested yet. End of chapter. Chapter 558. Chapter 136. New God. Klein frowned, looking at Alice. He was certain Alice was hiding something from him, otherwise she wouldn't have paused like that and then made such an awkward retraction. Klein wasn't completely clueless about this. For instance, he suspected that what Alice was hiding from him was inextricably linked to the so-called secret only angels can know, and it definitely wasn't anything good. But if he were to ask for specifics, he couldn't think of anything. Klein, who had just advanced to Sequence 4, sighed and put the plan for Sequence 3 on his agenda. Potion formula, where to find it? Potion formulas above demigod level were harder to find one by one. Klein sighed, looked enviously at Alice, and then remembered the so-called law of causality, his eyes becoming worried. Alas, he sighed helplessly, shaking his head, forget it, I won't ask you. You wouldn't tell me even if I did. I might as well use that free time to find my Sequence 3 potion formula. Alice paused. She remembered her speculation about Adam's godhood ritual, and her brow twitched. Will the new god about to be born be the fool? No, that's unlikely. The message Eamon left me was an active request for help from Adam, but at the same time, Adam and Klein's attitudes also leaned towards cooperation to a certain extent. He might have a bias, but he hasn't completely taken a side. This isn't the trend of the era he envisioned. What about Miss Fate? Forget it, it feels like Miss Fate won't get involved in such matters. Well, in that case, the birth of the Fool, or rather, the Lord of the Mysteries, also won't involve her. Is there still a possibility of others becoming gods in the fifth epoch? Medici. No, forget it, that's a bit far-fetched. I heard he's been underground for 1 or 2 millennia, which feels pretty much like exile. If the note was on him, it shouldn't make him like this, right? Which other divine positions are vacant? The clearly confirmed one is the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor. Alice's mouth twitched. She didn't think the Black Emperor was the new god about to arrive, it was just that there were too many Black Emperors with names. Rosal, Tudor, and it seems Solomon too. Alice could name 3 of them. She shook her head, muttering incoherently, don't let another Black Emperor pop up someday. The topic jumped too much for Klein to follow, and confusion flickered in his eyes. Alice shook her head and continued to mumble. Actually, it could also be a god dying. Who's about to die? First, exclude the 7 deities. Wait, Klein finally couldn't help but interrupt her, what exactly are you talking about? Alice blinked, responding, I'm thinking about your possibility of advancing to Black Emperor. Quote? Klein looked at her with the eyes one would use for a lunatic. The questioning gaze made Alice indignant. She sat up straight and began to argue with Klein logically. Look, 9 mausoleums are simple, and the sacrificial ritual is also very simple once the initial conditions are met. For most people, the most difficult part is formulating a strict, complex, and unconventional set of rules, but that's easy for you. You just need to abolish the monarchy. Hold on, Klein couldn't help but interrupt her. The Black Emperor's advancement ritual requires associating one's title with Emperor. If I abolish the monarchy, how can I still be an emperor? That makes some sense. Alice frowned. Then, should we promote feudal monarchy in another world? Although I think that's not as unconventional as abolishing the monarchy, we could bring over the modern system, that would be a complete institutional change. Quote? Klein rolled his eyes at her, leaving aside the emperor issue. Where exactly is abolishing the monarchy against common sense? Where isn't it? Alice returned a roll of the eyes. At least in this reopened history, abolishing the monarchy would make you the unprecedented first person. Klein opened his mouth and then closed it. He realized Alice was indeed right. This matter, which was incredibly ordinary to him, was indeed unprecedented here. He asked thoughtfully, "So, according to you, I can also bring over modern or ancient Chinese architectural styles?" Alice showed an expression that said, "You can be taught. When you put it that way, the Black Emperor really seems like a good option." Klein's expression became strange. "Of course, the premise is that I'm an emperor right now. Unfortunately, I'm not. But you are a faceless," Alice instigated. "You can impersonate the current emperor of Loan. I remember his name is George III, and then formulate." "Wait, it seems unnecessary. He seems to have already formulated a new set of rules." Klein was stunned. His expression when looking at Alice became even stranger, and he said rather speechlessly, "You've really arranged everything so clearly for me, Miss Fate." Alice blinked innocently. Klein glared at her, too lazy to bother, and casually picked up the paper with only 2 lines of text from the pile of ruins, handing it to Alice and telling her, "Since you're not in a hurry for your honorific name anymore, you can think of the next line yourself." Ah! Alice's eyes widened. Klein had an undeniable look, and seeing this, Alice angrily stomped on the gray fog covering the ground before picking up the paper. This was the second time she had seen the 2 honorific names Klein had thought up for her. After another glance, Alice still couldn't help but say, "You wrote it so that I really sound like a true deity. Hey, even if these 2 lines aren't used then, once I have a church, I'll definitely put them in the holy book. Whatever makes you happy." Klein averted his gaze. No one delved deeper into the matter of George III, because even Alice knew that members of the royal family were implicitly unable to advance to demigod. Alice didn't believe that the current tyrant of Loan could achieve such a level of concealment and possess such courage. The Tarot Club convened as scheduled on the Monday of the new week. After Miss Justice's greeting, Alice still heard the apologetic voice of Hermit Catlia. "Respected Mr. Fool, Rosal's diary still hasn't arrived this week." "Still not." Alice frowned, looking at Hermit Catlia. The lady's expression was calm and peaceful, showing no signs of urgency or worry, so Alice withdrew her gaze. "It seems the person is fine. Since there's no problem, thinking about these things has never been her job." Alice relaxed and waited for Klein's reaction. The fool, seated at the head of the bronze long table, also withdrew his gaze, nodded, and said in a calm tone, "No need to rush. Tisk." Alice lowered her head, concealing her expression. As the fool announced the start of the transaction segment, Hangman Alger turned to the star Leonard and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, there's still no news of a mystical item that meets your requirements this week." "That's normal. Corresponding, mystical items of sequence 6 and sequence 5 themselves circulate less." Leonard nodded quite understandingly. "He's even more prone to slips of the tongue than I am." Alice's mouth twitched. She glanced at Leonard, who was almost an open book, and shook her head. This wasn't a case of the pot calling the kettle black. In fact, Alice was quite confident about keeping secrets. Miss Fate wouldn't let her reveal any secret that shouldn't be revealed. Leonard looked back suspiciously. Alice blinked, smiled at him, and slumped casually against the back of her chair. Leonard, who had been sitting upright, paused, then looked at the other members, finding that while members like Moon and Magician didn't have Alice's natural, at-home attitude, they weren't overly reserved either. "It seems Mr. Fool is relatively gentle in this regard." Leonard mused, and quietly relaxed the pressure on his lower back. Klein then manipulated World Gehrman Sparrow, making him speak hoarsely. "I have a mystical item. Its abilities in all aspects meet your requirements, but it has many negative side effects that are difficult to avoid. Do you want to consider it?" He was referring to the Sea God Scepter. Klein hadn't intended to sell this item, which almost needed to be sealed artifact, to Leonard before, because he felt that his poet classmate couldn't withstand the negative effects of Sea's Whisper. Things like singing indiscriminately at friend and foe, the characteristic of tripping and whipping its wielder, and the drawback of being easily struck by lightning were not that easy to avoid. But thinking of Alice's seal, and Alice's statement about angels using sealed artifact, Klein realized that angels could suppress the negative effects of most sealed artifact. As long as the opponent didn't reach 0 level, even if it was 0 level, it could still be utilized by angels. The Sea God Scepter clearly hadn't reached that level, and a Sequence 1 Marauder Pathway Angel was parasitic within Leonard. Klein felt that the other party would most likely not be able to solve the problem, so he ultimately decided to ask. Tell me about it. Leonard trusted that Klein wouldn't harm him and expressed his willingness to understand the specific situation. World Gehrman Sparrow glanced at the hanged man before slowly saying, "It can release lightning at the targeted object." He roughly described the Beyonder abilities and negative effects of Sea's Whisper, making Leonard both tempted and frowning. "It can actually be used as a staff to make me fly. Even if I reach Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock, I'd still need to find a suitable spirit to possibly fly. And its attack power is really not weak, and its characteristics aren't singular. But those 3 negative effects are simply terrifying. I'll go back and ask the old man if he has a way to reduce the bad influences." Leonard pondered for several seconds, then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked Alice. "Miss Fate, do you have a way to weaken its negative effects?" Alice, suddenly cued, was stunned. The other Tarot Club members weren't much better off. Among them, Moon Emlyn looked at the star Leonard with particular admiration, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude and pity. But the treatment of a former colleague is, after all, different from that of an unknown vampire. Alice thought for a moment, then first confirmed. "Are you planning to freeload off me too?" Everyone was startled, then looked at World Gehrman Sparrow along with the star Leonard. "No, you really didn't pay." Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, World calmly said, "Why are you all looking at me?" Everyone silently retracted their gazes. The star Leonard was the slowest. He said to Alice with a strange expression, "No, I'm willing to pay the price." Alice, however, shook her head, rejecting the proposal, and advised him, "No need, you'd be wasting your money too much that way. You can totally freeload off that one, I think he can definitely do it and won't charge you. If he can't, then you can come ask me, and for Mr. Fool's sake, I can give you a discount." "Okay," the star Leonard nodded, turning to World, "I'll give you my answer next week." "No problem," World replied. As for the other members, even if they had some initial interest, after hearing about the negative effects of Sea's Whisper, they all gave up on inquiring about the price. At this moment, the fool Klein's thoughts turned in another direction, which was whether to take the opportunity to have a clearance sale. After he advanced to Sequence 4 and became a demigod, many of his previous items and characteristics became useless. Creeping hunger can be kept, even for travel, it must be kept. In addition, it can also hurt a Sequence 4 saint, has potential for growth, and the combination of its various Beyonder abilities is also quite good. The value of the Death Knell revolver is actually not too high anymore, but after activating the Fatal Attack mode, hitting a fixed position on the target with poison is still stronger than an air cannon. At least it can still be used at the Sequence 4 stage. However, if I can get a Reaper puppet, I can consider selling it. I'll remind Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man later. Sun Brooch. I currently lack abilities and items in this area. Although I can completely deal with evil spirits by manipulating spirit body threads, I can also keep it to give the paper figurine angel another variation, and sometimes I even need to lend it to Dunnets. The blood flower ring is in Winter Union's hand. It was lost together back then, so it should be with Ouroboros now. It's like it returned to the Aurora Order, but that's fine too. After all, this one simply can't be sold. That intelligence-reducing negative effect isn't suitable for most people. The Green Splendor ring. This one can be sold. I can already transfer diseases, and creeping hunger also herds a Dr. Merman cufflinks. This is also useless now. If needed for a short time, I can transform into a large fish myself. For a long time, I can completely go above the gray fog and use the Sea God Scepter's additional effects. There's 1 purifying bullet, 6 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcising bullets left. They'll be gone with a few uses, no need to sell them. End of this chapter. Chapter 559 Chapter 137 Acquaintance. After tallying his inventory in one breath, Klein had the world turn to Miss Hermit Catlia and ask, "Miss Hermit, how are my requests coming along? You should know that capturing a living Beyonder isn't easy, especially since Reapers are the fighting type." Miss Hermit Catlia shook her head. If you need it urgently, I can try to provide a mystical item made from a Reaper Beander characteristic. But the world shook his head, refusing the offer, and replied, if it's truly inconvenient, you can also inform me of their location if you find one, or provide their blood. Catlia nodded, indicating she had noted it. Seeing this, Klein controlled the world to continue. I have 2 mystical items for sale, both of a relatively low sequence. Miss Hermit Catlia immediately responded, a low sequence doesn't mean useless. Many low sequence abilities can even turn the tide in a sequence 5 battle. I'm very interested in the details of your 2 mystical items. Klein nodded slightly, explaining the effects and drawbacks of both the Merman cufflinks and the green bloom ring. He concluded, the Merman cufflinks are 500 pounds, and the green bloom ring is 1,000 pounds. No sooner had he finished speaking than Miss Justice Audrey raised her arm slightly and said, I'd like to buy the Merman cufflinks. After this, everyone else deemed themselves insufficiently competitive and gave up bidding for the Merman cufflinks. Audrey successfully acquired them. Immediately after, Mr. Hanged Man Alger acquired the green bloom ring. Silence fell over the room, and Alice then spoke up, have you found any answers to my commission? She first looked at Leonard, as with an archangel as his personal, old grandpa, Alice had full trust in Leonard's sources of information. She thought Leonard wouldn't come back completely empty-handed. And it was indeed so. Leonard shook his head, then nodded, saying, he told me that the River of Fate only appears before those with destiny. This aligned with the information Alice had currently gathered. She nodded thoughtfully, and Leonard added, oh, and he told me a passage. Alice looked up at Leonard, who then relayed everything Pales had said. Alice listened, her brow furrowing slightly, and she raised an eyebrow, saying, I think the one who chose me probably isn't such a boring personality. The rumors Pales spoke of were too pointed, reminding Alice of Cassandra. She was certain she had been chosen by the Key of Light, but she didn't believe that the Key of Light had manipulated her to mess with the entire pathway just to vent its anger. Whether there was truly an element of venting anger was hard to say, but there was definitely another purpose. For example, to ensure her smooth journey until she became Sequence 1. For example, to pique her curiosity and guide her to choose to consume the potions one by one. For example, in this story, wasn't she also a convergence point in the River of Fate? Alice curled her lips in sarcasm, then nodded her head slightly and said, some small matters are fine, but, do you really think I'm someone who can't distinguish between important and unimportant matters? Leonard paused, not daring to speak. He wasn't very familiar with Miss Fate from the Tarot Club and wasn't sure how the current Alice differed from before, but he was certain that in terms of willfulness, Miss Fate was even more so. She might genuinely be able to distinguish important from unimportant matters, but, could she distinguish what was an important matter? Leonard's expression clearly conveyed his thoughts. Alice froze for a moment, then glared fiercely at him, saying, what is that supposed to mean? Leonard paused, then praised without hesitation, I'm just surprised, I didn't expect you to have grown so much. He really knows Miss Fate. Except for the innocent son Derek and the Moon Emlyn whose brain had gone on vacation, everyone else more or less sensed a subtle familiarity between Alice and Leonard, guessing they might have known each other previously, with Mr. Hanged Man Alger being the most certain. So, the star might know Miss Fate before she recovered her memories or reclaimed her authority, and their relationship must have been good. Also, he already has an angel by his side whom he can frequently contact and has a good relationship with. Mr. Hanged Man Alger retracted his gaze, a hint of jealousy for the chosen one flashing in his eyes. It doesn't matter, I met Miss Fate very early too, and I met Mr. Fool before him. While Mr. Hanged Man Alger was trying to comfort himself, Miss Justice Audrey was already carefully observing the star Leonard, pondering Alice's past personality. Very relaxed, very trusting. It seems Miss Fate's past relationship with him was indeed good. A relationship where they could trust each other. Even now, he is sure Miss Fate wouldn't harm him. Respectful but limited, a little cautious but not overly so, completely unlike his attitude towards Mr. Fool. He doesn't seem to entirely view Miss Fate as an angel. This is normal, after all, he is friends with Mr. World, and Mr. World's attitude towards Miss Fate. Audrey's mouth twitched. She felt the word, blasphemous, was still too mild. However, could it be that Miss Fate really prefers to interact with people this way? When she met Susie, she also squatted down or even half-knelt to be at eye level with Susie. Psychologically speaking, this is a manifestation of desiring equal communication with people. So, Miss Fate, as an angel, actually wishes she could be like an ordinary person. Or maybe an ordinary dog. No, Susie isn't ordinary. Oh wait, that's right, Mr. Star and Mr. World are actually not ordinary at all. One knows Miss Fate before she recovered her memories and reclaimed her authority, and the other. Mr. World said he also slept for a long time, so he likely knew Miss Fate before he fell asleep, and was very familiar with her. In short, they both met her when Miss Fate was relatively weak and relatively ordinary. Does Miss Fate hope that in the eyes of these people, she has never changed? Or perhaps, she wishes she could always be the way she is in the eyes of these people. Recalling the phrase, "forever innocent child," in Alice's honorific name, Audrey gained a deeper understanding. Thoughtfully, she decided on her strategy for her next interaction with Alice. Perhaps, I can always view Miss Fate as one of my guides on the Beander pathway, asking her questions and seeking help, as long as I offer appropriate compensation. I can respect her, but it's best not to fear her, and sometimes, I can even show some of my curiosity, whether it's about high sequences or about Miss Fate herself. In short, I can be a little bolder. While Audrey was deep in thought, Alice, still a bit miffed, looked towards Miss Magician Furs. She knew of the relationship between Miss Magician Furs and the Abraham family, and she had also learned from Klein that Mr. Dorr was suspected to be a member of the Abraham family. This was enough to make Alice look forward to news from the Abraham family, as perhaps someone in their family had encountered it while traveling the spirit world. And indeed, Miss Magician Furs, under Alice's probing gaze, recounted her discovery. Someone from the Abraham family once saw the River of Fate while traveling in the spirit world. Before leaving, he marked the coordinates of that river. What he didn't expect was that when he returned to his marked spot next time, he found the river was gone. That's all I know. The rest is similar to what Mr. Star said. Alice nodded, then turned her attention to Mr. Moon Emlyn. Mr. Moon Emlyn's expression fell, seemingly not wanting to be noticed, but Alice had no intention of looking away, so he had to reply. I consulted our great sanguine Duke, Duke Ulmer. Duke Ulmer's description of the River of Fate was also similar to Mr. Star's. However, Duke Ulmer particularly emphasized that the River of Fate is an illusory river, and even if it appears before people, it may not necessarily be tangible. The error-free version is being read. This novel is first published on 6=9+ Shu_Ba. In addition to that, Duke Ulmer also told me a story. Mr. Moon Emlyn truthfully recounted the story Duke Ulmer told him about a friend who drowned in the River of Fate. Hearing this, Alice gave him a strange look and sincerely said, "A very perfect story, but I think there's something you should hear. I have experienced the feeling of being submerged by the River of Fate, not just once or twice. Even if we don't count the past, every time I reclaim a portion of authority, I feel that sensation of being submerged. Each time, I am like a drowning person, struggling desperately in the River of Fate." Mr. Moon Emlyn's expression froze. A bad premonition arose in his heart. He looked at Alice hesitantly, and found that Alice, with a knowing glance, gave him a smile. "Thank you for the information, Mr. Moon. As a thank you, whenever I can't struggle anymore in the river, I will definitely drag you down with me." Good heavens, a water ghost looking for a substitute. Inside the gray fog, Klein's mouth twitched, and he made the world retort, "It sounds like you want to rush into death's embrace with him." Yes, Alice sat upright devoutly, adopting the numinous episcopate prayer gesture she had recently learned. "I've recently converted to death." This truly wasn't wrong. Klein's expression grew even stranger, and he didn't interject again. As for the others, they all took it as a joke. What a joke, Miss Fate clearly isn't the type to be a believer. After Mr. Moon Emlyn, Miss Hermit Catlia was the one to speak on this topic. She also didn't have many clues, and immediately told everyone that all the clues she possessed had already been mentioned. As for the other three, Alice hadn't held much hope anyway. When they shook their heads, Alice showed an "I knew it" expression, and the world was even more direct. He simply said, "Everything I know I've already told you. If you've forgotten anything, just try to recall it yourself. Alice was forced to accept this fact. The trading session ended here. Next, Mr. Moon Emlyn cleared his throat and was the first to seize the right to speak during the free discussion session. I have confirmed that the matter of the abandoned ancient castle in Dreyer Forest was a test from within the Sanguine for me, and they concealed very crucial information. After saying this, it was as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. He no longer seemed as hesitant, troubled, or embarrassed as in the previous few days. He then looked around, observing the reactions of Miss Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man, and found that they seemed to have expected it all along, showing no surprise. It seems they had already suspected something when Miss Magician said the intelligence was problematic last time. Emlyn secretly nodded, and before Miss Magician Furs could respond, he added 2 more sentences. I am very sorry. I will refund your £300 for the intelligence fee, and additionally compensate you £300. Also, I will punish the Sanguine who deliberately provided incomplete intelligence. Although Mr. Moon always seemed arrogant, he was quite sincere when facing his mistakes and didn't make excuses to shirk responsibility. However, I've already obtained the cursed item and residual spirituality of the ancient vengeful spirit, and the matter is over. He didn't intentionally harm me and Zio, so there's no need to demand excessive compensation. Miss Magician Furs, remembering Zio's instructions, didn't meet her gaze and spoke to herself. This was just a mistake, no compensation is needed. A refund of the intelligence fee is enough. No sooner had she finished speaking than she suddenly thought of something. Since the intelligence about the abandoned ancient castle originated from a Sanguine test, had she and Zio already been targeted by members of the Sanguine? Furs finally couldn't hold back and turned to glance at Zio, only to see Miss Judgment shake her head slightly, indicating she hadn't detected anyone monitoring them. Furs was bewildered and found it hard to understand. She then let her thoughts wander, recalling the situation at the time. We explored it after quite some time. Had the Sanguine lost patience? The innkeeper in the town knew about the abandoned ancient castle. Was he a Sanguine in disguise? No, many locals were aware of it, but it was too remote, and there was nothing valuable left, so no one would go there unless passing by during hunting or gathering. No, the abandoned ancient castle was so dangerous. Why were those who took shelter from the rain there perfectly fine, only saying it was eerie and a bit scary? The Sanguine usually blocked the passage to the underground, and only opened it in advance for the test. This indicates there was indeed monitoring. Because the ancient castle was too dangerous, the monitoring was in the outer forest, not inside. Zio and I, due to getting lost, bypassed the monitors and weren't discovered. Mr. Fool didn't give a warning, so there shouldn't be any major problems. I'll pay attention again when I get back. As Furz's thoughts raced, Mr. Moon Emlyn pondered for a moment and said, "All right." End of chapter. Chapter 560. Chapter 138. Plan. Neither side intended to speak further, and Alice, who had planned to keep listening, couldn't sit still. She asked Emlyn, the moon, "How do you plan to punish that Sanguine?" Considering she was asking a question, Alice narrowly swallowed the word, vampire, that had been on the tip of her tongue. Audrey, Justice, who didn't need to be actively understanding, successfully joined the ranks of listeners, while Emlyn, the moon, quickly said, "He only did it under orders from his superiors. I don't think his error requires him to pay with his life." "Why are you telling me this?" Alice frowned, looked up, and saw that Emlyn's attention was focused on the world. Alice was speechless. She moved her gaze from the pitiful puppet and tried to make amends for the world at the Tarot Club. Actually, Mr. World isn't as cold and crazy as the rumors say. He's actually a very gentle person. Miss Fate, I used to think so too, but after hearing what you said today, I'm not so sure anymore. Audrey, Justice, looked at Alice with a hesitant expression, but ultimately said nothing. The expressions of the Tarot Club members didn't improve much due to her explanation. Instead, Emlyn, the moon, opened his mouth and said, "I plan to lead that Sanguine into one of the Church of the Earth Mother's churches in Backland." One of the churches? Alice's expression flickered for a moment. She asked Leonard, the star, as if to confirm. "Did I remember incorrectly? Does the Church of the Earth Mother have other churches in Backland besides the Harvest Church?" "No," Leonard shook his head, "the Church of the Earth Mother only has one Harvest Church in Backland. The rest are located in the suburbs and surrounding villages." Emlyn, the moon's expression stiffened. He realized his identity might now be an open secret and felt a bit annoyed. You want the Beyonders of the Church of the Earth Mother to purify that sanguine? Furs, magician, asked, speaking up in this world. In her opinion, this was no different from directly killing the other party. Emlyn, the moon, was at a loss for how to answer. I might know his thoughts. Alice glanced at Emlyn, the moon, and said with a strange expression, the bishop of the Harvest Church previously caught a vampire. Currently, that vampire has been passively and successfully converted and often goes there to volunteer. These details were heard from Klein. Emlyn, the moon's, face grew peculiar during this conversation, and he couldn't help but say, I don't think any sanguine would betray the great blood ancestor. That sanguine might just be trying to escape. You're right. Alice didn't argue with him about this point, because she believed everyone had guessed that the sanguine in question was Emlyn. In fact, it was almost the same. Catlia, hermit, said as if to smooth things over. The Church of the Earth Mother does have this habit. They love to convert sanguine, make them change their faith, and become priests or bishops of the church. Emlyn, the moon, opened his mouth and then closed it, ultimately saying nothing. Furs, magician, also rationally chose to change the subject. Mr. Moon, how do you plan to lead that sanguine into the Church of the Earth Mother? Do you have a mature plan? Perhaps I can help. You yourself need to be careful. Don't, for the sake of punishing the other party, enter the Church of the Earth Mother yourself. If that happens, you'll only be able to pray to Mr. Fool for help. As she spoke, Furs, magician, was sure she had found the reason for Emlyn, the moon's, joining the tarot club. However, there was still one thing that felt strange. Although Mr. Moon wasn't very intelligent, he wouldn't be so audacious as to casually chant the honorific name of an unknown evil god. In that case, did the sanguine previously have information about Mr. Fool? This was not difficult to understand after all. Mr. Fool was a deity from ancient times, and the sanguine were also an ancient race. Perhaps Mr. Fool had some connection with the sanguine in the past. Or rather, Mr. Fool had some connection with the blood ancestor. Leonard, the star, also confirmed Emlyn, the moon's, identity. He felt like laughing for a moment, but fortunately, he managed to hold it in. This made him glance at the world, and after seeing that his expression remained unchanged, Leonard, the star, looked away. Unbeknownst to them, Klein, in the gray fog, actually twitched the corner of his mouth. He wanted to laugh a little, but fortunately, he held it in. After all, he was used to laughing with Alice. Although he felt a little emotional at the moment, it wasn't serious. And Emlyn, the moon, hearing Miss Magician's words of concern, felt more embarrassment, because he now entered the Church of the Earth Mother several times a day and even felt uncomfortable if he tried to take a weekend off. He cleared his throat again and said, I haven't formulated a mature plan yet and would like to hear your opinions. I hope there won't be too intense a battle, as it's difficult to control the situation, and I also hope not to directly expose my identity. Miss Magician, it's fine if you want to participate, but we absolutely must not meet. The so-called not directly exposing his identity meant that it was fine if Ernest Boyar and the other sanguine could guess that he did it, as this was a form of deterrence, but it was best not to obtain clear evidence. Furs, magician, hummed and, imitating experienced individuals at various gatherings, said. First, you need to tell us roughly what sequence that sanguine is equivalent to and what he's good at. Actually, it's not necessary to be so troublesome, Alice interjected, I can knock him out and throw him in. Observing future probabilities was a very magical ability. By striking different parts to cause unconsciousness, Alice could determine how to knock someone out. Of course, most of the time Alice would choose a simpler method. She would directly increase the probability of that person falling unconscious after she acted. That's a good idea, Audrey, Justice, nodded, then shook her head, but Miss Fate, don't you think it would be more interesting to watch them discuss and execute the plan themselves? Alice tilted her head thoughtfully and smiled at Audrey. You've given me an idea. Perhaps sometimes I really shouldn't do it myself. I should guide others to do it, letting things unfold as I envision. This was Alice's speculation about the acting method. Audrey was stunned for a moment, but Alice said to Emlyn, the moon, all right, you continue. Emlyn, the moon, said, already prepared, equivalent to sequence 5, Pretty good combat experience, good at creating full moon effects. Full moon effect. Furs, magician, was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Only after Emlyn, the moon, finished his introduction did she let out a dry laugh and say, I remember now, I have other things to do and might not be able to participate. Alice looked at Furs, magician, with a slight smile. She obviously knew the reason behind it and found it amusing. Emlyn, on the other hand, frowned slightly, full of confusion about Miss Magician's change in attitude. At this moment, Zio, Judgment, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. I can participate, as long as I get a share of the corresponding spoils. Miss Judgment's tone is so firm, it's like she's seeking revenge. Emlyn, the moon, muttered to himself, then glanced at Lady Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man, finding that neither of them had any desire to speak for the time being, seemingly wanting to see what kind of plan the Tarot Club members in Backland could come up with. Audrey, Justice, however, was quite interested. After observing for a while, she deliberated and said, perhaps I can hypnotize that Sanguine and have him go to the Church of the Earth Mother himself. However, to avoid exposing myself and to have a higher success rate, it would be best if that Sanguine is in a dazed or semi-conscious state when I hypnotize him. Mr. Moon, can you manage that? What a pity, he originally had a chance to get lost and wander into the Harvest Church. Alice glanced at Emlyn, but didn't speak of his embarrassing incident. The Harvest Church incident was something Emlyn voluntarily revealed, but the embarrassing incident of getting lost and entering it was not. The error-free version is being read. 6=9+book_bar is the first to publish this novel. Emlyn, the moon, was about to combine his abilities and items to think of a solution when Leonard, the star, beside him suddenly chuckled. That's simple, but I'm only responsible for making that Sanguine unconscious. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be sufficiently accurate intelligence, mainly regarding his movement trajectory. He's going to pull people into dreams. Alice, who had some understanding of Nightmare's abilities, immediately looked at Leonard curiously, blinking and saying, have you considered opening a shop after you retire, specializing in treating insomnia? Leonard's expression instantly became bewildered, but the world turned his head and said, you can join my circus. I'm responsible for scaring people into sleeplessness, and you're responsible for helping people fall asleep. When did you get a circus? Leonard blurted out. The world calmly replied, just established. Leonard's expression was filled with incomprehensible emotions, while Zio, Judgment, nodded and said, I'm good at tracking an investigation. You can leave the intelligence matters to me. First, Mr. Moon, you need to tell me that Sanguine's name, address, and appearance. Okay. Emlyn, the moon, first breathed a sigh of relief, then said a little confusedly, so, what do I need to do in this whole thing? Also, what reward do you want? I know this one. Alice excitedly raised her hand. Audrey, Justice, instinctively moved away from her. After that Sanguine enters the Harvest Church, you can act as his senior and do some work to persuade him, and also teach him how to volunteer. Emlyn, the moon, instinctively wanted to refute the word, senior, but quickly found that he didn't know what to say. The others' expressions varied, but amidst this banter, everyone did realize that the instigator of this punishment had lost his value, so Audrey, Justice, pondered for a moment before saying, Mr. Moon, what you need to do is ensure that the hypnotized Sanguine doesn't encounter any accidents on the way to the church, doesn't struggle, and isn't rescued by anyone. At this point, Audrey suddenly realized there was a problem with the previous plan and quickly added, if that Sanguine is very resistant to the Church of the Earth Mother, the hypnosis effect will be weaker. So, I plan to try to avoid this in the hypnosis by instilling in him the idea of catching a certain hated target, so that in the process of chasing, he unknowingly enters the designated church. How about you act as this hated target? This requires you to have sufficient self-preservation ability, to maintain distance, and not be caught. No problem. Emlyn, the moon, agreed after a brief thought. With Duke Olmer having already cleared the mental pollution within the Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beander characteristic, Emlyn only needed to wait for a full moon to become a Viscount, on par with Ernest Boyar, and there would be such an opportunity next week. By then, he didn't believe that he, who held the Ancestor's Ring, would be caught by a fellow Viscount. If all else failed, he could still rent that magic book from Miss Magician again. I remember it has abilities in the wind domain. Emlyn was quite confident about this. Leonard, the star, beside him, felt a strange fear of hypnosis after listening to his conversation with Miss Justice. For him, direct combat, no matter how terrifying, was not as terrifying as doing something against his own will without realizing it. He paused for a moment and responded to Emlyn, the moon's, second question from earlier. My reward is the same as misjudgments, a share of the spoils. For Leonard, the whole thing was simply forcing the designated target into a dream at a designated location and time, after which he could leave without worrying about whether it would succeed or if there would be any accidents. It was as simple as ordering a cup of Disi coffee at a cafe. The only thing he needed to be careful about was not exposing himself, so he felt a bit awkward asking for payment in advance and planned to take a share from the final spoils. Additionally, he believed this was a necessary step for him to integrate into the tarot gathering and didn't need to be too concerned about it. Audrey, Justice, tilted her head and glanced at Zio, Judgment, then withdrew her gaze and smiled faintly, saying, My request is the same as Mr. Star's and Miss Judgment's. We'll each take a quarter of the spoils. This made Alice's expression a little strange. She couldn't help but interject. How can you divide the spoils before you've even started fighting? And, have you considered what if that sanguine is a pauper? It was quite an amusing scene. No one commented on Alice's first half of the sentence, but Emlyn, the moon, spoke up for his fellow sanguine. He won't be. Ernest Boyar doesn't have expensive hobbies, and he's lived for many years, so he's not short on money. End of chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.